Good flippin' afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. What's good in Finn's hood? I am your host, Color Commentary, and it is another episode of Afternoon Color Commentary where you got me speaking on all that is the Miami Dolphins. We got Dolphins versus Bills. Bills coming into town Thursday night, and we also got body cam footage released. And let me just say, I got to take a breather because we got to have the tough talk. I don't really want to do it, to be honest with you, but it has to be done because Twitter's on fire, social media's on fire, everybody's on fire about this. Of course, this is now escalated to the latest talking issue nationally. And I'm going to be honest with you, ladies and gentlemen. I am just your average Joe. I know that's so cliched, but I'm just a guy. I'm not a legal expert. I'm not a law enforcement officer. I'm just a guy who's watched a lot of TV, who's highly educated himself, and would like to think that my logic and common sense can usually see me through most issues. And we're going to get into that today because I have a lot to say now that I've watched this body cam footage, have a clearer picture of the interaction between Tyreek Hill and the Miami-Dade Police Department. So we'll get into that. But everybody hit the like button. I appreciate you coming by. I know a whole bunch of people are talking about it right now. So, we got to get the likes up, get more people in here to chat with you. Listen to what I have to say because I do have a lot to say. And it's been a long, long time coming because I've lived in South Florida my entire life, except for 11 years in Missouri. And this issue has never gone away. It seems to not want to go away. And I'm going to try to get it down to the nitty gritty as to why this stuff continues to happen. And it might not be the reasons that everybody's talking about, because I think I consider myself to have a fairly unique perspective that is also shared by many who live and breathe in South Florida and have to interact with our local law enforcement on a daily basis. We all have come to a certain balance, if you want to call it that, relationship that we all have with the law enforcement down here in South Florida. And that's been, each person has had to cultivate that over their lifetime because we have all traditionally been seen as something different than what they consider themselves in this in our societal contract. So that's already getting too deep for my intro. So everybody hit the like button. I see you all in chat. A few of you already. Chef Jew, first one in, reminding you all to hit the like button and subscribe. I see you all rolling in now. We're going to get into all that, but we're still going to talk about the Dolphins and the Bills for a minute. We only got 2 days left before game day, and we're going to have to ramp up that pregame content pretty quick after defeating the Jaguars. So stay tuned. I'll be back in about as long as it takes this intro to run. Once again, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Hey, man, I got to get that intro fixed. We got to cut that first part out, and we got to get Vic Fangio off the slide in, man. I got to make a note of that. Let me write this down real quick. Let me pull out my new Moto 5G stylus, and I will jot that note down. Shout out to Moto. I receive no compensation for that plug. I just like the phone and wanted to tell you I like the phone. When somebody makes a good product, that's enough for them to have earned me telling you about it. They could always give me a call. I might do a promo for them, but that's a different story. Welcome again, everybody. I am yours truly, Culler, to give you color commentary for this afternoon. I appreciate you all coming in. I see you, Ryan AP, Red White, and you know who, Sean over from Red White, and you know who coming in here probably to poke us a little bit in the side about the game coming up, which they know the inevitable is coming. It just is. Sorry to tell you, Red, White, and Bills, but the inevitable's coming. And I do believe that Miami definitely has the tools and maybe even the will this time to get it done. So it's cool. We'll see what happens. But look again. I look. People. I've never. I don't know why I feel this way, but I feel more anxiety over talking about doing this kind of show than I'd probably ever have on the Finns tailgate, because there's going to be a lot of people that may be surprised by my opinion, but there are also going to be a lot of people that aren't quite pleased by it. I'm pretty sure. But all I can tell you is that, again, I'm just a guy with an opinion, and a lived experience like anybody else. And a lot of times it's hard because, when I talk about these experiences or my experience throughout my life, a lot of times that can, be by default and not my fault, but happens anyway. It becomes co-optive. If I can coin that word, I don't know if that's a real way to use that phrase, but and a lot of people take offense to that too. So I don't, it's really hard sometimes for me to have. That's why I called it the tough talk, because it's tough. It is. We gotta be honest with ourselves, and we gotta be able to put our opinion out there if it needs to be corrected. I've got to know how my opinion needs to be corrected. And if it don't need to be corrected, maybe somebody out there needs to hear it for their own maybe benefit or reassurance, or even for their own education. Because I understand why people feel the way they do about Tyreek Hill's actions and all that. I'm not going to go too deep right now before we get into this body cam footage, but I got to get my thoughts out while they come, and that's how I work. So, I've seen it. I've looked at it closely. I could probably even look at it closer and find tidbits, this and that and the other. But all I see is the same series of events every single time something like this happens. By the way, there is a plethora, and yes, I do know what that word means. There is a plethora of videos online on YouTube. Shout out to YouTube for hosting them, of just these very types of incidents. And they all seem to end the same way. If a person knows really how to invoke their rights, they all end up the same way. But if a person doesn't, then they find out later and it still ends the same way in court. And the fact of it is, we have rights. We are citizens protected by a constitution. No matter how many people want to argue about that constitution, that is the current state we are in. And there are roughly people say 350, some people say 450. Okay, whatever. But there are roughly 400 million people in this country. Palm Beach County, the county that I live in, has 1.9 million people in it. I don't even know what the numbers are on Miami-Dade or Broward. And we have elected officials, and some of us, when you're talking about police agencies, have hired police agencies with a certain number of our own citizens to enforce the laws that we have agreed upon and voted for the people that enacted and all that as a people. And the group of people that we have chosen to do that for us and entrusted that duty, keyword entrusted that duty to protect and serve us. That group of people is a very, very small percentage of the 1.9 million people in Palm Beach County alone. A very, very small percentage. They have feelings and aspirations and lives and political leanings and religious beliefs and non-religious beliefs, and come from different backgrounds and cultures and races and creeds and whatever you want to call that, ethnicities. A lot of them have children, wives, families, people that care about them. They're just like us in that regard. And I think a lot of people would agree with that for the most part, that they're all just like us. Oh, and they even have their bad people. I don't want to leave them out. So it sounds like they're just like us with varying ranges of success in life. Some maybe don't use their money well. Some maybe save all their money and are great with it. But it sounds like and seems like they're just like us. And everybody always says, you know, keep that in mind and remember their duty and what they're trying to do and obey them and their commands. Don't add to the pressure, all that stuff. No reason for, they have a hard job. Some would argue that job is made harder by their own doings, but that's beside the point. But it sounds like we're all saying all the time, look, these people are just like us. We can think that. We can all agree on that. We all have that fundamental belief because we know that we're the ones that either elected them or hired them from the group of us. And a lot of people would say, "Yeah, that's right, Color. That's why we should blah blah blah. Respect them, and obey the law and respect the law." Of course, I respect the law. Absolutely. we're governed and protected by the rule of law. There's no functioning society that couldn't be. But we're not governed by lawlessness. And we all agree upon that. We all are like, okay, we've entrusted these people. We've even given them a license to end somebody. You know, if these guidelines that are laid out in the license and voted on by everybody are followed and adhered to, then there's a license to actually end somebody. And we trust them with that. If those guidelines are violated and those licenses are violated, then of course they're guilty, just as any of us would be. And thank God we're starting to get more accountability on that, and that's a different subject for another day. But we're starting to get better with accountability on that, slowly but surely. But we've entrusted those people because they're, we say, okay, they're just like us and they have to be from us. So we try to make sure they're the best of us. And the biggest issue I have in this situation and many others that you all have experienced, and you know who you are, that I even myself have experienced when it comes to not differential treatment, but just altogether abhorred communication and treatment by those that we entrust. And as I said, they're a very small percentage of the rest of us. Okay, so I want to pull up well, maybe I don't even have to pull it up because it's so okay. I'm not going to name who it is because it doesn't matter. There's plenty of people on all sides of every aisle that are just staunch support police. I get it. As I said, I support the law and the rule of law myself. So I'll quote somebody and it says, "Kids, turn off the car, roll down the window, keep your hands on the wheel, obey the officer's commands. If you don't, they will assume you're about to attack them. It's not hard." First of all, I find that to be one of the most condescending things I've ever seen somebody tell me as a group that I've ever seen in my life. Because the first question I would have is, what are the consequences if I don't do that in a manner that doesn't insult that human being that's standing outside my car? What happens? What if my intent is to comply, but I'm in a confused state for the moment, and it takes me too long to comply for the taste of the human being standing outside my car? What happens? What should happen? Well, the reasonable people would say, okay, I'm a little perturbed, but I have the patience to say something's amiss here. Let's find out if this person is having any that needs any assistance in gathering their senses. Could you do me a favor? And what? Okay, I'm not going to get into details. What I'm trying to say is, how dare somebody say that, you know, we as people like myself do not understand how beneficial it is to just comply. Guess what, everybody? My advice is going to be the same to you as it is everybody else that's bootlicking these law enforcement officers. My advice is going to be the same as all those people. Comply. Comply. I'll keep saying comply until it sounds as evil and disgusting as it does to me. Comply. As an American and a lover of liberty, I'm going to say that word until it becomes so disgusting that you'll never want to say it to me again. Comply. Exactly, Sal. Comply. You know why? I'm gonna advise you to comply, just like every other ostrich that sticks their head in the dirt. Because if you don't, what happens if you don't? What happens if you don't fast enough? How about that question? What happens if you don't comply quick enough? This is what happens.
Hey, let me see. I'm finna do. No, you're doing it now. Go. Hold on, twin. Hold on, bro. I just had surgery on my knee. I just had surgery on my knee, bro. I just had surgery on my knee, bro. I just had surgery in your ears when we talking. Chill, bro. Chill, bro. Hey, Joe New, bro. Back up. Hey, call Drew. Call Drew. Hey, call Drew. Call Drew, bro. Call Drew. Hey, call Drew, bro. Hey, what? Hey, call Drew, bro. Just call Drew. Hey. Yo, I ain't going nowhere. Hey. Y'all really just hit me, though. For what, though? Hey, they really just hit me, though. For what, though? Hey. Let me see. I'm finna. No, you're doing it now. Go. Hold on.
Comply. Comply. I mean, that's what that's what the signs say on the stadium. Comply. Matter of fact, the sign I was reading the other day hung on the wall at the stadium says, if you don't comply with law enforcement, you'll be banned from Hard Rock and your season tickets will be revoked. On top of what we just witnessed. Comply. There are better ways to tell people and convince people to comply. And I'm just thinking that you better have a damned good reason to use that method to convince somebody to comply. The officer that was holding him seemed to want to actually listen to him for a second. He did say, well, whatever, you're going to do it now, but he was at least ready to hear when the next words out of Tyreek's mouth were, I just had knee surgery, or I've had knee surgery. I don't know if he said just. I'd have to play it again. It doesn't really matter. I know people are chomping at the bit to talk about that aside from this issue. Like, did Tyreek tell us something that we didn't know? Maybe, but is it just being somebody? I think it was. I think it was. Might have been Shelby said. Let's see. Let's hope he was just being Tyreek. But it's beside the point, because a lot of remember the plethora of videos that I was telling you about of similar incidents. I hear things like that, and the cops do a lot when it comes to people not wanting to comply quick enough. And there are cases where I end up agreeing with law enforcement on the scene. Like, this guy was just beating around the bush. It does get to a point where, okay, enough is enough. Okay. Hold on just a minute. Sorry, I got to close this window. They're doing lawn maintenance today. I get it. I really do. Sometimes enough is enough. But we can get into all the legal stuff when it comes to, again, I am not a lawyer nor a legal expert, okay? Just a guy who's learned a lot. And there's something that's reminding me that, yes, we're supposed to comply. We're supposed to obey officers' lawful commands. And that's where the rub lies. That's the part that's now going to be litigated by Tyreek's lawyers, because Tyreek's lawyers are coming. Bet that. And Miami-Dade Police PD could be perfectly fine with accepting that responsibility. But it's coming. What make what would happen? And I don't want to get too hyperbolic. Maybe I should try to find another analogy so it's not so extreme, but it has to be extreme enough to drive the point home. What would happen if the officer told him to run out into the street? Is he supposed to comply? Would you comply if a police officer told you to run out in the middle of the street? Now, most sensible people would say, "Color, why would an officer ever tell you to do that?" Fair enough. So I didn't want to be too extreme with the example. Okay. But first of all, you're not going to tell me that by that time they hadn't identified that that was Tyreek Hill. Nobody's going to tell me they hadn't. You can talk about, oh, the one cop didn't know. Okay, fine, whatever. You're not going to tell me that they hadn't already identified him as Tyreek Hill by that point. So most sensible people would be like, okay, is he a flight risk? No. I'm not even gonna get to yet. Yet. I'm not even gonna get to yanking him out of the car and all that crap. Okay. Let's just say for a moment, just for a small moment, not that it justifies it, but just for a small moment, let's say they didn't know it was Tyreek until the moment they pulled him up and walked him over to the sidewalk. Let's just say that was the first moment that they realized this was the best wide receiver in the NFL. Let's just say for a moment, just a moment, because I understand it doesn't justify anything. But just for this moment, imagine it's true. They did not identify him and realize who he was till they had walked him over to that sidewalk. At that point, first, I mean, there's a flood of information that will come into your head if you're those officers. Okay, once you realize this is Tyreek Hill, there should be a flood of information that comes into your head. Whether you use it or not, that's up to you. Flood of information comes into your head. This is Tyreek Hill. But Color, could they have been then just as fogged and confused as maybe Tyreek Hill was when he got conflicting orders about his damn window? Orders that might not have even been lawful. We'll see what the courts say. Look, it's Tyreek Hill. Flood of information comes in your head. And the first thing you think of, well, we better make him sit on the ground. What if he preferred to stand? You got cuffs on him. By now, they should have already come off because number one, he's not a flight risk. Number two, why would he jeopardize his entire career by laying his hands on you? This is common sense, people. I'm not being some right or left or political nut or extremist or activist. This is common fucking sense. Pardon my language. This was hot the moment I freaking saw it. This burns right through me. And I always feel like I can't talk about it because of all those other issues that everybody now wants to bring to the table once again. You do not have a right to treat people that way. I don't care what capacity it's in. $1.9 million people in Palm Beach County alone. You know what that means? That means there are 1.9 million different personalities. 1.9 million different perspectives and ways of looking at situations and reactions to things. You have thousands, maybe, of law enforcement officers. Yet, for some reason, they seem to think that we all think the way they do. They all think that our perspective is the same as theirs. All 1.9 million people in Palm Beach County alone, all 1.9 million people are supposed to have the same perspective on a situation as a law enforcement officer. Well, I'm sorry. We just don't. It's the same reason that everybody's going to tell me, well, Culler, you're not a lawyer. You're right. And I'm not a law enforcement officer. Stop treating us like we know what you know. We don't. Not everybody is like you. Not everybody reacts to commands, much less whether they're lawful or not. We'll find out. The courts will decide that. If I'm to be fair. But at the point that you should reasonably be able to logically determine that this gentleman is no threat to you anymore, I'm not going to excuse Tyreek Hill's actions to make them apprehensive. Okay? But at that point, it's Tyreek Hill. And we're not talking about, do you know who I am? That's not what I'm talking about. I hate that shit too. I'm right there with y'all. I can't stand celebrities that are, you know who I am? That is not what Tyreek Hill, at no point, and that's going to be illustrated. I'm glad I got somebody that is paid a lot more money to be more articulate than I that's going to speak for me. I'm only going to play the audio because it comes from, I think it's a Fox product, so I can't show you the video. But I'm going to play the audio here in a second because it really articulates so much of how I feel about the entire situation as it ended up escalating to. Because What law enforcement forgot is what I said earlier. And I know I'm not speaking for every law enforcement officer. Well, but the fact of it is, I'm not going to hear that anymore. Miss me with that. And if you want to know why, I'll tell you why, but miss me with that for the time being. Because what I realized a long time ago when I was a lot younger than I am now is that law enforcement doesn't see us the same as we see them. As we all hopefully agreed with me earlier that we all know that they're just like us. We all know, as I said, they have aspirations and lives and families, all that. We all know they're just like us. But you know what they don't seem to know? They don't seem to know that very thing. They don't seem to know that. They either don't know it, they don't understand it, or they choose not to adhere to it. We can single out one officer all we want as a bad seed, which it looks like they're attempting to do. Fine. Somebody's got to go down. It should be the person that got physically aggressive. The point is about him standing. This is Tyreek Hill. It's not to throw his weight around. It's not to say, you know who I am. It's to say this guy is no longer a flight risk. As fast as he is, he could outrun every one of you all the way into the building, onto the field, and for the touchdown before you'd ever catch him. But that's beside the point. We all know he's a cheetah. Because yeah, I'm pretty sure that there'll be some asshole out there saying, Culler, he's known to be really fast. They had to put him on the ground. Okay, but he's Tyreek Hill. I'm pretty sure Tyreek Hill, this is where they go wrong. And you know what? You could almost say this is a valid point of the R word. Okay. At least stereotypical. Because what is Tyreek? Why don't you assume that Tyreek Hill is intelligent enough to know what the consequences are if he ran? You think he's stupid? Why do you think he's stupid? Do tell. And as far as uncuffing him at that point, you think he's going to put his hands on you? Tyreek Hill, as aggressive and as amped up as we pay him to be an hour before the game, he's still, you really think Tyreek Hill is that stupid? You got problems. You're either you either purposely think that, which I hope to God not. I really do. Or you're just that incompetent. Take your choice. Do we want that policing our streets? Take your choice. You're either epically incompetent or you're being malicious. You see him as stupid and as unintelligent and as not human as yourself. They really think people are that dumb. Unfortunately, a lot of the people that are sticking their head in the dirt and just talking about Tyreek should have complied. Uh, unfortunately, they're right. A lot of people are dumb. I'm sorry if you feel that way, but that is stupid. That is the very reason it keeps going on and on and on. And you know how I know it keeps going on and on and on and on? Because it's all the evidence is there. I could sit here all day. In fact, I have, because it's kind of a little bit of an addiction. I have sat here all day before and watched video after video after video after video of common citizens being treated the same way. And I'm sick of it. I don't care if you think that's good policing. I don't care if you think there's some intimidation factor that cops need to have in order to feel safe. We don't pay them to feel safe. I'm sorry to say it. Sure, we pay them to protect themselves, because protecting themselves allows them to protect us. That's different. But we don't pay them to feel safe. I'm sorry, we don't. We pay them to protect and serve while adhering to the Constitution, a document that they take an oath to. I don't care whether you believe in the Constitution or not. I don't care if half this country don't believe in it anymore. The man that forced Tyreek, that redirected Tyreek to the ground, took an oath to that document, whether you believe in that document or not. And I happen to. And that's why I'm pissed. And I'm tired of it. I was absolutely shaken like a leaf, nervous before I started this show, but I'm not anymore. I'm absolutely sick and tired of it. I'm sick of being treated that way myself. Have I ever been ripped out of a car? No. But that's because I decided to comply quick enough before I knew what my rights were. And I knew what their constitutional responsibilities were. And I'm sorry, in my personal dumb guy on the internet opinion, one officer at least violated that constitutional responsibility. And a few others stood there and watched it. And this is why I don't sit here and play there are plenty good officers, Culler. They're mostly good. Yeah, guess what? At least 5 of them stood there and let that happen. Not one of them said, hey, wait a minute. Can we back off a minute? Can we pump the freaking brakes? Here, guys. Not one cooler head prevailed. No, they expected that out of the citizen. That's what they expected out of Tyreek. Is it not? Am I missing something? And they should have expected it out of Tyreek. I don't blame anybody for feeling that way. Tyreek, bro. But that's all we can say to him. Beyond that, he did not deserve to be completely treated like a subhuman being. There's absolutely no excuse for that. None. Zero. No tolerance anymore. And when Tyreek said, thank God I'm Tyreek, he was speaking for you all. For every one of you that have been treated that way, in that manner. I'm not talking about ripped out of the car and forced to the ground and all that, because that happens too. I'm talking about the manner to begin with that causes the goddamn escalation. While they continue to blame in the escalation on the citizen, on one of the 1.9 million people. Well, I don't know where Tyreek lives. He's not in Palm Beach County. But you get my point. Because that one citizen didn't have the same perspective on the situation that they did. Well, guess what? That is what they're paid to realize. That is what they're paid to do when it comes to de-escalation. That is their job to realize that. And I'm sorry if you've got to open your hands and say, I'm sorry, Mr. Hill. I need you to do this if you could, please. That's what you have to do. You might say, Tyreek, oh, he shouldn't have taken his sweet time. Whatever. That's not for you to decide. At no point did Tyreek Hill show an indication that he was non-compliant. Other than maybe when, he came back to the window and he wouldn't roll it down, but he eventually did enough to communicate with him. Is that all the cop needed? Go back and write the ticket. Did you think that he was going to let you stand there with his driver's license and the ticket after writing it and not roll his window down? You would have had another opportunity to talk to him. He already had his window all the way down and displayed the entire contents of his vehicle in full view. There's no reason to think he was hiding anything at that point. And I'll show the video, but I'll describe it to you first from what I actually see. The guy motions to start going back to his motorcycle. You can see it. He turns his head that way, and realizes, oh, wait, I got to get the VIN number. And he goes over and looks at the VIN number. You can plainly see that's what he's doing. At that point, Tyreek, when he saw the motion to go back to the motorcycle, had already figured the cop was done communicating with him and started to roll his window up. The cop noticed it and was like, whoa, wait a minute, and took insult. And that's what I'll say. He took insult to that window going up. And you might say technically the cop had a reason for him to pull it down, have it down, whatever. I could argue there was no reason to. And if there was, why are you not articulating this to the citizen? So he at least knows now, okay, this is why, so it's a lawful order. Oh, you want to make sure what? Don't call my lawyer? Well, at that point, well, it wasn't clear it was Tyreek Hill yet. Okay, fine. I'm not going to argue that, even though it could be. In my estimation, the officer was plainly done with him at that moment. Remembered that he didn't get the VIN number, walked back over, and Tyreek Hill was like, oh, he just came back over to get the VIN number and started rolling his window up. Even when, okay, fine, roll your window back down. Can you articulate a reason why? Do you suspect me in the commission of some kind of crime that you're investigating that needs me to have my window down? I mean, all of these are Tyreek Hill's rights. Not, and here, even when the cop decided, okay, you could argue that in court, fine. Obey the officer. Which one? Which command? Because if you watch the video, you can plainly see the officer say, if you don't roll this window down, I'm going to pull you out of the vehicle. And then without even waiting to see if Tyreek Hill would respond to that, which could have been delivered better in the first place, as far as de-escalation techniques are concerned, without even giving a chance for Tyreek Hill to react to that command, you immediately shift to, no, I'm going to pull you out of the vehicle. Once you had enough to open the door. Enough what? Window down? Who opened the door? Him? I don't know. It might just not have been locked. I got to look at that part. I got to look at that one deeply and pause it the next time I look at the video, which we're gonna show. We'll all look at it together. There are a lot of things Tyreek Hill could have done for that not to happen, but none of which he's required to do. All of which that officer is. There are ways to talk to people. There are ways to communicate to people. Remember the 1.9 million? Well, one of them might happen to be a guy that was paid millions of dollars, tens of millions, $100 million to literally amp himself up before a game to get ready for a football game to be our star and the best wide receiver in the NFL. That person out of the 1.9 million people may not react to situations the way you would, officer. And it is incumbent upon them to realize that. Their thought processes and perspectives are not in the majority. They may not like that, but that's the reality. We come from so many different angles. I mean, this is why this is so hard to talk about, because I myself has been so deeply indoctrinated to just comply. Well, why? Why did you even ask me to roll my window back down? Can you articulate that for me? Can you be reasonable and ask me? I don't even care if you ask me nicely. How about ask me as if I'm a civilized human being? If you're that pissed at me for the speeding that I was doing, and this is all alleged because we don't even know. Nobody's seen any radar. And they do get a little amped up and pissed when somebody criminally drives recklessly. They do get a little pissed with that, because I want to point out somebody's comment earlier about Tyreek not taking into consideration the families and blah, blah, blah around the area if it was that close to the stadium, that, driving that fast and all that. Well, that's all litigated. That will all be litigated. And I understand that sometimes that, gets like personal with when cops pull over somebody like that. Okay, fine. You're like, Culler, what? What do you mean fine? No, fine. Because if he's guilty, if you think he's guilty of that, and you have probable cause, being the evidence of the radar, that he was speeding to the point that he should be immediately taken to jail, which can happen in Florida. Why did you even get his license and attempt to run his stuff and write him a ticket and all that stuff in the first place if you weren't trying to be cordial. So you knew you were pissed, yet still tried to be cordial by just writing him a ticket, apparently, because you could have just ripped him out of the car right then and there and put him in cuffs and taken him to jail. Guess what? You're telling on yourself, because the reason you're telling on yourself is because if there was anything that Tyreek Hill did that warranted that aggression, he would still be in jail. You would still have him in custody. Would you not? I can't think of an offense that would warrant you ripping me out of my vehicle, throwing me on the ground, putting me in cuffs, recognizing me as Tyreek Hill, and still redirecting me to the ground. Okay. Whatever warranted that, it better be bad enough that you would still have him in custody, and his lawyer would have had to bail him out that night, and he would have missed the game. Am I wrong to think that? Is that unreasonable? So even though he did whatever he did that caused you, that warranted all that aggression, you still released him and wrote him 2 tickets, I think the report said. And my question is, when he opened his window all the way down to hand you his driver's license and insurance paperwork and registration, anything after that point, other than you going back to your motorcycle, writing the 2 tickets, coming back to the car, requesting him to roll down the window, which I'm sure he would because he wants to get his license back, and handing him the ticket. If you had suspicion for anything else, you should have removed him from the vehicle from the beginning. But you're telling on yourselves. You got upset that he didn't jump to your command. You got upset that he didn't dance for you. And you know it. Allegedly. My opinion. You yanked a citizen out of his vehicle, threw him on the ground because he didn't comply. Well, guess what? You have to have a damn good reason in our country, in my country, in my state. You have to have a damn good reason to have had done that. Yet you released him. Can you explain that? I'm trying to use my best Tom Cruise voice from A Few Good Men. Can you explain that? I would love an explanation for that. Completely dehumanizing somebody. Now, you may say, well, the level of speeding and blah, blah, blah. He's not human to us at that point. It don't have nothing to do with color. Okay, fine. Whatever. There is no reason. Even the person on death row is not dehumanized the way you dehumanized Tyreek Hill. We don't do that. We're supposed to be better than that. The people that we hire and elect to do those jobs are supposed to be the best of us. And when I poll the best of us, the best of us are pissed. I had a comment on Twitter today. I won't expose the person. You can always follow my Twitter to see it yourself. That if a person thinks that they can do a better job given the situation on our streets, they should apply for it and put the badge on their chest. And I just replied to the person and said, you know, I would much rather just apply for the hiring manager position. Did you guys I saw the picture of the officer's bio, and it stated on his bio, could have been I mean, it came out pretty quick. I don't know if somebody would have added this to make it fake, but it said that uh he enjoyed coaching his fellow employees. There's the problem. Problem identified. If you want to ask why 5 or 6 other officers just stood around and let it happen, the guy that was holding Tyreek by the arm before the other officer forced him to the ground, what was he thinking? Like, it looked like he was trying to actually kind of still tell Tyreek that you have to because we ordered you to. Still no reason why. I can't understand why they would order him to do that in the first place. But, you know, we're supposed to comply no matter what they order, remember? I mean, I don't know why he would tell him to go run in the street. That's why I brought up that example. Yes, extreme example. But the point is, why would he order him to do that? And the cop just wanted to argue. See, what happens is when a person in Tyreek's situation starts to seem like they're asking, why are you ordering me to do that? The officer always wants to take it from the respect of an argument about their authority. Now, I understand you have the authority, officer. I get it. Why are you ordering me to do that? You have an obligation in order to flex the license that the authority that license gives you. You have an obligation to tell me why you're ordering me that. I have a hurt knee, or I have history with my knee. He didn't even get a chance to get all that out. It's not arguing about whether he has the authority or not, but the cops always think it is. Because you can tell the first cop was like arguing with him. Yeah, I can make you do this. Okay, fine. Why? Do you just need me to submit to you? It ain't no wonder. And when it comes to the comments about I'm just a black man driving a nice car, y'all are missing the whole point, because I don't like when people say that stuff either. But you know what? You're missing the point Tyreek is trying to make there. Why? Did you need me to submit to you? Was that all it was about? Anything else you'd like me to do? I'd rather go in the building and score an 80-yard touchdown. Is there anything else you'd like me to do, sir? He tried to tell him from the beginning, do what you got to do. Write the ticket. Yes, I'm guilty. I sped. I'm an asshole. Write me the ticket. I got a game to go to. Did you all not hear it? Do what you got to do. That's what he told him. If the cop needed to do anything else, he should have already been out of the car. It's common sense. I got to take a breather. Let me play this audio for y'all real quick. I got to set it up because I can't play the video. But I gotta, when I share it, it's going to show it for a second, but I got to like pull the window down and all that. This stuff burns me up, people. It just burns me up. I can't stand it anymore. It's been going on my whole life. I'm not going to argue. I certainly haven't had it gone that far. But that's all. But I've been right on the edge where it's like, you know what? I better comply, regardless of whether I think it's right for me to have to or not, because otherwise, this is what's going to happen. Oh, why didn't you just want to get out of your car when they asked you to? I don't know. How about me as an officer prove to everybody why you shouldn't have wanted to get out of your car? How about I just feed all the stereotypes? How about I just do what everybody expects me to do? I mean, come on. We have to be better than this. There's no reason for it. There's 70,000 people about to walk into a stadium and have a great time. All right, let's see where we're at with this here. All right, let me pull the window down so you can't see Acho. Oh, wait, it didn't help. Well, F Acho. Hold on. Can you still hear it? Oh, y'all are saying there's no sound? Damn, I'm gonna have to do it a different way. We'll get that in a second, as soon as I can, um, because I really, really want y'all to hear what Emmanuel Acho had to say about it. I just don't want them to hit me for a strike, man, because it's technically I think it's a Fox product, even though it's on Twitter. I don't know. He put it on Twitter. Why shouldn't I be able to share it, right? I mean, God, I hate all these stupid rules, man. I'm using it for commentary. I don't know. My name is literally color commentary. I don't know why we shouldn't be able to play it. Let me see if I can figure out a better way to do this. But in the meantime, Big Nick, I mean, I'm with you, man. If I can get you the link some way, I would absolutely love to bring you up, but only you. Um, I guess I'll just post the link and I'll just ignore anybody else that comes up. Anyway, I'm not going to bring anybody else up, so might as well not bother coming up. I'm going to post the link. I'll post the link for Big Nick here in just a second. Yeah, let me see if I don't know it's not a YouTube video, so it's not transcribed, Jose. Is there a way to get that quickly? Because I'll certainly read a transcription. Maybe I can just read it, put the closed caption on and read it as it, maybe I'll do it that way. Let's see. Where the heck is the closed caption? Oh, wait, download video? This might work. Oh, no, no, never mind. Let me try to do it a different way. I thought there would be closed caption on these little Twitter videos, but I guess not. I could use my own closed caption. In the meantime, let me get this link up. We got a lot of time. I'll get it up, Jose, one way or another. I want you all to hear it. But and the chat is looking like context. Like they want to hear from you too, Big Nick. I'll post the link here. And remember, guys, I'm only going to bring up Big Nick, so don't even bother coming in back. Unless you like the audio better, I'll leave you backstage, but I ain't bringing nobody else up unless it's a TFTG team member or Big Nick. So there you go, Big Nick. I really appreciate you wanting to come up, man. I would love to ask you a few questions, chop it up with you about this, because there's some things that I don't know. If you can hear me, Big Nick, there's some things that you're so much more educated on than me, regarding the legal issues here and constitutional issues here from start to finish on this whole incident. You know what I mean? Including what I'm interested in is your thoughts to start with. We can get into it all. We got time. I want to really make sure this is done right. So we got time to talk about it all. But what I've left out so far and that is bugging me is the fine line that Calais Campbell was walking. If there should have been a fine line, if there was any, if there was some, you know what I mean? Like, because from what I understand from watching a lot of your content, and by the way, welcome. I don't mean to start by not welcoming you. Welcome to the Fins Tailgate and Afternoon Color Commentary. I really appreciate you coming by, man. But from a lot of the stuff I've watched, a lot of your content as well, you have a certain amount of right to, other than maybe where he was parked, and of course he was ordered to drive away, but you have a certain amount of zone you can occupy when it comes to freedom of movement and expression. Do we not? Or how do you feel on that particular part of it to start with?
Well, Florida just passed a bullshit unconstitutional law prohibiting parts of the First Amendment by setting a buffer zone between the interactions of law enforcement and the public, right? And they came up with an arbitrary number of feet of 25 feet. Okay. And anybody in their right mind can see that Calais Campbell was more than 25 feet away.
That's precisely the question I was hoping you would answer. Thank you, definitely for that part. Because to my estimation, as an ex-carpenter and all that, and a pretty good eye, yeah, I see more than 25 feet there for sure.
Anybody that ever played basketball can easily measure distance because we know the goal is 10 feet. You know what I mean?
Right. And
We
I
can
know
easily.
what 10 yards is too. You know what I mean? Which is 30 feet. So
So that was no more of we have the power, we're in control, and we're gonna assert our perceived authority, right? So
right.
it was nothing that dealing with Calais Campbell was a lawful order. Um, You can stand in the road if there's no standing signs around. If
Hmm.
there's no standing signs around that says no standing, which is you are just in your car, um, then you can't, you can stand there. If there's no sign that says no parking here, then guess what? You can park there. So that was just an overreach of authority by law enforcement. Calais'
Okay. So pause there.
citation.
Pause right there a second about the parking. Okay. Now let's just say for a second that they putting aside the details that you just elaborated on. Uh, let's say they didn't that he didn't have the right to park there, and they did have the authority to give a lawful order for him to move the vehicle, right? Let's just say that
Correct.
for a second. Once he did realize that and was ready to comply, and he told the other officer that he was going to move it, and that the other officer had explained it to him. The officer told him, well, you're dealing with me now.
Well,
And
first of
so
all,
when they
no,
ultimately, here's the question though, when they ultimately have Calais Campbell in cuffs and all that, right, and delaying, are they not delaying his ability to do what they ordered him to do in the first place, which was move the vehicle?
nah, not really. Once he's in custody, he's in
You see
custody.
the fallacy though, right? Like,
Yeah. But
he's in
once he's
custody
in
for
custody,
something he can no longer rectify. You know what I
the,
mean?
the, the problem is no standing, no parking are ordinances not enforceable by arrest, right?
Okay.
So the options are you're standing, okay, we're going to write you a ticket. You refuse to stop standing, okay, we're going to tow your vehicle away. At
Right.
that point, because they cannot tow your vehicle away, your car is now seized. Now you have an obligation to exit your vehicle. If you refuse to exit your damn, why can't I say the word? Exit your vehicle. If you refuse to exit your vehicle, then you would be what they call resisting, right?
Okay,
And
okay.
resisting is
So let's say they had decided to tow it, right? He was already out of
right,
the vehicle. Now at that point,
right.
you may say he can no longer drive his vehicle off. It's theirs now, right? But
Absolutely.
but what right do they have to now take him in custody?
The only way they would be able to take him in custody, as I stated, is that if they consider him to be resisting, right? And
Right.
resisting is not necessarily a physical act, right? They
Right.
label a lot of things under resisting.
But
If you
if he made no attempt to get back in the vehicle after,
well,
let's say they quote unquote
that's
seize it.
that's not the only way of resisting, right?
Oh,
So
true.
resisting can be if they ask you for your identification once they have probable cause to do so, and you give them a fake name or refuse to give your real name. That's resisting. If if you obey lawful orders, that's resisting. So
Right.
basically, interference, right? They don't have a crime for interfering. They call it resisting. So at that point, if you refuse to exit your vehicle, at that point you will be technically resisting, which is interfering with a lawful command.
Okay.
But they didn't
Okay.
have
Now
any of that. They didn't
that
have any of that.
lawfulness that you speak of is is where I have the question. You know what I mean? And I'm not
Correct.
educated enough to know what the answer is. I just keep saying, we'll see what the courts decide. You know what I mean?
Well, they're
But
gonna throw it. It won't make it. It won't make it. That's not gonna make it.
at first impression, it's my understanding that they have to inform him they're actually investigating him and articulate a reasonable suspicion of something in order to have a lawful reason for him to pull his window back down at that point.
No. Well, okay. So that you're talking about the Tyreek situation.
Yeah, I've shifted over to that in particular because we
Okay.
know Calais
So
was out of the vehicle, so it would have been a little more of a fine line if he'd have just walked away. That wouldn't have been resistance. But when
so
it comes to Tyreek, what you're speaking on, from my impression
No.
of watching the video, okay, real quick, just let me give you my impression, and then you can have the floor for a minute because, man, I've talked a lot, and you know more than I. By the way, everybody, make sure that if you want to know why I respect Big Nick so much,
I got the
and
video
and
up on my channel.
well, I was
If you
going to
haven't
say
seen the video, I got
I respect your opinion because for the audience to know who don't know already, this is your bread and butter. When the first thing I thought when I saw this was, damn, why wasn't Big Nick standing there? You know what I mean? But
yeah, I got a lot of calls yesterday.
oh, I bet this is precisely what Big Nick does with his YouTube channel, Big Nick South Florida Accountability. Make sure you're subscribed. He does a really, really fantastic job of educating us, advising us of what's going on out on the streets, as well as where these people, these law enforcement officers, tend to go wrong in their thought processes. So it's educated me so much, man. But of course, I'm still afar. You know what I mean? You're in the thick of it, bro. So I really appreciate your opinion and you coming up to spend your time with us, man. So real quick, quickly to give you my impression of the video when it comes to how I understand the law and constitutional rights and all that. The officer, okay, when he, at some point, Tyreek Hill's window was completely rolled down, and Tyreek was complying by giving him his driver's license and paperwork. Correct?
Correct. He did not.
Okay.
As
At
he
that
did not
point,
receive
right
anything.
right at that point, the officer scooped up the documents, turned his whole body motion back towards his vehicle, which was a motorcycle. Okay. And quickly did an about face as if he had forgot to get the VIN number and went over to the windshield and looked down at the VIN number and then started to walk back. And as he was passing by the window, that's at which point Tyreek had finished rolling it up. The officer realized that, stopped, and ordered him to roll down his window. It took a minute, but he did roll it down a couple inches for the officer to speak, at which point the officer ordered him to roll it down all the way or he would remove him from the vehicle. And without even I hope I didn't cut out, but without even a response, immediately shifted his order from roll it down the rest of the way or I'm pulling you out of the vehicle to, you know what, I'm just going to pull you out of the vehicle. Like he didn't even give him a chance to respond at that point. And then obviously we saw what happened after that, which we can go down the rabbit's hole in a minute, what happened after that, because everything after that, there's no reason for whatsoever. I want to make sure we're sussing out the moment which caused them to think that they had the authority to treat a citizen that way inside his own vehicle and what rights Tyreek has when it comes to rolling that window up in the manner he did.
Well, Tyreek has, first of all, there's no law on the books nowhere in America that says that you have to roll down your window.
Okay.
There's no law. There's no law in the books that says you have to hand over your documents. The law states that you must present them upon request, right? Which
Right.
means I can just show it to you, and your ass have to write down my information. I don't have to give it to you. Right. So now there is case law that states that if an officer feels that there might be some type of officer safety, then they can ask the driver or order the driver out of the vehicle. Right. That's for officer safety. At that point,
Right.
if it's an officer safety issue, you must comply and get out of the vehicle. If not, you go down that rabbit hole of resisting, which is interference with official
Okay.
duty.
Okay. Real quick on that. I just got to interject real quick with a question just to clarify. If is there, and maybe there's already case law on it, I don't know. But if a person in their vehicle has already displayed their window down and displayed the inner contents of their car, what reasonable suspicion or probable cause does the officer then have to say, now my safety is in jeopardy because he rolled up a tinted window that I can't see through?
Well, that's just it. That the courts have given officers so much leeway. It says that the courts can't decipher what the officer feels is in best interest of
Right.
their own safety.
Right.
Even though that we know that being a police officer is not even the top 25 of most dangerous jobs in America.
Now
For
that's
some
putting us
reason,
right, and that's putting aside the idea that okay, maybe you did want him to have his window down and he didn't realize it. So
but you
you
don't
know,
have to.
but even so, is there something to be said about a decorum when it comes to asking somebody to do that as a human
Absolutely,
being?
it's called. Well, not only that, but every police department have a code of conduct, or a code of ethics, right? And you are to present yourself in a professional manner because you are not representing Officer Dumbass. You're representing Miami-Dade Police Department. So you have to show
And
some
the
type of
law
profession,
and the Constitution, let's not forget.
right? Right. You have to show some form of you know, humility and professionalism when you're dealing with the public. So what the officer should have said was, sir, since you don't want to let your windows down and I can't see, I have an officer safety concern, I'm going to ask you to exit your vehicle. Right. That is the way you would do that. You're going
Which
to,
I have
I need
seen a
you.
lot of videos. Just to be clear, I have seen a lot of the videos that are circulate YouTube. You know that you're in the community, where officers have like almost like a robot said those very things, like because that's clearly articulating the reasons you want him to roll your window down.
Correct. Now
And
there
and
is,
and, it, and
there is,
it's my understanding that they have an obligation to do that before a command becomes lawful. Before it gets the
no.
designation of lawful. You see, because my
Well,
whole point is, I know it's extreme, but what if they just
well, that
ordered
is the
somebody to
command,
run into the
color.
middle of the street?
That is the command, right? That is the command. So I'm going to need you to roll your windows down. I can't see in your vehicles. It's safety. It's
Right,
officer safety issue.
because
That
it
is
was
the command.
coupled with an articulation of the reasoning. You
Right.
know what I mean?
Correct.
Right. But my
But
point is,
I want people.
my only point is that what doesn't give an officer the license to just order us to run into the middle of the street? I know that's an extreme example, but I'm trying to illustrate a point. Like, you know what I mean? Like
Right.
it has to be a lawful order. And that
Right. It
there's
has to be a
there's
lawful order.
there's criteria that qualify it as a lawful order.
Well, it
Like
has to be
like
right.
reasonable
Absolutely.
suspicion and stuff like that. You know what I mean?
Well,
Probable cause, obviously.
reasonable suspicion in itself is not always enough. You got to have reasonable,
Correct. I
articulable
just wanted a
suspicion.
starting point. You know what I mean? Like
Right. Right.
they didn't even articulate reasonable suspicion to him. Now, you can
Right.
argue with me that one guy didn't recognize it was Tyreek. Okay, I'm not gonna.
That doesn't right. That
Right.
doesn't
Right.
matter. What matters is one of the things that I want to put to bed is the type of stop it was. So when dealing with traffic stops, we have two different types of stops, right?
Okay.
You have what's
Elaborate.
called
Please elaborate.
what we know. What we know is the everyday random traffic stop, right? You were speeding, you ran a stop sign, you cut somebody off. Those are everyday routine types of traffic stops. And then you have what's called a felony stop. A felony stop is they ran the tag is coming back stolen, the car is coming back stolen, they're reporting of, you just committed some type of crime in this vehicle, you're holding someone hostage in this vehicle, things like that. Those are felony stops. During a felony stop, guns are drawn, right? There are commands ordered before even approaching the car. That is a felony stop, right? When if you ever see the cops pull somebody over and they got their guns out, they're committing a felony stop. Normally, in this type of situation where Tyreek admitted he was going 55, not 100, like some people are out there trying to say, even the cop on the video said where he admitted going 5.5. That's on the video by the cop from the body camera of the cop,
Right. And
right?
I'm guessing
So
it transitioned to like 35 right there without him realizing it or something. Or I don't know. I'm
well,
speculating. I don't
it,
really know how it is.
that's irrelevant. Color.
Okay.
Tyreek admitted to going
Well,
past the speed
I know
limit.
it's not an excuse. What I meant to say was, for anybody that might be
Yeah,
like, you shouldn't have been doing 55 in a 35. Well, sometimes in Florida they just
no.
switch like that and you don't know it. A tree might be covering it, you know,
No,
or
people should
something.
just learn to. People should learn to just shut the fuck up and present
Well,
their
I know.
information and
I'm
just
trying to
fuck
mitigate
up.
that because it's already starting, Big Nick, as you've
Right.
noticed on social media.
I can't. I can't and I won't defend Tyreek because he should have just shut the fuck up. Right.
You're right.
So
You're right.
if
I'm trying to
don't
suss
admit to
out
breaking the law.
why the reason that Americans feel that they should just have to shut the fuck up is because of the very code of conduct you're talking about.
Well, no, Americans should just shut the fuck up because anything you say can and will be used against you.
Well, that
They're not
too.
your friend.
That too.
They're not your
Once
friend.
you're under arrest, of course, yes.
No, even before you arrest.
Well, you know,
Listen, color.
I know,
Even
I
before
know.
you're under no obligation whatsoever. As long as you're inside of this country or our territory, you're under
Right.
no obligation to say anything to law enforcement
And that's
other
where I
than
wanted to. I'm glad you
other than
brought it
what's
to that point,
lawfully
Big Nick.
required.
Big
Only
Nick,
what's
I'm
lawfully
with you.
required.
I'm with you, and I'm glad you brought it to that point because this is where it really comes down to what would have happened and where would have Tyreek's rights laid or lied if he just never said one word to them when they pulled him over. My question is, do the cops have an obligation before they rip him out of the vehicle to at least articulate to them that this is the reason we're about to do this to you? Even if
No,
they had to yell it through the window.
no,
Right.
no. Cops do not
Okay,
have an
right.
obligation to give you any information.
If they're at the point of having the probable cause of, hey, this dude has already demonstrate high speed, we can't even see who it is through the tinted window, we've got to open this car up. I get that part
Yeah,
of it,
but
right?
right. But
Okay.
that didn't happen. So that's why I
Of
don't like
course
talking
not.
about scenarios that didn't happen.
I understand, but the reason I'm getting there is because when you're talking about what they claim to be criminal reckless driving and not being able, let's say in a situation like that, they would not have even had to because of the safety concern of the general public. They could have just ripped him out of the vehicle to begin with and not said one word to him and taken him to
Again, if
jail.
that was the case,
So my question
again, if
is,
that wait, color. If that
okay,
was the
go ahead.
case, right? This is
I
the
know
reason
that's
why I
not
don't
the
like
case.
dealing with hypothetical. The case,
I
the
know you
point
don't
is,
like hypotheticals. The reason
in that case,
it's leading me to a
listen to
question
me,
that I have
color.
for you, right?
Okay, let's shelve that question for a second. The reason why that I don't like dealing with that particular hypothetical is because in that case, then there would have been, if it would have been criminal reckless driving, right? At that point, it would have became a felony stop.
Of
There was
course.
no indication that it was a felony stop.
Of course.
So
You're
since
going
we're
right where I
not
want
dealing,
you to go. I got you.
right?
I'm with you on that. Okay? Because it now brings the question to that I've illustrated already throughout the show when I showed the video of them and how they handled him while he was already cuffed standing on the sidewalk, right? Okay? The question I have is, are they not telling on themselves when it comes to if you whatever warranted you the aggression that you showed, should it not be enough of an of whatever to have still had him in custody on other charges or the charge that they had him pulled over for or whatever? In other words, you released him and wrote him 2 tickets. Why could that have not been done after he handed you his credentials and you started to walk back to the motorcycle so he got the idea it was okay to roll his window up?
Because people, even in this audience that's listening to you, believe that police have authority. They
Of
don't.
course.
Police have authority. They have authority over the law, right? They don't have
I
authority over
started the
you.
show
They
by
don't.
explaining where these people come from. They are supposed to be just like us, Big Nick, but they
Right?
don't see themselves that way.
They have authority over the law. If there's no law for them to enforce, then technically they have no purpose. They're a piece of government equipment. That's all they are. That's why they can't talk about who they're going to vote for. They can't wear the clothes they want to wear. They can't go where they want to go. When they are on duty, they're a piece of particular duty. I got a call. I'm sorry.
Oh, no problem, man. Take your time. We got all afternoon.
Then you have no purpose. So But the point was, the major point was, is that it was excessive force use for no reason. What Tyreek allegedly did was still under civil purview, and if the cop felt that there was the need for uh, officer safety, then absolutely 9 times out of 10 that would be something that would be explained to the individual. Right?
Right.
That would be explained because everybody isn't aware of case law. They don't know. Right. So
Right.
it is not a requirement, but it's a courtesy, a professional courtesy to inform the person who you're taking out of their comfort element, the reason why you're taking them out of their comfort element.
Right.
And
Right.
none of that was happening. And they didn't give Tyreek an opportunity to exit his vehicle on his own. He went hands on immediately, right? Immediately he went hands
Well,
on, which is excessive force.
considering how phenomenally athletic Tyreek Hill is looking these days, I'm pretty sure it would have been harder to get him down than it was had he been putting up a fight. You know what I mean?
Well, excessive force or any type of use of force has to be mandated by the force needed, right? So
Right.
if Tyreek isn't um, perpe- perpetrating any type of force, then you can't forcefully use
Right.
force, right?
And that harkens back to my point earlier in the show about how many
But
millions
wait,
of people there are in the public and where we all come from. He didn't act quick enough for their taste, is the way I look at it, Big Nick.
people have to understand there's a difference between a detainment and an arrest. If Tyreek sit in his car and a police officer said you're under arrest, and Tyreek refuses to get out, at that point you can go hands on, right? But Tyreek was not under arrest; he was
And he
technically
certainly
detained.
wasn't showing any aggression.
Right? Absolutely,
See, that's
absolutely.
my whole thing. Now let's fast forward, okay, to him standing there in cuffs with the one officer that's got him by the arm, okay, in firm grasp, okay, explaining to him because and my point earlier was that for some reason cops think that when you ask for a reason why they ordered you to do something, they assume that immediately means you're arguing about whether they have the authority to make you do that or not, right? So the first officer you could hear him literally, oh, I can make you do that, you're going to do it anyway. So it seemed like that confusion was already in the air, if you know what I mean. And I'm thinking, okay, fine, but him and Tyreek were still kind of working it out, and that cop was at least receptive to Tyreek starting to say, "Hey, I've had knee surgery. Give me a second." You know what I mean? Whatever he was starting to get out. At which point, the other officer now again forcibly redirects him, as the verbiage is from the PBA, to the ground. And I'm just wondering again. It goes back to lawful orders, like. By this point, Big Nick, if every officer right there don't know this is Tyreek Hill, they should be fired for being that incompetent. First of all, okay. So we know by then, at the very least, I don't care if anybody wants to argue whether the cop knew it was him or not. By the time he's on the sidewalk with handcuffs, the entire world already knows it's happening. They know it's Tyreek.
I don't care if the cop knew it was Tyreek or not. What if it was Tyreek? What if it was me?
Agreed. I agree with that. But I want to get to that point separately, okay? Because it really comes down to any citizen, of course, which I'm glad.
It sounds like when you say the cop should have known it was Tyreek, he should have gave Tyreek
No,
some type of special.
my point is this, Big Nick. My point is this: is that knowing it was Tyreek should provide a flood of new information to come into those officers' head. I'm not saying that it matters. I'm saying that it provides a lot of information at that point, right? And so, two of the pieces of information that it provides them is one, he's no longer a flight risk. Okay. Because we all know they could have said, well, he's known as the cheetah. He could have ran. Okay, no, but it's Tyreek Hill. Unless you think he's that dumb, which careful thinking he's that dumb, careful with your words. You see what I'm saying, Big Nick? Unless you think he's that stupid He's no longer a flight risk. And the second thing it tells you when you realize who this is that he's not going to put his hands on you. The cuffs should have come off immediately.
Well, exactly. I mean, after a certain point, someone should have been questioning. So why was he at the car? Why was he in? I mean, but that's the whole thing about why people like me say there's no such thing as a good cop. I don't care who's listening to this. There's no such thing as a good cop. It doesn't exist. It's an oxymoron. It's an oxymoron.
Again, separate discussion, and I'm not saying whether I agree or disagree or where I land on that. But this gets back to what I was asking about when they were ordering him to the ground. Okay, to me, with all the information you now have about who this is, that order of ordering him to the ground, to me, is no different than ordering him to go run in the street.
Yeah, that's not a lawful command to sit on the ground.
Thank you. That's what I was trying. That's what I'm so glad you're here to help me feel more confident about saying. You know what I mean?
You say it's for my safety and your safety. Then if that's the case, I don't have to sit on the ground if you want me to be safe and put me in the back of your patrol car.
Perfectly fine here, right? Much less, I recently had surgery on my knee. Can you do me like what if Tyreek would have calmly said, "Officer, I prefer to stand, thank you."
Well, you could have said that, but the point I'm making is that can you stop? You know what I'm doing, and you do it anyway. I'm sorry, guys. Listen, the point is,
they wanted him to submit. They wanted his submission, bro. Let's be real.
Right. They want all us to submit. They have a perceived notion of authority. Right? They have a notion that they have some type of authority over.
Sorry for anybody that thinks Tyreek was playing some kind of card when he said what he said. I'm sorry. At that point, you don't get to control how Tyreek Hill expresses his emotions when you just made him another grown man submit to you.
Culler, please. Anybody that says that he's played a card, fuck them, and I tell you why. Because Sonya Massey was in her home with a pot of boiling water that the cops told her to grab that was 15 feet away from her. So fuck them when people say that we played a race card when it comes to shit. I'm well aware of
that incident. And the thing of it is, Big Nick, my overarching point was that, even if he was in the wrong for saying that, who the hell is anybody at that point when another grown man forced him to submit to him for no reason other than submission? Who is anybody to say how Tyreek expresses that anger?
A young, muscular black man in a $500,000 vehicle going above the speed limit and not immediately saying yes to boss is enough for a threat. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck what color the police officer is. I don't give a fuck. This is
why it's a difficult discussion for me to have, because I normally don't fall on that position, Big Nick. But it's clear to me. But it's clear to me that this man wanted Tyreek Hill to submit, and I want this man to answer why.
I mean, yeah, right. Like they're ever going to ask him that type of question.
I know. But back to your further point that I wanted you to be able to get out was that, look, and it's the same question Tyreek asked. What if I wasn't Tyreek?
Right. And the only reason I say that is because if people bring up that he didn't know who Tyreek was, that shit doesn't matter. That implies that you guys expect Tyreek to get some type of special.
Yeah, I just wanted you to know that the only reason for me bringing it up was to illustrate that gave them information, not that it mattered. You know what I mean? But that it gave them information about this person.
Okay, but still,
that he's no longer a flight risk. You know what I mean? And probably ain't going to put his hands on us.
Yeah, but I want that same understanding and courtesy too, and I don't have a $500,000 car. I'm not a muscular young rich black man.
So, I get it, but you know what?
Why can I have that same courtesy?
I've seen it though, Big Nick. I've seen some of them cops be like, "I know who you are," and they watch their P's and Q's when they see you, bro. I know, I've seen it.
I mean, yeah. Yeah, but the bottom line, anybody that like the Big O, right? I don't like to name drop other shows on anybody's show, but
Well, we're about
I am
freedom here, bro. You say what you need to say.
I'm officially done with him. He is the biggest. Anyway, I'm just done with the Big O.
And look, Big
You
Nick, I get where people are
know.
coming from that you just didn't comply, but I'm trying to figure out the reason why we feel
Stop
that way.
saying that. We comply all the time. All the freaking time we comply. I'm sick of hearing just comply. Philando Castile complied when he told the officer that he had a concealed carry and he had a weapon in the car. When the officer asked him to show him the weapon, he's unalive. I am sick of this whole just comply. Sawyer Massey complied. We can go down a list of people who complied.
I know,
Fuck you and your compliance. We
I know, Big
comply.
Nick.
If
I know.
anybody want to show, if anybody want to show this black man what it looks like for a black person to comply and still be safe, I'll be more than willing to look and listen. So please, somebody show me what
And
it
look,
takes for a black person to comply and still be safe. Because we have seen us
here's the
comply
thing, Big Nick,
and
and I
not
want to
be
say
safe.
this is the part I need to say to people because once and for all, people have to know that I'm not making it about me. Okay. When I say this, okay, I have when you talk about the manner in which Tyreek Hill was treated as a human being from start to finish, I, other than the
Wait,
level of
color.
aggression,
Wait, color. Color, wait. Did Tyreek Hill get a ticket for proof of insurance?
I don't know what the two tickets were, but it
No,
was reported he
he
got
didn't.
two tickets.
Okay, so he didn't get a ticket for no proof of insurance. He didn't get a ticket
Likely not.
for
Likely not. Yeah.
he didn't get a ticket for no vehicle registration.
It looked like there was
Let me
about
finish,
three
color.
pieces of
Color. I'm
paper.
getting to a point.
I
I'm getting
got
to
you.
a point.
I got you.
He didn't get a ticket for no insurance. He didn't get a ticket for no registration. He didn't get a ticket for no valid driver's license, right? Which means the officer were aware that the three documents that's needed to operate a vehicle on our highways he had, which means he complied. There is no lawful order to roll your window down. So
Agreed.
how did he not comply? And why is this compliance a narrative in this situation? When he
Right.
didn't get a ticket for no insurance, he didn't get a ticket for no proof of registration, he didn't get a ticket for not having a valid
And
driver's
what I'm
license.
contending is that whatever would have warranted that would have been strong enough for them to still have him in custody and miss the game.
Compliance for a black man is to just get on your face, put your hands behind your back, don't say shit, and let this man violate
Right.
your
Now,
constitutional
up
rights.
to that
That's
point, and that's what I was saying, up to those extremes, I've never been treated that way. But when it comes to the manner in which Tyreek was treated, there ain't it's not exclusive to one, ethnicity, color, creed, whatever. So what I'm trying to say is
ah,
wait a minute. What I'm trying to say is when it comes to some of the constitutional aspects of it, I've been treated like this by every single interaction I've had with officers. Okay. And
color. You know what gaslighting is?
what I'm
You
telling the
know
world,
gaslighting?
okay, Big Nick, but let me finish. What I'm telling people is I have to be able to say that for people to know it's real. But I also
No.
will say
Okay.
that the only reason I'm alive is because I'm white.
Okay. Now, do you know what gaslighting is, color? You do. You're a smart guy. You know
Of
what
course I
gaslighting is.
do. And
So you
I
made
know
a
what you're
statement.
gonna say, bro.
No. You made a statement that's absolutely 100% true. All demographics at some point have been treated this way by law enforcement.
You're still alive
But,
because
but,
I'm
but
white.
part
And I'm
the
willing
part
to
that
say
you
that.
omitted, the part that you omitted, color. The reason I brought up the term gaslighting is that when you say that, yeah, all demographics has been affected by this. The next words out of your mouth is people of color, particularly black people, are disproportionate
And
treated like this.
that could be true too. I don't. That's something
No,
that
you
I
know
haven't
that
done. You
can
know what
be
I mean?
true.
I would rely on. That's why you're here to correct me on that. I don't know that
That's not
like
something
those
that
actual
can be true.
demographic numbers and all that. I can
FBI
assume I can assume things, you know what I mean? And I might agree with you, but I'm saying I'm glad you're saying that. The overarching point was I'm alive today simply because I'm white in a lot of those cases.
FBI statistics show that white people in America, right, have more encounters with law enforcement than any other demographic in this country. However, the arrest proportions between whites and minority are very disproportionate. Also, FBI statistics show that black people, in particular, black men, are 3 times more likely to be killed by law enforcement than white people are. Now, how is that when white people have more interactions with black people too, but yet we have a less likelihood of walking away 3 times to be a fact, to be a matter of fact, than white people do.
And I mean, I could speculate an
You
answer.
do, you know. No,
I
you
mean,
didn't speculate shit. You know why? Come on, man. Stop
well, I
playing
mean,
color. Come on, man. This the Freedom Network, remember?
when the numbers are that way for as long as they have been, it's hard for me to disagree with the reasons. You know what I mean? Because especially because of what I saw, Sunday. Like, I mean,
you know what? If anybody that think that black people,
I do know that at the very least, having had similar encounters throughout my life, I'm probably only alive because I'm white, and that is enough of a problem.
For anybody out there that's saying black people always try and victim motherfuckers, is because we are victims, motherfucker. We are victims. So
I mean,
fuck you with your fake ass guilt. I'm gonna wear that shit with a badge of honor. I'm gonna scream that shit to the mountaintop. That yes, I am a victim.
But here's the thing, Big Nick. Here's the thing, Big Nick. If I'm not able to go to do my thing and tell people that aren't affected by it the way others are, if I'm not able to tell them, hey, look, this is affecting you too, because it's a matter of nobody should be treated this way, then they're going to keep putting their head in the dirt and complying.
But it's not that you're having the conversations, it's who you're having the conversations with, Color. That's what matters.
I understand.
Who are you having those conversations with? Right? You got to have those conversations with your brother, with your uncle.
Well, currently I'm speaking to everybody. You know what I mean? Like in this format, but I have my whole life, Big Nick, and everybody just wants to say, do what you're told. Well, okay, where's the line? Where's the limit to what they can tell us to do?
And I mean, that's the power that people decide to give to the police department that the police department themselves don't even have. They didn't even give themselves. The power that they have is the power that we allow them to have.
And so far as I know, we have not allowed them the power that some of those officers exercised Sunday.
I see it.
And that part is the part the courts are going to decide.
I completely disagree with that. We haven't allowed. I mean, the civilians, we allowed that shit. That's why they feel emboldened enough to do it. For instance, if I'm walking down the road, right, and
I meant that our books don't allow it. We allow it because we don't adhere to the law.
No, it's not that we don't adhere to the law. It's that we have a notion of perceived authority and we don't question it, right? The biggest part of being an American is that we're supposed to question authority. And for some reason, when it comes to the government, to the police in particular, we don't question authority.
Well,
we need to question authority.
Also, Big Nick, another thing we've lost is the definition of the word liberty. In case you all don't know, liberty is literally an antonym for compliance.
Nah.
Yeah.
I disagree with that.
Your liberty is the freedom. The liberty is the freedom to not be compelled, Big Nick.
Liberty is your right to pursue your happiness unabated by the government.
And not be compelled.
I mean, but it's not taking away your liberty to tell you to put a seatbelt on when you're driving down the highway. That's not taking away your liberty.
No, it's not because it's not because we have exercised our voting rights to make that a law that we've all agreed
Right.
upon.
So
So we
that's
don't
that
have the
that's
license. So we don't have the license to drive
yeah,
without a seatbelt.
but you can't pick and choose what you're going to be compelled or not compelled against. That has nothing to do with liberty.
No. But liberty doesn't say, oh, I have the liberty not to drive without a seatbelt. It has I have the liberty not to comply. We have given the license to
No.
authorities to render consequences for not complying, but you have the liberty to not comply to a seatbelt rule.
Absolutely. But I don't want to conflate the two. That
I know. I
liberty
understand.
means
I understand.
non-compliance.
I understand.
But anyway,
I understand what you're saying.
just the point is, people saw it in 4K. What happened to Tyreek? For those that did, people saw it in 4K. People saw the overreaction. People saw the brutality of people whose job is to enforce the law, not to go hands on with people. People saw that and still want to make excuses for the law enforcement. And the reason why law enforcement gets such a carte blanche, even when you watch them on television and you see a bad cop on television in a movie or a TV series, the only people to bring down that bad cop are who? Other cops.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So even when it shows about a bad cop, another cop comes to the rescue.
Well, I've already tried to push back a little bit on the narrative of, look, I'm not going to sit here and diminish law enforcement and its importance and all that. The fact of it is, there were 5 or 6 other officers that stood there and let that happen Sunday.
But you will push back on the notion that there is that there are no bad cops, though. No good cops. You'll push back on that narrative, right?
I mean,
how can it be a good cop if there's a bad cop? Explain that to me. Explain that. What's the job of a good cop?
I've witnessed supervisors de-escalate, bro.
What's the job of a good cop? What's the job of a good cop? To get rid of anything that's bad, right? So why are there still bad cops?
I mean, you make a more of a macro point that is valid. I mean, I have to agree with it.
Think about it. How can it be a bad cop if they're a good cop?
My point was only to say that anybody that wants to excuse the other officers standing around letting it happen need to look inward.
They weren't good cops. They weren't good cops. They weren't good cops. What do you expect from people who are not good cops? You can be a good person but be a bad cop. No one is saying that people might not be
one
good
of them people said, "Hey, wait a minute. Can we pump the brakes for a minute on this? This is getting way out of hand."
But I also understand psychology, Culler. You ever served in the military?
No, I haven't.
Okay, so imagine you served in the military, you're at wartime, right? And you're the guy that's always telling on that guy that's fucking up in the platoon, right? Always fucking up in the company, always doing something wrong. You're always telling on this guy, getting him in trouble. And then you guys go out to battle, right? You got to rely on that guy that you're always telling on to have your back. Now, what do you think the chances of this guy wanting to have your back when you're always ratting on him, stitching him out?
Right.
Right? So it's the same thing in the police department, right? You have to go along to get along because you never know when you're going to be in a situation where you're going to need that guy to have your back. And it's up to them whether they have your back or not.
It's just really interesting how, like, if all of the doctors decided together that they were just gonna be however they wanted to be to people. Imagine walking to a doctor's office and your doctor saying, "You're gonna get on that freaking table or I'm gonna yank your kidneys out."
Well, there's a law against that. They taking Hippocratic oath, right?
Right.
So cops taking oath to the Constitution,
right?
But it's not that. What needs to be done is that these cops need to carry liability insurance, just like doctors do.
Right. But what I'm saying though is,
liability.
What I'm saying is, what if other people were like, well, doctors have a really high pressure job and they really need you to comply when they tell you to lay down on the table. So you better do it because I'm going to excuse them ripping out your kidneys if you don't.
Yeah, but that's again because doctors are held at
that's
a
where
higher
we're at
liability.
with law enforcement, Big Nick. That's where we're at.
No, because even if that's the case, the doctor is still held at a higher liability.
In the real world, I'm talking about
there's consequences for bad doctors.
That was okay for doctors to do.
But we won't get to that road. But yeah, I understand what you're trying to say. I understand what you're trying to, but the main point is people are
When you go to when you go downtown, or you go to, wherever you might go because you got to file some paperwork at the sheriff's department or whatever. Did they ever not frisk some, or in other words, did they ever not make somebody go through the metal detector?
No.
Then why did they not adhere to the Constitution ever?
What do you mean? What do you mean?
In other words, there are jobs that people do in this world, in this country, in society, that are so important, okay, that they never not do them. You're never going to walk into a courthouse without walking through a metal detector. So why do we ever have a traffic stop where an officer of the law doesn't adhere to the Constitution? That's his
Because
prime
they don't know the
directive.
Constitution, Color. They
I
don't
know the
know it.
answers. I know I'm really more giving a rhetorical question. I know the
They don't
answers to
know
that
it.
question.
They don't know it. If they knew it, they probably would, but they don't know it. They don't even know the
And
laws.
the other question is why we as a society don't demand that adherence like we do to the security guard at the jailhouse, who's going to make sure you don't walk in with a shank.
Because for over 200 years, cops have been treated as heroes, right? It's been, I mean,
Imagine if an
if you tell,
F-16 pilot said, "You know what? That guy on the ground just pissed me off." Pew.
hey, Color,
You know what I mean?
hey, Color, if you tell a woman that weighs 110 pounds, right, every day for the next 10 years of her life that she's fat, eventually, what she's gonna believe.
Yeah, I know. I hear you
Right?
there.
So if the government or people are telling everyone in society for 200 years that the cops are heroes, what do you think they're going to believe?
I hear you. Now that
So the
gets us to
heroes,
go ahead. Go ahead.
there's two heroes. There's about 3 or 4 real heroes in government, right? You got firefighters, you got servicemen and women, you got teachers, right? Those are heroes. Those are heroes. Cops are law enforcers. Cops show up after the deed. Cops very seldomly prevent the deed from happening. How the heroes. And I'm saying this from a person who understands that cops have a place and a purpose in our society. Right? I do believe that. I don't want to walk into an apartment and see a 3-year-old dead baby. I don't want to see that. I'm not built for that. People
Sure.
are. There's a job.
Sure.
There's a purpose for cops. But
Right.
all we're saying is that you remember that you are the servant of the public. Your job is to make sure that the public is safe and good. Your job is not to dominate or to stand over the public. In the hierarchy of our society, is we the people, and then below us at our feet is the government. Period. The government is here to serve us, we the people. We are the bosses. They are public servants. Every servant has a master. And until we realize that we the people are stronger than any branch of government, we're going to continue to go through this shit.
Yeah. Well, I ain't sticking my
But
head in the dirt about it anymore. I'm 40.
as
I'm
long as we
40
got
something
people,
years old. I'm 40 something years old, Big Nick, and I'm simply absolutely tired of being treated a certain way by people that are supposed to be my equal.
well, they're not your equal. They're not. They're beneath you. They're not your equal, Color.
That's the further point. Sure.
They're not your equal.
I mean, I'm sorry to sound like I'm probably sounded like a snowflake, but it's like, yo, you don't need to freaking talk to people that way, man. All I'm saying is with 1.9 million people in Palm Beach County alone, chances are you're going to run across somebody that's not receptive to that type of
Color is more
attitude.
than that in Palm Beach County. Come on, Color. It's more
Well,
than
by
that in
now,
Palm Beach
I'm
County.
probably going by 1990s numbers. You know what I mean? But
I'm sure it's 1 million people in Delray alone.
I know, right? But my point
Yeah,
is,
I mean
though,
West Palm Beach.
my
Come on,
point
man.
was, though, that with all that many people, you're probably going to come across people that are not as receptive to that attitude as others.
Well, it's perception, man. Again, we as American citizens have to get rid of that perception.
Why is it that the 1.9 million have an obligation to be cordial and respectful, but the couple thousand don't?
Again, there's no obligation. It's perception. If you watch my videos, right? If you watch my videos, if we're talking about your police duties, then I'm absolutely in compliance with what you're saying. But
Right.
when you deviate from your scope of authority, then you're just a man talking to another man. And as long as
Right.
I don't threaten you, as long as I don't threaten you, I can say whatever the fuck I want to say because in the First Amendment of the United States Constitution, it states that we have the right to redress our government, right? And so, a member of a school board, all the way up to the sheriff of the police department, is the government. We have the right to redress them. If I want to say you're a fucking piece of shit, scumbag, you elected officials, there's nothing criminal in that because I am exercising my constitutional right of redressing my government. So once they get outside of the scope of their authority, which is enforcing law, then they're outside of that scope and they're just another person. And I can say whatever the hell I want to say as long as I'm not threatening them.
Yeah, and I mean, look, and I'm just saying that, like, if not everybody is going to react to uh quit crying
You know why?
the same way
You know why?
as another man. You know what I mean? Like,
Do you know what Benjamin Franklin's my favorite quote by Benjamin Franklin? Do you know what that is?
I do not.
Benjamin Franklin said, "Those who sacrifice freedom for safety deserves neither
Oh, that's
freedom
my
nor
favorite too.
safety.
That's my favorite too, man.
Deserves neither freedom nor safety."
That's
Right.
my
So
favorite too.
I'm
You
not
must like
going
Patrick Henry too.
I am not going to give up my rights just so you can make me feel safe.
All they
I'm
can
not going to
do,
do
hey,
it.
what was the old saying, Big Nick? All they can do is end us. They can't make me do nothing, man. All they can do is end me.
Hmm. Hey,
That's the only
you
power
know,
they
I'm not.
have, bro. And once you don't fear that anymore, it's like, okay, what
So
do you want to do to me now? You know what I mean?
for everybody who's listening, for everyone who's listening to the sound of my voice, the most dangerous thing that you can say when dealing with law enforcement, right? Especially when other people can hear you say it, is to just let them do their jobs. That is the most dangerous thing that you can say in front of people when dealing with law enforcement
Oh man.
because people will hear that and they will just let them people violate their constitutional rights because they just want to go home and watch TV. Man, I just want to go home. Let him do his job. Fuck that. Fuck that. My
The
rights are
the
more
other
important than
thing,
your.
if you want to get a little more abstract and kind of
But you got to
out
know when to fight, though. You got to know
right,
when to
right,
fight. If you on that back road in Alabama at 3 o'clock in the morning and you look like me, then you got to do what you got to do to get home. I
right,
understand
right,
that. You got to know
right.
when to pick your battles.
Yeah, that's true. And so look, I think it's fair to say, and this is where people want to keep coming back to, they want to make it about Tyreek's actions, Big Nick. And I understand why they say that because I'm not dumb.
Action, they
I
want to make
know
it
that
by
if
Tyreek.
Tyreek would have, I know that if Tyreek would have done certain things that we all know we have to do, or that's happening, then he would have been fine. But that's not an excuse.
By Tyreek's action, they mean Tyreek's skin color.
Well, okay.
Yeah, I know. Well, ain't it? Because what actions? When was
Well,
Tyreek last
they've
arrested?
been quite
When was
they've been
Tyreek last
quite when it comes to the machine gunning orders at you and then saying you're not complying. I've been treated that way, bro. You know what I mean?
Well, I didn't see any weapons being drawn, so I didn't see that in the video. Maybe I
And I
need to
haven't
look
had any
again.
drawn on me either, so I admit to you that.
Yeah.
But my point is that, like, what is you're bombarding somebody and then expecting them to jump, and if they don't, this is the consequence.
Right. Well, I mean, that is something that's going to be. But the only way, really, we can truly get
Only a
that shit fixed.
jury, only a judge
Color,
or a jury can issue a consequence, dude.
Color, you know you can get in your car and go to the county meeting in Miami-Dade. You know that you can
I
participate
don't
in the
live in
county.
Miami-Dade.
It
I'm
doesn't
not
matter.
part of that jurisdiction, but I would certainly do it if
It,
it
it,
mattered, you
it
know?
doesn't matter. Listen, let me tell you why it doesn't matter, Color. Because you got a federal tax, right? That goes to the federal government. The federal government disperses funds across this country to every municipality in this country, which means your funds, your tax dollars, have supported Miami-Dade, which means you have a voice inside of Miami-Dade.
What about and I know the Dolphins have been on, have come out immediately on the side of their player and saying, "Hey, this is unacceptable." So kudos to them. However, they also have signs all over their stadium that tell you to comply to the law enforcement or you will be banned from the stadium and your season tickets will be revoked.
Well, that's a private business.
Of course.
They can do it. They can set
Of
whatever
course.
rules they want
So
to
what
set.
I'm saying is, if the Dolphins as an organization, if Stephen Ross wants to put his power where their mouth is, okay, when they're coming out saying we don't think this is right and all that, okay, and we something should be done. Well, there is something that can be done. Okay, isn't
I'm
it?
sure
Isn't
it
it
is.
the Dolphin? Wait a minute, isn't it the Dolphins organization that chooses who they contract to help with security at their stadium?
Well, again,
As far as
absolutely.
I
I'm sure it
understand,
is.
Miami-Dade was Miami-Dade outside of their jurisdiction in that case,
No,
other
they
than
weren't.
other than providing security for the stadium?
No, they weren't. They weren't. They're
Okay.
still law enforcers. They're
Okay,
still
so
law
that was
enforcers.
my other question, and I asked it earlier. I got one answer from
A
somebody that
police
lives
officer is
near.
never truly off duty. A
Well,
police
real
officer is
quick.
never truly off duty.
Right, right. Well, real quick, Big Nick. I asked a question in a Twitter space and I got an answer from somebody that is local. And so I trust the person's answer, but I always verify with another person. You know what I mean? Um, is Miami-Dade Police, that's a county agency, right? Did I lose you, Big Nick?
Hello?
Yes, I got you back.
Yeah, I'm here.
So Miami-Dade Police, am I correct to say that that's a county agency?
Yeah, they're the version of the sheriff, unelected sheriff in
A
Miami.
version. Oh, okay. That was my question. So they're a
Yeah,
police
they doesn't
department.
have a sheriff.
Right. So
Right.
they're a police department that acts as a sheriff's department traditionally does in Florida.
Correct. They're bringing the sheriff back as to when, I don't know, but they are bringing the sheriff back.
Okay. Okay. So
But
it
they're
is currently the
they're the
chief of
version of
that
the sheriff.
department is currently unelected.
I think she's called the superintendent or something like that. I don't think she's called the
Okay.
chief.
But is it an elected position?
Not as of right now, no. But it
Okay.
will be.
Okay. Because
They had a sheriff once. They did away with it, and they're bringing it back.
we can still oust ours up here with the people. You know what I mean? If we had to. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I got Crypto in the back. He's a team member, so I'm going to bring him up. And also
Okay.
probably because he's certainly, got a voice in this matter. Crypto, what's up, man?
Yeah, hang on one moment.
Right on.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? What's up, Big Nick?
What's up, Crypto?
What's up?
I guess I'll just ask for your overall opinion on the whole situation because, where do you begin? There's so many different dynamics involved from how things should have been handled at the window as opposed to how they were then handled while he's standing in cuffs on the sidelines. So there's obviously different spots at which maybe something wasn't violated, but over here it definitely was or whatnot. Just give me your opinion on the whole freaking matter, man.
No, I kind of it said it in a few statements over the last couple of days, but man, it's just one of those things that Tyreek alluded to it when he made the statement. What if I wasn't Tyreek? He was just simply stripping his fame and his name title off and just saying as an ordinary average black man. That's what he was really trying to convey. And I think that kind of got lost in the sauce that he was almost assuring that it would have been a different outcome and it could have been a fatal outcome. I think that was the crux statement. At least that's the way I interpret it when he made that statement. What if I wasn't Tyreek?
And if anybody takes a different
Absolutely.
viewpoint on
What?
that, If anybody takes a different stance on that particular what you just said so eloquently, if anyone disagrees with that, then there's a problem.
Yeah,
I'm going to
yeah,
have to agree with both of you wholeheartedly. Feet jumping in, cold water and all. I'd have to wholeheartedly agree with both of you on that. Enough is enough for
yeah.
me.
Because
I'm just, you know what I mean? Like, I'm tired of anybody
I was
being treated
aware
that
about
way.
those signs
Anybody.
across the stadium. I wasn't even aware of that. I've been to the stadium several times now, and I'm going again this year for the Arizona game. But I wasn't aware of those signs. The
So
compliance
so I
type
will ask
signs.
both of you. I will
I'm
ask
not
both
even
of you
aware of
this.
that.
Crypto and color. I will ask both of you this. The only people who bring it up, who always says this, don't make it a black or white issue, is always who?
Non-black
Whenever
people.
you bring up,
Well,
Well, let's
yeah,
just say
it's mostly
the
whites
cops,
that's doing it.
Big Nick, the
That's
cops on the
it's
scene.
initially coming from them.
The cops on the
black
Yeah,
scene
people,
that's who
said it
initiates
themselves,
it.
bro.
black people
Yeah,
never utter those words. Never utter those words. Don't make it a black or white issue. You never hear black people say that.
Big Nick,
Never.
at
Big
least
Nick,
that's not certain
the
black
very
people's
officers
first
on the
instinct.
scene
Now, only
said that.
certain black people that would say that are the blue blacks, if you know what I mean.
Or the coconut.
Meaning the
Or the
blue blacks,
coconut.
meaning or meaning they're all about the blue and law enforcement, and
Right.
uber
Right.
militaristic blacks. Them the only
Well,
ones that
Right.
would
again,
most likely
the
say that.
very cops on the scene that said that they
Yeah, the
verbalized
cops on
that.
the scene.
And you see Tyreek ignored that shit, right?
Yeah, he
You
ignored
see
it.
he
He was
ignored
like,
that
"I
shit.
ain't."
I'm not going to get
Yeah,
involved
Tyreek said, "I'm not
in
getting
who.
Nah,
I'm
involved
not
with
going to
this."
get involved in the argument as to who
Tyreek
thinks they're a person
Tyreek
of color.
Tyreek
That's not my
ignored that
place
shit.
to have
Yeah,
that argument.
Tyreek ignored that shit because he specifically said that I'm a black man in a nice car. And the officer said, "Come on, man, we're brown people." So what? He said black man. So Tyreek ignored that shit. And as he should have.
yeah.
He was supposed to
He
ignore
said,
that.
he
Because
said,
I would have ignored
yeah,
that.
he definitely ignored that.
Well,
He was
the
clear.
the only quasi non team member, because I think Mounty's a great contributor to the channel. But the reason I'm bringing him up
Bring
is
him
because
up.
I requested a phone call from him before the show started, and the show
Bring
started
him up.
before he got back to me. So I'm gonna let him up too and have
Bring
a
him up.
word. Right on.
Bring him up. I don't care
What's
who
up,
comes up.
Mounty?
Bring him up.
That's Mounty.
Sorry I missed your
Yep,
call, man. Now you know
Mounty's
where
just
I'm at.
rolling up out of bed. He's
Yeah,
It's
no
still
worries.
early in Hawaii, so
I
he's
must
still
yeah.
rolling up out of bed over there.
Well, yeah, I was in and I was doing cleaning the garage and all that kind of shit. So I missed you, bro. But here I am. What's going on, gents?
Nothing much, man.
None, just hashing out the new video that was released.
Oh, Tyreek Hill. Yeah,
Yeah, that was the latest full
listen,
scale
man.
video. I guess they had the full.
I didn't. I saw bits and clips of it, and I usually
Well,
reserve.
go to my channel. I got the whole video up, unedited.
Yeah,
Big Nick South Florida Accountability.
I usually reserve my commentary until I see the whole thing because, hey, look, you see bits and clips and shit's just chopped up just to kind of drive a narrative instead of seeing the whole thing, and then you can make an informed decision. And now, being that I saw the whole video, one, Tyreek Hill, he was speeding, excessive speed. Okay, he was wrong. I think had he not, I mean, Nick, you can speak more to this because that's kind of your area with all the.
Excessive though? Excessive?
Well, look,
20 miles over?
he was flying.
20 miles over?
Right,
Right,
he,
if it's
55
20
and a
over, there's a
35?
threshold to call it reckless. I think the threshold of recklessness.
I
I
believe
don't
yeah.
know if it was
it's
superseded
30 miles an hour in Florida is the
to be
threshold for
considered
criminal
reckless.
reckless driving when it
Right,
comes
So,
to
because if
speed.
it
but
was that, then
that,
that means he would have been arrested.
I mean, me personally, look, I've been pulled over by the cops a couple times, and me personally, I just think had he just surrendered his information, he would have been off on his way.
He
No,
did
he
that.
he did that. The
Yeah,
guy
he
Well,
had his
did.
see, this
license
is what
right
we're
there in his
talking
hand.
about.
He did.
This is what we're
He
talking
did.
about,
He
right?
had his window rolled entirely all the way down and handed him his
Handed him
credentials.
his driver's license, and that was it.
Mounty.
They should have went straight back to their car.
He got a ticket for they say reckless, and he got a ticket for interference or resisting. He got tickets for that. He didn't get a ticket for no proof of insurance. He didn't get a ticket for no proof of registration, and he didn't get a ticket for driving invalid. What that tells you, since he didn't get a ticket with all three for any of those things, that the cops saw those documents, which means he complied.
So
So
when
when you
cop told him,
go into an area of compliance, then that's setting a bad narrative for people who look like us, man. Because we comply all the time.
so when the
That is
cop
a
told
bad
him,
narrative.
so when the cop told him to roll down his window, it seemed like, was he giving him a hard time rolling down the window? Like, I know he
Well,
rolled
I'm
it.
going to ask you this.
Okay,
I'm
hold
going to
on.
ask you this.
Hold on, guys.
Wait.
Go
No,
ahead,
because I
Big
need
Man. Go
you
ahead,
to know
Big
this.
Man. Answer him, and then I just want to
Okay.
take over for just a sec. Go ahead, man.
I'm going to ask you this. Do you believe there's a law on the books in any state, county, city, or government in America that requires drivers to roll their windows down?
I don't. I mean, just from carnal thinking, I don't think so. I
So
think
how is
that's
that
more
not?
of a.
How,
I think
if
that's
there's
more
not a
of
law,
the law enforcement officer. I guess
but
they
if
feel
it's not
more
a
comfortable
law,
where they see inside the vehicle.
right? But so if it's not a law, how could it be non-compliance?
Well, I didn't say he was non-compliant. Well, he's
Yeah, you said
non-compliant,
that.
but I guess he was making the officer feel uncomfortable.
Then the officer has an obligation to say, well, for officer safety, can you please step outside of your vehicle?
Or even I've got 6 others here with me. Maybe one of the others might be better off interacting with you right now.
Or simply say, I'm sorry, sir, I know you want to ride up your window, but there's an officer safety issue. For my safety and yours, I would really like if you keep it down so we can make sure that everybody is
Don't
safe.
normally another
How about
officer
that?
go on
real
the other
quick.
side to ensure
Yeah,
that it's
he didn't get a
a
chance
safe
to.
situation?
Okay,
He
so
didn't.
real quick, it looks like there is a good need now, since I haven't played that particular one yet. There's a good need to maybe play this video through its entirety, and kind of. I gotta it's on Twitter, and it's like obviously
I
it's
don't think
public
that.
domain now, so it's not a big deal. But give
Oh, you
me a
mean
chance.
also?
No, it's going to be the video of from the moment the other officer's body cam when he's walking up to the vehicle, when you see the interaction between Tyreek and the officer at the window. Okay, and so we can see all of it. In other words, what escalated it to the point of them pulling him out of the vehicle, so we can see the nature of what happens with the whole window rolling down thing. Okay, because that's the part there seems to be a little bit of misunderstanding by people on, and I just want to go through it real quick, but I have to switch screens, so I'm going to pause it here and there and say a few things, but I'm going to give each of you definitely an opportunity to give your whole opinion on it. But I can't see or direct anything on the other screen while I'm controlling the video. So let me go ahead and get through it real quick, say what I got to say during it, and you guys can certainly diverge in. So here we go. Just let me know if nobody hears it. You should be fine because I got the whole video. Let me unmute myself again. Okay, so here we go. Right there is windows down. Rolled it down completely.
Why don't you have your seatbelt on?
Why didn't you have your seatbelt on?
Why don't you have your seatbelt on? Like what? Why you have it up?
Well, I think he asked him, why are you hauling ass? I think is what the question there was.
Don't ignore why you knocking on my window like that. Don't ignore that. Why the fuck you knocking on my $500,000 car's window like that?
Okay, well, real quick here. This is the important part. Okay, when it comes to the window. So, he had already given him his credentials. Right here. Did you notice?
Clean job.
He's already given him his credentials. Right here. The officer is about to go back to his motorcycle and just write the ticket. Okay. And he pauses because it looks like he forgot he needs to jot down the VIN number. So this is what he does. You heard, Tyreek? Do what you got to do. In other words, I'm no threat. I'm not trying to be difficult. Just write me the ticket for what I know I did wrong and let me go. That's what that means. Do what you got to do. So the officer takes down his VIN number. But Tyreek had already seen that he was about to motion back to the motorcycle and write the ticket. That's why he said, do what you got to do. Okay. Now he sees him getting the VIN number, but the officer has made no motion or intention to say to Tyreek, hey, I need you to keep your window down while we're investigating this whole or whatever. So Tyreek is reasonable to assume that the officer is done with me for the moment. Okay.
Right.
And
He got
rolls his
everything he
window
needs.
back up. Okay. And he rolls his window back up. The cop noticed it and says, put it down.
Hey,
And starts knocking on it and ordering him to put his window down with no reasoning. No, hey, I didn't finish looking inside your vehicle because I already had your vehicle in full view. I can see there's nothing nefarious going on inside of it. Isn't that what they're trained to do? Be observant. Okay, so here it is.
keep your window down. Hey, keep your window down.
Right there, he rolls it down. He complies. Albeit not as quick as the officer probably wanted, but he still complied. Now he can communicate with the officer. The officer's already got his credentials. He's already seen inside the
it's in his
vehicle.
left hand. They showed a view of that.
He's already seen inside the vehicle. Okay. This is a traffic stop for speeding. Okay. Tyreek has cracked the window enough to communicate with him. At this point, the officer simply needs to say, Mr. Hill, first, as Big Nick illustrates, for safety reasons, we need you to keep your window down. Okay, but this is what the officer says once the window comes down.
Keep your window down. I'm gonna get you out of the car.
Keep your window down or I'm going to get you out of the car.
And technically, if his window's cracked, it is down by definition.
Right. So was his reasoning to make him just roll it down more? Was his reasoning?
Exactly. He didn't say fully down. He said down. So even if it's cracked, by definition, it's down.
The only reason he's given him so far for the lawful order, the only reason so far.
Where's the lawful order?
I'm being sarcastic, Big Nick. Give me a second. Okay. The only reason he's given for that order is because if he don't, he's going to throw him. He's going to take him out of the car. Not because I feel unsafe. Not because we need to make sure we can see inside your car the whole time. Not anything like that. Because if you don't, I'm going to pull you out of the vehicle. That's the reasoning. And I'd like a court, if they haven't already, to decide whether that's a sufficient reason or not. It'd be nice to know. So let me continue real quick.
As a matter of fact, get out of the car.
Without him even having a chance to roll it down further, he says, as a matter of fact, get out of the car. Let's play that one more time so you can see how this transpires, okay? Because he does give, even if the order was lawful, let's just say for a second, he follows that up with a conflicting order, okay? And watch how fast it happens.
Keep your window down. Keep your window down. I'm gonna get you out of the car. As a matter of fact, get out of the car. Give me that.
Without even giving him a chance to comply.
That's a Fourth Amendment violation. That's a Fourth Amendment violation right there.
Now, if he thought he had the authority to do that, then the authority to do that would have come from the fact that he might have been criminally speeding. In which case, that should have been done from the beginning of the stop if he had that authority. And he would still be in custody for the game.
Yeah.
They tell on themselves when they released him. Right here. This is the part people are missing. Let me play it one more time.
Let me clear something up, Culler.
You tell me what kind of a chance he gave Tyreek to comply to this order.
Well, I want to clear
Keep
something
your window
up.
down. Keep your window
Officers
down.
do
I'm gonna
have-
get you out of the car. As a matter of fact, get out of the car. Give me that. Get out of the car. Give me that.
It's not even a nanosecond when he said,
And then the
as a
other
matter of fact.
follows it up by open it up or I'm going to break the fucking window. Why? I want to know why.
Everybody in the
What's the
chat is
necessity to
talking
break
about
the window?
compliance. Everybody in the chat talking about compliance. Why the cop have this level of aggression already? For what reason does this cop have this level of aggression?
What has Tyreek demonstrated, even if he is being an asshole? What has he demonstrated so far to warrant that? I'm waiting.
You don't even hear Tyreek cussing him out or saying incendiary things.
He was complaining about them knocking on his window, which he has
which
the
he has a right
do.
to. Yeah, it's a freaking $400 million car, $1,000 car.
And you know one thing Tyreek Hill didn't do? Tyreek Hill didn't say, "Hey man, I'm Tyreek Hill of the Miami Dolphins." He didn't say that either.
No, and that's the part. And I wish I would have been able to play the audio from Acho, Emmanuel Acho, bro. If you haven't seen his clip on it, Nick, you got to go watch it. Dude, he freaking lays it down, bro. He lays it down.
Yeah,
and that's one of the main points he says right off the bat. Tyreek Hill ain't flexing his celebrity status yet. He never flexed it to begin with. But he hasn't said one word about him. Who am I? Not one word.
No, he wasn't flexing his celebrity status. No need to.
Now, because he didn't,
he was complying as a normal citizen.
So, because he didn't comply quick enough to orders that were puked out of a guy's mouth, like diarrhea, he gish galloping. That's what they call gish galloping. Okay.
You know who always flex their flex that shit when they get pulled over? Cops. Hey man, I'm on the job. Hey cops, can you give your brother in blue a break? Cops always the one doing that. Tyreek didn't do that shit. Tyreek didn't use it, but you always see cops
good
say,
point.
"Hey man,
Good
I'm
point.
on the job."
Good point. But Big Nick, so here's the thing. Would you agree this is sort of a form of gish galloping? If you were to be talking about debate tactics, like this dude just
Dolphin Don made a point.
Orders.
He kept his window cracked but up enough so he can keep his car cool. It's Florida.
But even then, so he didn't comply quick enough, and the guy immediately shifts to without even giving him a chance.
He still met the requirement of the window being down because it's not fully raised, and he wanted to keep his car cool.
Crypto, there's no requirement, Crypto.
I get that.
Right.
I get that. But I'm just saying, by definition, he complied because the window is not fully raised.
And that's the worst. Because we're feeding in crypto for a second. You know what I mean? My point further is that, he never even gave him a chance to comply with that order, even if it was lawful.
Right, because his very next sentence says, "Well, I'm gonna just step out." By the way, just step out.
Let's watch it one more time, and I'm gonna let the rest of the video play out so you can see the results of what happens to somebody. More likely with somebody with Tyreek's, the color of Tyreek's skin. Okay, what happens to them when they don't comply to gish gallop, throw up your mouth diarrhea commands? This is what happens.
Keep your window down. Keep your window down. I'm gonna get you out of the car. As a matter of fact, get out of the car. Give me that. Get out of the car. Give me that. Break that freaking window. Get out of the car. Get out of the car right now. We're not playing this game. Get out. 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 What part of law don't you understand? Hey, Drew, I'm getting arrested, Drew. I'm getting arrested, Drew. I'm getting out, bro. God damn, twin. When we tell you to do something, you do it. You understand? I'm getting out. You understand? Not for you, but when we tell you. You're a little fucking confused. I'm getting out, bro. Too late. Too late. All right, bro. Take me to jail, bro. Do what you gotta do, bro. We will. Good, bro. It is good. Hey, Drew, hey. Don't worry about it. I hung up the phone. Stop crying. Bro, y'all,
What gave him the right to touch his phone?
Bro, you beating on my window like you crazy.
Set him up.
Why y'all beating on my window like y'all crazy for? Damn, yo, bro, dude beating on my window like he crazy. I ain't do nothing, twin. Damn.
Hey, don't park there.
Very quickly, I gotta ask: did he call the cops twins? Is that like lingo that I'm not aware of? Because they all look the same.
Yeah, just leave it alone.
Yeah,
Yeah, just leave it alone.
I want to
Just
make
leave it
sure I
alone.
interpreted that correctly.
He was saying that
Yeah,
to
you wouldn't.
on the phone
They're not like
to
us.
what's it to Drew?
Hey, just
Oh,
know, crypto. They're not like us. So just leave it alone.
Like,
oh,
damn, twins.
damn! I didn't even catch that part.
I thought that's what I understood him to mean. That's
Damn.
new lingo. I ain't heard that. I ain't been out in the world in a while, Big Nick. I ain't heard that one yet. It's pretty funny.
Cops on motorcycles, well, I tell you.
So now is which at the point where Calais Campbell rolls up, which is a whole nother discussion. And I'm glad we have Big Nick to clear a lot of that up and what Calais' rights are and all that in that situation, which we could clear up even further once we get through with it. But I mean, let's see where we're at in the video. This was I think this is the part that captures him talking about when they first put him down on the ground. Let me see. I don't know if it captures that. Let me finish it out.
Don't park there.
Hey. Hold on, bro. I just had surgery on my knee. Bro. I just had surgery on my knee, bro. I just had surgery in your ears when we go there. Chill, bro. Chill.
Did you just have surgery on your ears when we told you to put your window down? That's what the guy asked him.
Yeah, that's what he's. Yeah. Crazy.
Hey, Culler,
Who the fuck
can you rewind that back?
that?
Can you go back like 10 seconds and watch the second cop come in when he gets Tyreek down? It
Yes,
seems like he
yes, I
almost
definitely want to. I'm definitely replaying this a couple times
watch
because
his right arm.
I know.
Watch
I
his
know.
right arm. I'm just saying, watch his right arm.
Let me go back.
As soon as they put him on the ground, watch the second cop's right arm.
Hey, don't park there. Don't park there.
Hey. Hold on, bro. I just had surgery on my knee. Bro. I just had surgery on my knee, bro. I just had surgery in your ears when we go there. Chill, bro. Hey, don't do, bro. Back up.
Well, what are you thinking, Nick?
It looked like he's ready to cut back the swing, and then he caught himself. That's what it looked like to me. I don't know. That's what it looks like. I'm not saying that's what it is. That's what it looks like. Like if you watch it, the second cop, when he gets up, he gets in a position like, wow, knock your head off. So one more time, just watch it and tell me if you don't see that. But I could be wrong.
Hey, don't park there. Don't park there.
Hey. Hold on, bro. I just had surgery on my knee. bro. I just had surgery on my knee, bro. I just had surgery in your ears when we go there.
Oh, when he flew his arm out, the other guy?
No, watch when he gets up.
All right.
Okay, now it looks like he might have pointed in some direction, but it looked like he talked back. But I could.
Hey, call Drew.
Yeah, wrap me up in no swing of arms. That's what it looked like.
Call Drew, bro.
Well, we got another angle of that particular part of the incident.
Call Drew, bro. Hey, call Drew, bro. Just call Drew. Hey. I'm not doing anything. What am I doing that's wrong?
Hey, listen.
Hey, listen. Hey, man, they got you.
He just asked, what am I doing that's wrong? That's at which point they need to articulate what he is doing that's wrong. I don't know how simple it has to be made.
Tyreek, cops over here beating on him, man. They over here beating on Tyreek, man.
Don't park there.
Hey, stop it, Culler. Stop it right quick.
Just get in the car.
Right. Go ahead.
So, Craig, whatever his name is, Craig C55. Cops had a power trip, but Tyreek was being a dickhead in the beginning as well. And this is where the problem lies. So you're being a dickhead, which means I get to violate, mistreat
Right,
you,
right,
and be judge,
right,
jury, and executioner when you have the right in America to be a dickhead by exercising your
right.
First Amendment right, which is freedom of speech. By
And
the way, which is illegal, but since I don't like your tone, I get to snatch you out the car, put my arms around your neck, place you on the ground like a dog, even though you haven't done anything warranted of that. Craig, you're the fucking problem.
well,
Fuck
and
you.
I just want to say to be fair, or, to make a fair statement on that, Craig. Uh, there sometimes what I learned as an IT engineer who did nothing but troubleshoot networking equipment all day is that a lot of times symptoms and problems can be interchangeable. Okay. So when the gift of a really good troubleshooter is one that can truly identify the problem as the
You
first
being
step.
too kind,
No,
Cole.
let me
You
finish,
being
Nick.
too
Let me
kind.
finish. Let me finish. What Craig is identifying, whether he realizes or not, is a symptom. It's not the problem. The problem is the violation of the constitutional rights of Tyreek Hill. That's the problem. Period. All the rest is a symptom of
Right.
it. And while
No,
it might look like a
And
problem,
the cops have a higher responsibility to
and
de-escalate the
on
situation anyway.
another day,
absolutely.
right,
That's
and on
training
another day,
101, de-escalation.
listen, and
Right.
on another day, in another situation, that person could be the problem. But in this instance, it's a symptom. It is not the
Being a
problem.
dickhead is not illegal. Being a
Right,
dickhead is not illegal.
right. But again, it's a symptom. There's a
See,
reason
Tyreek
somebody's
was
being
being
a
a
dickhead.
dickhead. I didn't see Tyreek was being a dickhead. All he asked the man, why are you
Even if he
knocking on my
was,
five?
even if he
And
was,
and if
even
a
if he
Why?
police
was,
Why?
officer
Nick,
can be uncivil just by
Nick,
wilting into
Why?
sticks
you
and
gotta,
stones, then they
you
don't
gotta let
deserve
me
to
get,
be officers to begin with.
you gotta let me get this
How is
in.
this being a dickhead? No, how is this being a
Wait a
dickhead
minute. You
when you're
gotta let
asking a man, why are you knocking on my
you
$500,000
okay,
car
okay, but
window light?
I think you're on the wrong hill for a minute. No pun intended. What I'm saying is, even if he was being a dickhead, there's a reason for it. Okay.
Yeah.
And what I'm saying is that means it's a symptom, not the problem.
But Color, if the queen had nuts, she'd be the king, right? She
Okay.
don't have
Okay.
nuts, so
The
she's not
reason
the
I'm
king.
illustrating,
So
but the reason I'm bringing that
if
up is
Tyreek,
because, listen,
if
the
Tyreek
reason,
was being a dickhead, but he
okay, Big
wasn't
Nick,
being a
the
dickhead.
reason I'm bringing that up is because it goes back to what I was saying about the millions of people, the masses. This guy is paid millions of dollars to be amped up before a football game. That's what we expect out of this guy.
Again, you're justifying something that didn't happen, Color. I understand what you're saying,
Just
but
saying it
again,
wouldn't be valid. I'm saying it
you're
wouldn't be
adding fuel
relevant
to
if
the
it did.
narrative, Color.
I'm saying it
Color,
wouldn't be
you're
relevant if it did.
but Color. Even acknowledging the narrative is adding fuel to the
They're,
bullshit
they're
narrative
going to have
fire.
their narrative, bro, whether we
We don't
like
have
it
to
or
acknowledge
not.
them. But we don't have to acknowledge them.
Well,
We
enough
don't have to
people
acknowledge
do,
the narrative.
bro. I'm trying to reach the people that are acknowledging that narrative to say no. Even if you did, that's irrelevant.
Yeah, okay, but I have a problem with even if. I have a problem with that
I
phrase,
know you
even
do.
if,
I know you do.
because
That's why it's a
because
tough conversation, bro. I know you have a
because he
problem with that.
wasn't. He wasn't. If asking a man why you putting your grubby ass hands on my window so aggressively of this $500,000 vehicle is being a dickhead, then I can't wait to get a $500,000 vehicle because
Right.
I would be that same dickhead. Why the
Right.
fuck you
And let me
banging
ask you
on my
this.
window like that?
And let me ask you this. Is Ross going to be a dickhead when he's asking the Miami Dade PD why they put their hands on his $100 million investment? Are they going to call him a
Absolutely,
dick?
yeah.
Are they going to call
Right.
him a dick and arrest him too?
Right. I just invested $200 million in this man. Why y'all doing that? Am I a dickhead for asking that question?
Exactly. You just put your knee in the hands. Those hands alone are probably worth $30 million. Insured, I'm guessing.
I just don't like the narrative, even if Hill was being, because Hill wasn't. He wasn't. That's not a Corvette. That's a McLaren.
I get what you're saying.
That's a
Is
McLaren.
it a McLaren? Is it a McLaren?
Yeah,
All right,
it's a
man, no more
McLaren.
dope.
Tyreek says,
No,
I mean,
y'all
the
missing
cop
the
said,
point. Y'all missing the point because he could have broke those same hands of Tyreek that would have impacted the game because he wouldn't have been able to catch that 80-yard touchdown for us to
That's
win
what
the
I'm
game.
saying.
So
oh,
that was
shut your ass
very
up,
impactful.
That's
So
what
we
I'm
know where you
saying.
stand. That's just your Dolphin loving ass up. Be quiet, man.
Crypto was furthering my point. Are they going to arrest Stephen Ross when he's a dick to them about putting their hands on his $100 million receiver?
Yeah, that's what. I was just saying, big nigga. I was going straight to the impact of the game those officers could have had on it. He could have broke those big time hands.
Color undervaluing Tyreek Hill. This man has invested over $200 million in
Oh, I
Tyreek.
know.
It's
Total. Yeah,
$100
total.
million.
I'm just thinking of the recent contract, you know. Well, let's just face it. His game check is like
It's a total
1.7
about
million
200
or
million,
something.
basically.
You know what I mean? If they take that man
Yeah.
to jail, where do you think that Christmas endowment from the Dolphins is going to? Not the Miami-Dade police, I tell you that
those
much.
cops, those cops. I won't say all of them, but probably about 4 or 5 of those cops would not be working at detail anymore.
I would hope not.
They probably not. That was close to the stadium too. That's like literally right around. You can see the stadium in the
So
background.
Big Nick, I don't know if you heard me
For the
earlier,
simple fact-
how long you
For
were
the
lit
simple
early.
reason,
But Big Nick, I
but
don't know
wait,
how.
for the simple reason,
Go ahead.
Stephen Ross has brought about $2 to $3 billion in revenue for that particular area. It's
Right.
enough for Stephen Ross to say, "I don't want them to work at my shit no more," and they're gonna comply with Stephen Ross.
Exactly.
Because Stephen Ross has built that economy single-handedly around that area. Single-handedly,
Exactly.
Stephen Ross is responsible for that economy.
Exactly. Hey, Big Nick, I had somebody on, I don't know how early you were listening, but I had somebody on Twitter say, it's a really hard job they do every day. And if anybody thinks they can do it better, they should apply for it and put the badge on their chest. And I replied and I said, I'd much rather apply for the hiring manager job.
Man, if I tell you some of the jobs that are ahead of cops when it comes to dangerous jobs in America, that person will absolutely sit their dumb ass down.
Well, hell, crabbing is the freaking most dangerous job. It can't be even harder than crabbing.
Well, and for the people,
Raphael said McLaren 720S coupe, Big Nick. Base model is 490. That's the base model. You think Tyreek got base model, bro?
No, he ain't got the base model.
No, it's not the
Well,
base
hey, what do
model.
you think took? What do you think
he
was
put
taking
about
so-
another million
Hold
in
on.
upgrades in the car.
Hold on. What do you think he was taking so long to get out of his car? He had to disconnect his phone from all that technology in that motherfucker, man. You know what I mean? It's like, shit.
He did at least $1
base
million
model.
worth of upgrades in that car from the base model. At least $1 million worth of upgrades.
He had to unhook his laptop, close his screen, all kinds of shit he had to do before he could get out of that car.
That's a Corvette, if anybody thinking that's a Corvette, where you can hear that goddamn motor sounding like that over body cam from 20 feet away. Come on, man. Come on, man.
Even if it was a Corvette, he still probably got another $500,000 worth of upgrades on it.
Oh man. So
you know,
the rest
even
of
if it
this
was.
plays out with the Calais Campbell thing, and the thing I want to say was Calais actually ends up saying to the officer, whether he had to or not, the other officer and him had come to sort of an agreement that he was just going to move the car and de-escalate. So let's play this out so you can hear what I'm talking about. It's really interesting how this other cop, and I believe it's the same one that's must have had his Wheaties that morning. I don't know.
Calais is going to get a letter in the mail, or he's going to get a phone call from his agent that says that ticket has been rescinded. I guarantee you that.
Sure, but listen, but watch how
Yeah,
this plays out.
It's going in the trash.
But watch how this plays out.
Watch
how this plays out.
Hey, listen.
Hey, listen. Hey, man, they got Tyreek. The cops over here beating on him, man. They over here beating on Tyreek,
Listen, big
man.
man. Don't park
Doesn't he
there.
sound like Shake Money?
He says, "Listen, big man, don't park there."
Oh shit!
Get in
Hey,
the
yo,
car.
hey, Drew, you gotta come, man.
Just get in the car.
Straight up the side on the side
He tells him, "Just get in the car."
of the
Right.
That's the order. That's the order. That's the standing order. Just get in the car. Lawful or not, that's the standing order.
I'm trying to see
get
if
in
that's an American vehicle, but that red tells me
It
that it's
wasn't in the
not.
middle of the street. Why did he say it was in the middle of the street? That's not the middle
It
of the
don't
street.
matter at this point. The standing order right now is just stay in the car. Okay, that's what the officer just told him. Okay,
Right, but they fabricated a story out of whole cloth.
well, let's finish
Yeah,
the
but
video. Hold on, let's finish the video. Hold on.
Side of the
Hey, get in the car. You're parked in the middle of the street.
See, it's not the middle of the street.
Hey, you're in the car.
Who's the
Get in the car. That's what he just said.
driver? It's my car.
All right, move.
All right, I'll take that.
You gotta move right now.
Coming, man.
Let me have your license. You're gonna have to get to.
I'm coming.
Let me have your license. You're gonna.
You got to move. You got to move, and then give me your license. Which one, officer? Do you want me to freeze or put my hands up? Which one? Same guy. Just diarrhea orders out of his mouth.
you're gonna respect my authority.
Let me have your license.
I'm leaving.
I'm not playing. Let me have your
I'm
license.
leaving. Yo, what's
Your
going
license
on?
right now.
Sir, what's going on,
Your license
man?
right now. You're not gonna give me your license.
Get in the car and leave.
You're not gonna give me your license.
Hey, get in the car and leave. The other officer just contraband.
So first of all, why is the officer? Why
What
is
is
that
the problem?
officer got his hands on him?
How does he not know what the street parameters are?
Wait a
But the
minute.
officer
the
that
traffic
Wait a minute
cop.
on that part. Hold on a
wait,
second.
wait. Let's clear up another narrative.
I
The
wanna
officer that has his hands
Hold
on
on,
the
guys,
seat needs to be,
please. I want to finish the video. It's very short left. What I want to say though is, why did this other officer just countermand his order right in
well,
front
he's
of him?
he's trying to de-escalate.
Right.
He's trying to de-escalate.
Exactly. That's my point. Now listen to what the other officer says, because Calais says, I am going to leave. This other guy just told me to leave. I'm leaving. Right. So watch. Let me back it up a little.
I'm leaving.
I'm not playing.
I'm leaving.
Let me have your
I'm
license.
leaving.
Let me have your license.
Yo, what's
Your
going
license
on?
right now.
Sir,
Give
what's
me your
going on,
Your
license.
license
man?
right now. You're not gonna give me your license.
Get in the car and leave.
You're not gonna give me your license.
I'm leaving.
Let me have your
I'm
license.
leaving,
Your
man.
license
I'm
right now.
leaving. Sir, you want me to
Hey,
leave?
your license.
Sir, you want me to leave? I'm
Hey,
leaving. Look,
he
wait.
just
He just
no, he just
turned to the
deployed
other
his right stick.
officer. He just turned to the other officer and said, Sir, you want me to leave? I'm leaving. Now listen to what this officer says. Okay, to that.
Your license right now.
Sir, you want me to
Hey,
leave?
your license right now.
I'm leaving.
Or I'm gonna lock you up.
just told
Your
me to
license
leave.
right now.
He just told me to
Your
leave.
license right now.
Sir, he just-
You're dealing with me now.
Sir,
Really?
Wow.
You're dealing with
So
me
you got
now.
two conflicting officers.
No, the good cop was supposed to say, all right, he's leaving. Let him go. Calm down.
Now,
Let's de-escalate. Let's get back.
Right.
now
the
That's
good cop
what
was
the
actually,
good
supposed
cop would
here's
say.
the thing. A reasonable person might start questioning whether that guy's even an officer or not.
Nick,
Yeah, at that point, yeah.
No, a good
Like, who
cop,
the
plain
hell
and
is
simple.
this guy?
A good cop would have turned to his partner and said, no, he's leaving. He was just concerned. He said he's leaving. We're going to let him leave. We got to get back to our scene here. That's what a good cop should have did. But the good cop stepped back and let the other cop say, no, fuck what he said. You're dealing with me.
And
See,
still
there,
let him
there,
and still submitted to
there's
him.
the,
So this guy's
there's the
walking around the street here, making everybody on the scene submit to him, including his own officers.
Yeah, including his own officers. Who's supposed to be backing him up.
right. He
This is
tried to
wild.
de-escalate, but he wasn't having it. He wasn't having it.
Tyreek is the one that caused this
Yeah, he
whole
wasn't
thing,
having
right?
any de-escalation at
Tyreek
that
is the
point,
one
Big
that
Nick.
caused this whole thing. No.
Yeah, because
Right,
Tyreek
we
was
know
going
further into the
It's all-
video who was
listen to
the
me.
aggressors.
Listen to me. I'm going to say it right now, once and for all. This whole thing started the moment that officer put his goddamn socks on that morning.
This shit started about 16 years ago when he stood
It
in front of that
started
flag and lied
You can
lied on that
infinitely
oath.
regress. You can infinitely
right.
regress.
It
if
started
you
at
want
the
to,
HR
Big Nick.
room when they was
You
interviewing
can-
him during the
You
HR
can
process.
infinitely regress if you want to, but I think the point was made.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Tyreek.
it started
it
on his
started
interview.
doing the HR
Doing a
director. That's when
The
it started.
psychological advance. It started doing a psychological advance. The assessment. That's when it started. The psychological assessment.
Yeah, because they supposed to all have a psych assessment.
So to all
I had
those
to go through
people
that
out
for
there,
freaking
so all
Indiana
those
State
people
Police
out
job.
there, let me ask you this. All those compliance people out there, let me ask you this. Which order?
Right. The de-escalating cop or the bully cop? Who should Callias listen to? And he tried to listen to the de-escalating cop. He was willing to comply and leave, but no. Now,
Now, could it be understandable why another person who's not either of them guys? I think that I chopped out a second because remember, Tyreek and Calais went to college. They're educated people. Am I
well,
still here? Am I still up? Let me finish. Let me finish.
Mhm.
What about a person that isn't as educated as them? Now, I just got the feeling myself with the conflicting orders, I'm starting to question actually the authority of one of these cops. Like, is there
hey, I gotta
an
go. I'm gonna be in
imposter
the
here?
comments. I gotta
Now,
go.
let me ask you
I gotta go.
this.
I'm gonna be
Yeah.
in the comments.
Hey,
I
I
gotta leave,
appreciate
Carlos.
you coming,
I'll be
Big
in the
Nick. You've
comments. All
given
right.
us enough,
All
bro,
right.
and I really appreciate it, man. So shout out to Big
All
Nick,
right, Big Nick.
everybody. If you ain't subscribed to Big Nick South Florida Accountability, you ain't getting the real deal. That's all there is to it on all this stuff. Okay. But what I wanted to say was, if I, as a regular dude, white dude, whatever, and I'm getting the impression that this guy is like it might be an imposter. Now I know I'm being hyperbolic with imposter, but my point is, what do you think some young 20-year-old, that ain't college educated yet starts to feel when he's in that situation? I know how I would feel. I'd feel like I'd want to get out of there. I'd feel like this is like this is a situation for me that I need to get out of, like on the human level, like on the existential level. So I'm sorry, spare me when you're talking about somebody shouldn't have ran. Okay. Calais Campbell's a well educated college graduate. His cooler head understands that. Not everybody's does. Remember the 1.9 million people? And we wonder why people feel that they need to run to get out of there. You've seen it before. Oh, all he had was a simple traffic violation. They were just going to ticket him for his registration. Why did he run? I know, sitting in my seat watching that right there, I felt like running. That's the feeling it evoked in me watching that. I mean, I don't know what else to say about it. And I'm
Yeah.
sorry if
Looks
that
like
upsets
Stephen Ross
people.
needs to
I'm sorry if the people that disagree with me can't handle
truly
that I
address
feel
it.
that way. I'm sorry. I could only hope you'd
I,
I don't know, but
mm,
I don't care anymore. Anybody can hold me accountable for my opinion. Go right ahead. Whatever you want to do, but it ain't changing because I've witnessed it, experienced some of it at certain levels. Okay, because there are levels to everything. And there is absolutely no excuse for it at all. We don't excuse people who slip up when it comes to like other things. You're not going to get in a jailhouse with a weapon. I would love to be able to say you're not going to get in an interaction with law enforcement uh, with, without your rights being intact. No, I would love to be able to say that. Like, what the hell is the problem? I mean, I know what the problem is. The problem is people that don't have any clue as to what they're doing at their job and pepper in uh, plenty of biases. And this is what happens, and it's going to continue to happen as long as people that continue that say, "Oh, well, Tyreek should have just complied." You're sticking your head in the dirt. He had no obligation, okay, to make those cops feel good. None. I know I got two guys
Yeah,
up
that's
here that
crazy.
likely agree with me, but am I wrong anywhere? Am I being unreasonable?
No, he had no obligation.
No, not at all.
And I know we've narrowed it down to this one cop, but I don't want to lose sight of the fact that all of those other cops, save for the one, and then eventually submitting himself, all of those other cops stood there and let that happen. Not one of them even thought to say, "Hey, wait a minute, guys. Let's back up here a minute. This could get way out of hand." You know what I mean?
See, the thing is with police officers, by and large, and me being a black man, one thing I can't get with is one thing to be assertive, but when you get these cops that want to turn into cowboys, that want to turn into fucking Gestapos,
And the insults, like, why the personal insults?
exactly.
Did Tyreek personally insult him in some way? Oh, by not complying. Oh. Because Tyreek forced me to pull him out of the car. I didn't want to. It's like when an abuser tells you, I don't want to do this to you. You're making me do this to you. That's what an abuser says.
Hey, really quick.
That's wild.
I don't like to make especially traffic stuff like this about race. However, race is actually whether you choose to acknowledge it or not, is somewhat actually a factor in some cases. I mean, I'm not from Miami, but I've heard from other people that's from Miami down in Carroll City somewhere that they've been finding that it's kind of a racial thing with the cops and black people down there. I don't know.
Well, I mean, we all know
I hear
KP,
some
and
similar stories too.
we all know
Because I
KP,
heard a lot of
and
because I heard a
look,
lot of cops down there are Hispanic.
well, I'd love if KP had the time, but he's a really busy man. He probably don't have the time. But he had mentioned in somebody's
Well,
chat
Mountie, a
yesterday.
good percentage of them are.
Hold on, Craig. He had mentioned in somebody's chat yesterday that for the most part, Miami-Dade PD is actually fairly good about things and up to speed on things. That it's that motorcycle department is what KP used the word holdouts. So there's internal conflict going on in these departments too, where people are wanting to, get into the correct paradigm, and others that don't. You know what I mean? So I'm not putting that on these guys. I'm just saying that and KP lives down there. He's in the know. And he says, look, that department is really not that bad when it comes to those matters, but that department, as far as the motorcycle guys are, or at least he said there's still some of the holdouts. And what he meant by holdout, you can make your own opinion on, because I don't want to put words into KP's mouth other than what he typed into chat publicly. You know what I mean? But I will vouch for the guy as far as having a clear mind and focus of what's going on down there.
Yeah, I just heard that from people down in Miami that live down there or used to live down there.
Right.
That the Hispanic cops have issue. Well, I don't know. It's just animus towards black people. I don't. That's what I heard.
And again, I have to let everybody else have that talk in this capacity, simply because I certainly am in not the position to start identifying which groups have problems with which groups because then it could really get out of hand. You know what I mean? Like in the media and all that. You know what I mean? It's like, all right, I'll let y'all have that discussion. It's like, look, I'm trying. I don't want to keep it off a race because I know there's clear like issues when it comes to this happening to black people over other races or nationalities. Like, at the same time, the unconstitutional aspect of things, the way the people are treated, that is something that is universal that I have tried to speak on. So when cops come to me and say, no, it's not about this and not about that, I'm sorry, I've lost the sympathy because of the way you've treated me as a person. See, there's a reason you don't treat people that way. Not because maybe it has to be done, or we don't have a constitutional right to be treated a good way. I get it. But there's a reason you treat people a certain way. Because you've lost all my trust because of the way you've treated me. And the way you've treated me pales in comparison to the way you would have treated a black person at my station and even Tyreek Hill. And that has to be recognized. But it also has to be recognized that none of that is going to be fixed until the people that are treated that way, that are not maybe treated as badly as other races, but when the people that are treated that way say to themselves, oh, well, I should have just did this or that, and we all know. No.
Like
because the more people stick their heads in the dirt, it's never going to change for anybody.
I heard you say, Culler, Emmanuel H.O. Chimed in about, Tyreek Hill acknowledging his status. As far as I'm concerned, I don't give a shit if he was Joe Blow on the street. It's just the way that person was handled.
Right.
It doesn't matter what his celebrity status is. It doesn't matter.
Acho made it clear that he didn't invoke that. Now, I'm going to play what Acho said. I don't care if they flag me. He shouldn't have posted it publicly on Twitter if he didn't want people to play it. I'm using it for commentary purposes, YouTube. Let me see if I can find it again. Now I've lost the feed. I'll just go to his page, I suppose. I mean, what he said was so much articulated better than me.
If it's a Twitter post, I think you could use it, Culler, because it's been retweeted. So
I know we should be able to copyright wise.
Yeah,
but they may try to get us for re-uploading. You know what I mean, or whatever their stupid guideline is. I think I'm okay for copyright though. But I am using this for illustrative and commentary purposes only. Whoever needs to hear that. Let me get the page shared so I can go into full screen. We'll do that. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to make us, wait, first I got to do that. And then I'm going to make us small. So it looks like we're providing commentary on it. How do I do that? Right. Not that one. Not that one. I'm such a boomer on this, man. No, not that one. Oh, maybe we'll do that one. That one will work, and I don't even have to show the video. All right. So you guys can still hear, right? Yeah? No? Maybe? Crypto? Mountie? Can you hear me?
Hang on one moment.
Okay, you can hear me. All right. I'm going to play the audio from Acho. If you don't hear me, if you don't hear it, just let me know. I'll replay it. So here we go.
Badge can eliminate an officer's ability to see an individual as human. I want to remind y'all, if you watch the footage, you'll notice three things. The first thing you'll notice is this: Tyreek Hill never stated his celebrity status. Tyreek Hill never said, I got a $140 million deal with the Miami Dolphins. Tyreek Hill never said, all these people that are driving by us, they're driving to see me. Tyreek Hill never said who he was as it pertains to his celebrity status. The second thing I want you to pay attention to, if you were to watch the footage, the officer, as his knee is being driven through Tyreek Hill's spine, if you will, says, stop crying. There's quite literally nothing more inflammatory and offensive that you can tell another grown man who is not crying to stop crying when he's not crying. The third thing I want you to pay attention to is very simply this. As Tyreek Hill's teammates and his friends and brothers approach the situation, you see them there. They approach the situation non-violently. They approach the situation with compliance. And yet the officers who are called by the government to de-escalate a situation in order to enhance compliance, they escalate the situation themselves. Who is going to be the authority on the scene when the authorities are not acting in an authoritative manner? So when I look at that, I'm distraught for several reasons, but mostly because once again, we see that power corrupts, and absolute power, it corrupts absolutely. And those cops were given absolute power, and thus it led to the corruption. They didn't even see Tyreek Hill as a human. They saw him as a footmat in which you walk on, a completely devastating situation.
I mean, I can't say it any better than that. I don't know how else to say it any better than that. He's a human being, man. Don't matter what attitude he showed. Don't matter what he was going through. He's a human fucking being, man. How about I walk up to the next cop I see and say, yo, do your job and stop crying? How about I do that? What do you think will happen?
You're gonna piss
They'll,
somebody.
they'll get any feelings.
I mean, I'm white, so it probably won't lead to my death, but pretty sure they wouldn't be happy.
They'll be real agitated, yo.
But
Right,
it's
it
pretty
wouldn't lead to
sad that
death.
I got to say, as long as I'm white, I'm not going to be ended.
Right.
And that's the point I was trying to make Big Nick earlier. I can certainly acknowledge that. But we have to acknowledge that people like me are treated this way as well when it comes to the manner in which he was treated as applies to his constitutional rights. And the more people like me they just comply and stick their head in the dirt, nobody is going to get the problem solved for anybody. That's all I'm trying to say. I'm not trying to associate or appropriate a feeling as a white person. I'm simply saying as long as they treat people that way, not talking about the aggression part. I'm talking about the verbal aggression, but I'm talking about the insults. I'm talking about the violation of his constitutional rights. I'm talking about all of that. That does happen to us as well. And people that look like me want to just tell me to stick my head in the dirt and obey law enforcement. And I'm trying to tell those people that is anti-liberty. It just is. You know what I mean? Like, okay. So again, the officer orders me to sit on the ground, orders me to open my ears, because that's what he was saying to him by insulting him by saying his ears must have just got surgery. Okay. Now, what if that cop then told me to get up and run into the middle of the street? Am I supposed to obey that order? Y'all can call that example extreme all you want, but it ain't no different. It's just as valid a command as the one they gave him to sit on the ground in the first place. I think I'd rather just stand, officer. Is there something that hinders your safety by me standing here? I'd rather stand. And I got you, Larry K. I'm not absolving Tyreek Hill of, hey, this is not the wisest thing to have done or wisest way to have been. But there's a reason that we have to check ourselves like that. Why should we have to check ourselves like that?
I don't know what certified him as being a jerk and him thinking he's above the law. Because he didn't
Again,
say anything about his own status or being pulled over because of his status. That
again,
would imply that he thinks he's above the law. If he would have said, "Listen, I'm Tyreek Hill. You have no right to pull me over," that would imply that he thinks
I
he's
mean,
above the
even when
law.
they grabbed him to
Not
pull him
just
out of the car, he was already starting to lean out of the car to get out.
or him saying that, why are you knocking on my $500,000 vehicle window, because you can probably break them or crack them. That doesn't imply that he thinks he's above the law, because any citizen who has that much money invested in a vehicle would have probably most likely said that, because
I don't want, dude. I
simply
don't have,
you're tapping on a
bro,
very expensive vehicle of mine.
bro. I didn't have near
It's
that
not
amount of money.
implying that you're above the law.
I didn't have near that amount of money invested in my window, and I wouldn't want it broken.
Exactly. Yeah, right. Even if you just simply just got them redone or replaced. Yeah, that's just a simple concerned capitalist, I suppose, about his investment.
I mean, if by being a jerk you mean slowly starting to get out of the car, I mean, come on. I mean, I'm I don't want to be combative. I'm just
Yeah,
saying I
that'd be like,
disagree
no,
with
I'm
it.
just saying
I
that.
just disagree. I think the guy, like, I understand that he didn't move quickly enough for the cop, but that doesn't warrant what they
There's
did.
nothing in the there's nothing in the Florida statute that I'm aware of that's called expeditious compliance. Is anybody keeping a stopwatch or a ticker out? Now I'm really being facetious. Or a ticker on how fast you must comply to a given set of orders or instructions by an authority figure such as a law enforcement officer.
I'm
Is
sure they would.
anybody taking a
I'm
stopwatch
sure they
out,
would use a word like
timing this guy
reasonable.
on
Crypto,
how fast you should comply?
crypto. I'm sure they would use a word like reasonable. But again, the guy, you could see he was clearly starting to fall out of the car, like he was starting to get out of the car.
Right, that's what I'm saying. I'm just trying to get to the crux
Like
of what defines being a
when they
jerk.
opened his door, he realized how serious they were being, and he started to get out of the car.
And by that time, he was already on the ground with his hands behind his back, and no
We can watch
resistance
it
to
again.
him having his hands
We
put
can watch
on
it
his back.
again. When he
So that
fell out of
part
the
doesn't meet
car,
the
as he
definition of
was
being a
falling
jerk.
out of the car, is when he grabbed back behind his arm. He was already
Right,
falling
while
out
his
of the
hands
car at
behind his
that point.
back for being a jerk. How about the ugly elephant in the room? I alluded to it earlier. How about the fact that if they did was to arrest him on reckless driving and vehicular malpractice, that would have affected the Dolphins game, because what other wide receiver would have caught 130 yards worth of passing and an 80-yard touchdown right after a key turnover? What receiver in our arsenal, given that Jacksonville would have known how to play defense on our other fast receiver that was on the other side of the field, which got caught, by the way, which led to a turnover on downs because of Tua sack. So you can argue that those police officers, by not arresting him and putting him in jail, positively affected the outcome of the game. So let's go there, because we know the production that Tyreek Hill put out there on the field that very same Sunday.
I simply
So let's
can't.
talk about the positive outcome that happened because they chose not to arrest him.
I simply can't reconcile why, if whatever he did warranted all that aggression, why did they not take him to jail? It seems
If
like
he was
such a
being a jerk,
logical, simple question to me. You see what I'm saying? Like, what was he going to write up if he took him to jail? Like, Yeah, you can detain somebody without arrest. But you also have to articulate a reason why they're being detained.
Right. Even if you detain them, there's a delay, which
Because
means you
I'm going
don't
to
get to
pull you
start
out
the
of my
game.
because I'm going to pull you out of your car is not a reasonable reason to detain somebody or make them roll their window down. Because I'm going to pull you out of your car if you don't. Not because I need to make sure my officers are safe, not because I'm still doing an investigation, but because if you don't, I'm going to pull you out of your car. That's what the guy said. That is not a sufficient reason to detain somebody.
Right. Normal speed violations come with I'm taking your license, I'm going to my squad car, I'm writing a ticket and handing it, sending you on your way.
Right. Again, Larry K. And they also, even if they had the authority to order him out of his car, the guy said, roll your window down the rest of the way or I'm going to pull you out of your car. As a matter of fact, go ahead and get out of the car. He never even gave
Right.
him
So
a
there
chance
was
to
no other
comply to
chance
the
to
first
comply
order.
to that first order. The very next phrase was a matter of fact, which means there's no distance in time between the order and execution of the order.
Exactly. Which
So,
again,
there you go.
crypto brings me back to the same question. If he had the authority to do that, why did they not do it before he even gave him his license? Why didn't they just roll up on the car and rip him out?
Right. Just
Why
simply
did
said,
they
we're placing
continue
you
to
under
give
arrest
him
for reckless
chances to
driving.
comply?
That should have been the very first phrase.
Right. Why did they continue to give him chances to comply? First, he rolled his window all the way down and handed him his license and information. Secondly, after a second or two, when he walked by and told him to roll the window back down, he did roll it down a couple inches, enough for the cop to communicate with him. The cop then ordered him to roll down the window the rest of the way, or he was going to pull him out of the car. And then without even a second passing, says, as a matter of fact, get out of the car, and starts to muscle in to get him out of the car. Never even gave him a chance to comply to that order of rolling the window down the rest of the way. So if he had the authority to do it anyway, why did he ever ask him the first time? That's called a mixed signal. That's called conflicting orders. That's called now neither one of them are lawful. Now you need to get your supervisor over here to talk to me. That's my response to that. And if they want to yank me out of the vehicle, at least they know I asked for their supervisor first. It'd be one thing if he was still lollygagging for another 30 seconds to roll the window further down. Never even gave him a chance to do it. Never said to him, I need you to roll it all the way down because I'm still investigating the nature of the inside of your car, whatever it might be. I'm still conducting an investigation here. Can you please roll it down all the way for my officer's safety? No. Roll it down all the way or I'm going to pull you out of the car. That's what he said. And I'm sorry. Not everybody reacts to that the same way. Not everybody cowers in a corner and says, oh, yes, officer, I'm so sorry. Some people say, you need to give me a reason why I have to roll my window down the rest of the way. Some people might say, hold on a second, my hands are full. Put their phone down and roll the window down the rest of the way. None of that opportunity was given.
Tell you these cops, they have that Gestapo complex.
Now, real
Yes,
quick.
they do, Mountie.
Real quick, I do want to say, Larry, appreciate your comments, by the way, because you're the type of person that can handle like a disagreement. You know what I mean? So appreciate you being here. And he says, no need to cower, maybe just own your actions. And I do want to say that Tyreek Hill has been on CNN like last night or something. And he is, because the way he is coming off as we need to work this out together. And the message he sent on CNN was beautiful. I thought it was the greatest thing I've ever heard Tyreek say. And so he is sort of recognizing in his own head that I could have done things differently. Okay, let's give him the credit for that, because I don't have it on tap right now, but I'd love to be able to play that clip of what Tyreek said to CNN, because it does seem like he is putting a little of the onus on himself and saying that everybody needs to respect everybody. Cops, people, citizens, colors, races, creeds, ethnicities, cops, citizens.
Well, let me just say this, because when you're talking about a professional versus an ordinary civilian, the onus will always be on the professional. And the reason why I say this, I have a professional driver's license. It's called a Class A CDL.
Right.
If I drive a regular POV vehicle, not a commercial vehicle, if I get in an accident or responsibility, the burden is on me, because I'm a professional driver, because I have the highest license. Even if I'm driving a regular four-wheeler. You see what I'm saying? The burden is always going to be on me, because I have a license.
Great point, Crypto. Great point.
License,
I have a commercial license. I have the highest license. So it's always going to be on me to be the professional in the situation.
Right. And that license requires you to be elevated to a certain responsibility, level of responsibility. Right. You see what I'm saying? And so while it affords you some privileges like driving certain vehicles, it also requires a higher level of responsibility. To maintain that license to do that.
When I'm in and out of traffic.
Right.
The burden comes down on me harder if I get a speeding ticket or reckless driving ticket, because I'm the professional in this situation.
I'm so glad
I should know better.
Hey, Crypto, I'm so glad you framed it that way, because these cops do have a certain license. Okay. And that's a license to end somebody. Okay. And that's why it's incumbent upon them to have a higher standard of de-escalation than the Tyreek Hills of the world, who is probably pretty amped up on his way into a football game. Something we pay him millions to do is amp himself up.
So, advice that I was given when I was young by my granddad, who was a sheriff, right? He was the sheriff of Kansas City, Kansas, back in the late 70s. Okay, so they did shit differently. But he was a good cop and a true cop at that, and a good sheriff. Kansas City, Missouri, excuse me. I don't know why I said Kansas. He said two things. In every scenario, in dealing with a cop, there's a gun involved in that scenario. That's number one. Number two, that gun is always, in every scenario, that cop has a gun to defend himself. So he needs to act in a certain way that is non-aggressive. Right. You have a weapon on you. You're already threatened to anyone unarmed. Granted, you're a law officer, so that, we're supposed to be protected by you. But the fact of the matter remains, you're an armed individual into someone that is unarmed. Now, cop doesn't know if they're unarmed or not, so they got to handle things in a more. He just always put that's how.
Right, you're speaking to the license that they have to use that thing compared
not
to
just
you.
That, but to understand the responsibility that comes with that, you have to be respectful with it too, because people are inherently.
Well, that's why they call it a license and not a liberty.
That's right. They're inherently more tense in dealing with these situations, and how he explained it more is like in a domestic situation, right? which are the most dangerous. Domestic is most dangerous. You roll up, a guy's beating his old lady. He comes out, he pulls a gun on you because the tensions are high. He said, in these domestic situations, you have a weapon and tensions are high. You're rolling up there with a gun, involved in their personal business that needs police enforcement involved in. Let's not take it to the gun has to come out. Let's try to bring it down before we pull the gun out.
Wholeheartedly agree. It comes to checking.
Yeah, the
weapons, too.
officer
Like,
has
if
a
I've
higher
got a-
responsibility
if I've
over
got a
civilian.
constitutional right to carry it, why do I got to pull it out and show it to you? Why are you asking me to? Why does everybody need to pull their guns out? Can I see yours? I get you want to check it to see if it's stolen,
Right.
but have I given you any indication that I've committed a theft? Why are you having me pull my gun out? Can I see yours? I mean, some of this stuff is so senseless. And the thing of it is, I
Right.
want to be clear because we've shown the video ad nauseum. And I want to make it clear that Tyreek Hill was not being a dick. Not from a reasonable person suspected. Now, being a dick is subjective. Maybe the cop felt like he was being a dick.
So, Culler, I've been listening
Right,
for a
it could be a
while. I just
subjective
haven't
thing,
been
but
able
yeah.
to get in. I've been listening for a minute, and I haven't been able to get in. But, essentially, and here's the problem. There's a superiority complex that we know is prevalent in people who have power. The Emmanuel H.O. thing you played, pontificated it in a perfect manner. There's the superiority complex, and it's always going to attract people of power. And I'm not saying that that's how these people are, but it also feeds into that negative affliction of having power. It's it's Uncle Ben telling freaking Spider, great power comes great responsibility. Even Spider-Man turned into the Venom Spider-Man too. So I understand, and people are still people. Even cops make mistakes. Problem of the matter is that if you listen to the toning of the voice, the enragement from the cop wanting to get him out, grabbing him, then getting him on the ground and talking to him is not only is it far and away beyond disrespectful on how you would treat another person, much less a grown man talking to another grown man, but they handled it in a manner like, I spit in your wife's face. You know what I'm saying? I insulted your children and wife, and now you have to duel me. That's where they took this manner in dealing with them. They took it as a personal slight because Tyreek Hill wasn't happy to deal with the cops in a rush, and that's something that is nothing. The law is broken by how he acted. Nothing that he did. In a perfect world, Tyreek wouldn't have handled it that way, and neither would have the cop.
Right.
But Tyreek Hill's infraction of how he handled it is so more on par of what cops should expect to be involved in with people than how the cops handled it in a manner that I'm going to show you, boy. That's what they handled it. I'm going to emasculate you. I'm going to punish you. You respect me. I'm your daddy. That's how they handled it.
Right, and that's the further point I was trying to make about the 1.9 million people as opposed to the thousands that are law enforcement officers. They all expect us to see things from their perspective. When they're us, they should be seeing it from ours.
Well, the way in which their interactions with police will never be the same as anyone. There's varying degrees on whose interactions with police would be like, but they can't relate to any of us.
Let me ask you this, so I can kind of clear up what I'm trying to say. When that officer goes to church on Sunday, is he going to be telling all his friends? Is he going to be asking forgiveness for God for having to do that to somebody?
Oh, I promise you this. He's sorry. I can guarantee you fucking that, Culler. The guy is fucking sorry. Whether it's a genuine sorry or not, I don't know the man personally, so I won't comment on that. But I can promise you this: he's fucking sorry now, ain't he? And I think Tyreek Hill is a guy
I don't
that
understand how.
I
Wait a
think
minute.
Tyreek Hill is a human that actually feels empathy for a guy knowing that his entire deal is fucked right now
I
because of
don't
what he did.
understand. I don't understand how a reasonable person, and it's just something I don't understand. I'm not saying they're wrong. I'm saying that I don't understand. Okay, I don't understand how a reasonable person can think that Tyreek Hill was being rude by telling them, look, he told them literally word for word, do what you got to do. Just, in other words, dispense with the pleasantries and the bullshit. I'm on a time schedule here. Obviously, that's why I was speeding. So by telling him do what you got to do, he is actually admitting to what he did. He's saying, I'm taking responsibility. Sorry. Do what you got to do. He literally said that. And if a person sees that as rude, then we're just in disagreement. That's a little nonchalant given what he was accused of doing, but it wasn't rude in my opinion. It was, hey, I acknowledge I'm in the wrong here. Here's my license and registration. Do what you got to do. That's literally what he said. That's his way of saying, write me the ticket so I can be on my way. And I just don't understand why officers of the law take offense to that. I don't understand it. As if to say, oh, well, I'll find something else if I wanted to. Okay, granted, if that makes you feel better for me to say, yeah, if you wanted to, you could run me through. Okay. But why would you do that? Why would you even say that to somebody? If you're upset, if the cop was so upset from the fact that he took so many people's life in danger by speeding, then he should have just done what he was authorized to do from the beginning, which was take him out of the vehicle and put him in jail. You can't then release him and say, well, we found enough to rip him out of his vehicle, throw him on the ground, handcuff him, and then abuse him further. We found enough to do that. But it wasn't enough to even write him a ticket for obstruction of justice, impeding an investigation, whatever non-compliance laws you can claim he broke. None of that was cited. And they let him go with 2 traffic violations. So they're literally admitting that they didn't have enough to warrant the aggression.
So the cop's speeding ticket was a visual clocking of 60 miles an hour, which puts him 25 miles over the speed limit, and no seatbelt, which he couldn't have seen as he drove by.
Yeah, because all of a sudden he can see through the window for that, but not when he's got it rolled up on the side of the window, which refutes the possibility that he needed to have his window down for further investigation.
Listen, fine, have the window down, but allow yourself the time to explain that you need the window down, you want it all the way down, be specific, and then be done with it.
Which, by the way, Cap, Tyreek did. He rolled it down like 2 inches after a couple seconds of delay.
I know that, but again, the semantics of this, that, or the other, none of it was warranted to pull him out of the car. He should have never left his car for any reason. None of the interaction ever warranted pulling him out of the car, other than him feeling disrespected, getting turned up. The other guy sees him getting turned up, and he goes 1,000 times higher. And that's how we ended up with a pro athlete worth hundreds of millions of dollars.
Bro, he had the audacity to roll his window up. That's what set the officer off. You can see in the video, okay, Cap, I don't know if you were listening to my commentary earlier, but you can see in the video when Tyreek hands him his credentials, the cop immediately turns
No, I know.
his
I watched.
body
Color, I was
language
watching. I
towards
saw it. I've
his
seen the video
motorcycle.
and I've seen your breakdown of it. I've seen the video and your breakdown. When he turned to leave, then said, "You know what? No, I'm in my feelings as a
No, wait
police
a minute.
officer,
No, wait a
as
minute.
the
No, wait a
profession."
minute. Let me. No. It's you're off a little. Let me finish. He turned his body language towards the motorcycle, like as if he was going to go finish his job and write the ticket. Right. He then realized he needed the VIN number and stopped and went back over to the front and looked down at the VIN number. And as he was walking away from that, passing by Reek's window, that's when Tyreek was rolling the window up and the cop stopped and confronted him about rolling the window up. Tyreek was under a fair impression that the cop was going to continue back to his motorcycle and finish writing the ticket. The cop stopped at the point of noticing him rolling the window up and confronted him again. And then told him, roll the window down or I'm going to pull you out of the vehicle. After he rolled it down a couple inches for the cop to communicate to him. When he rolled down the window a couple inches, the cop could have said at that point, I need you to keep your window down for this, and that articulated reason. Instead, when he rolled the window down a couple inches, the cop said, roll it down the rest of the way or I'm going to pull you out of your vehicle. On second thought, or as a matter of fact, step out of the vehicle. First of all, okay, he said that the reason he needed to roll his window down was because if he didn't, he was going to pull him out of his vehicle. That is not a valid reason to give that order. Secondly, before he even had a chance to roll the window down the rest of the way, the cop changed his mind and said, as a matter of fact, get out of the vehicle. So I'm wondering which order he should have respected and complied to.
Well, considering they weren't a full 2 seconds apart, the confusion is expected.
2 seconds?
That's the fuck.
We're not even talking about a full second.
Exactly.
Sorry, I lost you. Go ahead, Cap, when you can. I know your signal sucks,
right,
so I'll try to stop interrupting you. I'll try to stop interrupting you. Sorry.
This spot. It's the both the infections of speeding with a visual 60 45, so a visual 35, which I want to say road speed limit there is actually 45, but it was knocked down to 35 because of the game day traffic. They put those signs up. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, right.
So, but I digress. Right, that's neither here nor there.
I think the threshold for jail is 30 in Florida.
It's 30. Yes, it becomes felony negligent to speed over 30 miles an hour. I know that for a fact because I've been in court for it. Which that's how they can then warrant a reckless driving. So anyhow, and then the speeding, and then the seatbelt ticket. Those two tickets, for all the trouble, for the national news on CNN, for being on. I mean, dude, it's only just begun. The trouble that this encounter has
already
caused.
Starting
it's
on
only
both
just
sides
begun.
on the web.
We're talking.
Politically speaking, Cap, it's already starting on both sides on the web,
right.
bro.
It will slowly, depending on how. Now, Tyreek Hill and his lawyer and his people have every reason and right to take this all the way and make it into a thing. Tyreek Hill being the bigger man again.
And you know what? And you know what?
Color,
and you know what? To be fair,
please, for the love of fuck, dude.
Sure,
let me land. Tyreek Hill being the bigger man in more than one situation decides not to do that as wanting to de-escalate this and have a positive outcome rather than doing what they could do and go all the way. Both of those two tickets for all the trouble that it's caused, could continue to cause, and Tyreek Hill and his representation have every right to cause. $302 fucking dollars or $9. $309 in tickets is why all this happened.
We address the real elephant in the room and stop beating around the bush. Those people that are against Tyreek are pretty much taking the sides of the officer because they personally against Tyreek Hill. They find that he has one little speeding incident, and then they want to blow it up as if he's the rudest guy in the room, when it's still the burden of the officer to de-escalate and be the professional in the situation.
And
so
yet, here's Tyreek.
I don't care about none of that.
The bigger man again.
If you're gonna get your feelings hurt by sticks and stones conversation about whether or not he could have cursed them out and all this other stuff, then I'm sorry. Go be a kindergarten teacher, because this job ain't cut out for you and know how to interact with a normal civilian. So yeah, those people still have yet to classify what was he being a dick about, and it was just about being verbal or verbiage or not speedily complying. I'm still waiting for the stopwatches on what law regulations say you have to act within a nanosecond. I'm still waiting on that kind of law and statute. I don't recall DeSantis signing it. You have to comply within a nanosecond. So I'm just putting that out there. So yeah, those people just out there showing themselves on how it's personal when it comes to Tyreek Hill and this so-called, he's being a dick. Just speaking nonsense.
So Crypto, look, I don't want to talk about this shit no more, but it's like draining all my mind, and I can't help because it makes me really fucking infuriated, this whole scenario. But there is some people out here in this community, some big names that are, for lack of a better term, Crypto, bootlicking right now. And
even if he was, I would say he can curse like a damn sailor. Even if he did fucking break the speeding law, the law requires you to be written a ticket. And like some of you guys pointed out, if it was reckless violation and endangerment of public safety, then you put him under arrest, and we all know what would have happened in the outcome of that fucking game. And I'm gonna keep saying it, because if he would have been arrested, so be thankful he didn't fucking get arrested.
Excuse me. Can I point out one thing? The cops didn't hesitate to insult him when they had him on the ground.
Great fucking example, Culler. Great example. Because they felt insulted because he didn't cower to their fucking prowess of power.
Right. So not only are they now his insults, according to some people, his attitude will say warranted them to put physical harm on him, and they got to verbally assault him. So they get both, but he only gets one.
So I see
a
the
good
chat
point. Yeah,
up. Real quick, I see the chat.
Yeah, they get to do both versus his one. Yeah,
I see the chat blowing up. CB83 in there. I see Fanatic Fury Larry K in there asking who's bootlicking. What do you mean? Put a name on it, Cap. You know I would. Hold on, Culler. Let me land, because I gotta pick my daughter up. I would be doing the show on it tonight, but I can't. I got a special show tonight. Ghost of Adam Gase from the Die Bar podcast is coming by tonight. We're going to talk about the last game and the next game, and we'll probably end up talking a little bit about this. But Wednesday, tomorrow night, expect a show, because I don't give a damn. I'm putting together receipts, and I'm calling somebody out in this Miami Dolphins community that is bootlicking and has doubled and tripled down about it with this shit. And I ain't cool with it. As the fucking more and more evidence comes out.
Oh, I think I know who you're talking about.
I'm calling them out.
Yeah, I'll stay tuned for that. But
real quick, I just want
to.
You know, I ain't
showing
scared to call any motherfucker
who has a license. Who has the highest license, the police officer or the civilian? I'll wait.
Here's my thing about what I was saying a second ago. Okay, if the cops are all about duty and authority and authorization to use force and whatever, okay, let's say they had all of that. Let's say they had probable cause constitutional authority, whatever they had. Let's say they had all of that to pull him out and did what they did to him. At that point, are they not supposed to just be robots and pull him out, cuff him, bring him over, and then address whatever? Or are they then allowed to be rude and insulting as well while they're doing it? Because it's one thing to say, I'm in my car, I infringed upon the law with my speeding, okay? Probably arguably put some people in danger, okay? It's a big thing, okay, fine. And I also have to be kind and cordial to you in every way. In other words, not only that, but I have to make sure that my own lingo doesn't happen to be seen as rude and insulting, right? But you, on the other hand, as the cop, can say whatever the fuck you want to me. You can treat me however you want based on your authority and your whatever you fall back on. We got to keep our officers safe. So I guess intimidation is one of those ways you make yourself feel safe, like you have command of the situation. Okay. But so he did all that, and he's supposed to not say anything that the officer might consider to be rude, or he's ripped out of his vehicle. And
Okay, Culler.
And while that's going on, the cop then can be as rude and insulting to Tyreek as he wants to be.
And then there's still ignorant motherfuckers in the chat talking about all he had to do is roll his window and give him his license. Did you not watch the fucking video? He did do that.
I guess I'm gonna have to play it for the people that are late to the show. I don't know, but
I mean, because they have this preconceived notion that you have to comply within 1 nanosecond.
Listen. Here's the thing about this whole lawful.
No, the burden of proof of me on you is to tell me what law did DeSantis sign saying you have to freaking comply within a nanosecond.
Crypto, listen, okay? The guy, okay, when it comes to a lawful order, okay, and the reasons for it and whatever else, okay, the cop pulled him over for speeding, okay? In order to write him a ticket for that, he needs his identification, his driver's license, in other words, his proof of registration, and his proof of insurance, okay? In order to make sure he doesn't have to write tickets for that too, okay? That requires an investigation. And the investigation is me collecting your information, right? That's the nature of the investigation. And while I'm there, I'm also trained to be observant and look inside your vehicle if your window is down and all that. But I, as a citizen, to not impede your investigation, which is for me speeding, and now you have to write me a ticket. In your investigation, you're investigating who I am, so you can know who to write the ticket to. Okay. In the course of your investigation, all you need from me is my window cracked enough for you to receive my paperwork and communicate with me.
Exactly.
That is all the window was down by definition. There is no law requiring any more than that.
Also, you don't have to give them your ID. You only have to present it.
Well, you only have to show it. I get all that.
But he gave it to him. It was in his left hand. He physically had his ID.
Big Nick got us the details on a lot, but I just want to keep it a little more obtuse for a moment, right?
Yeah, I got you. I just, look, here's the sad part. Law officers who are upholders of the law are actively overstepping what requirements of them to do their job as the law giver or provider or protector in the field in dealing with citizens. That's it. And they're allowing their personal feelings to get involved and then take that into their everyday world actions. I see S. Harris talking about, shit that I've literally had to deal with. You know, can I search it? Pulled me over. Can I search your car? No. Well, why? Why not? What do you got something in there to hide? No, go fuck yourself. You know what I'm saying? How about you can't search my car? I've had them then do that and then fucking search my car anyway
Right.
and put me in handcuffs. I've had
Right.
them then go, all right, well, we'll get the dog then. I've had them take the dog. They smack the car with the dog to get the dog to touch their nose to every place. And they go, the dog flagged and alerted, and then strip your car. There ain't a fucking granule of anything in there. They do what they want, and it's an abuse of power, and they're looking for quota, whatever. It's bullshit.
Well, and again, the the part I really want to drive home is that he gave them enough to not impede their investigation as to what the nature of the investigation was at that time. They needed to find out his identity so they could write him the tickets. He complied with that. He gave them his credentials, had the window all the way down. The cop made a motion that any reasonable person would assume means he's done with that part of the investigation. He's done interacting with me right now. It's hot out here. I want to roll my window back up.
And they wrote it up to the point where it was still cracked, where you could still see in the vehicle. So by definition, it was still down.
Wait a minute. Let me clear that up. When the officer walked by and noticed him rolling the window back up, he stopped, confronted him, said, roll the window down now. Tyreek took a second or two, delayed, yes, but he then cracked it about 2 to 3 inches. Enough for the officer to communicate with him. At that point,
and still see into the vehicle, right?
At that point, the officer communicated to him that he was going to roll his window all the way down, or he was going to pull him out of the car. Not, I need you to keep your window down for the safety of my officers. I need you to keep your window down because we're still investigating here. None of that. I need you to keep your window down, else I'm going to pull you out the that Matter of fact, I'm going to pull you out the car. That's as quick as it happened.
Yep. I mean, that is not a
you
lawful
can dream up
command.
Tyreek Hill being an asshole all you want.
Yep.
That's what happened.
Exactly.
He could have cracked the window and go, what you mean? It's down enough, motherfucker. That's it. He could have said that, and that's it. And not a law.
And he tell him to the extent, Cap, that he wanted it down.
He could
halfway,
go,
fully down, a quarter, a third.
Down enough? Is that down enough, bitch? He could have said that, and no law is broken. That's it.
Yeah.
He could be like, hey, bitch, is this down enough for you, ho?
We haven't even gotten to the point where they've already obviously identified him as who he is and still treating him that way.
Yep.
Yeah, because at that point, they had the license already.
He's got his license in his hand. How do you not know who he is now?
He may not have read the license at that point.
Well, that's on that dumb motherfucker.
Okay, fine. But what I want to get to is the point that when he's standing there in cuffs on the sidewalk and the cop starts to now debate with him whether he can force him to sit down or not, they already knew who he was at that point. Now, hold on a second. Most people are going to think that this is about treating Tyreek Hill differently. No, that's not what I'm bringing it up for. I'm bringing it up to say that when they knew, the moment they realized who this person was, a flood of information came into their head. 2 pieces of information came into their head that are important here. 1, he's no longer a flight risk. The handcuffs should have come off right then and there. Because if you think Tyreek Hill is stupid enough to run, then you got other competency problems.
If he decided to run from you, maybe that's why he kept the fucking handcuffs on. I don't know. This guy runs on me. I ain't gonna ever catch him. You know what I'm saying?
But the point is that at that point, there's no way, unless you think he's a complete fool, knowing who he is, that he's gonna run.
Here's the thing,
he's no longer a flight risk.
I don't give a fuck if he goes, I'm
what I'm
saying
is a reasonable person.
No, because people are being stupid.
Color, you're giving them
about
death
whether or not
threats.
they're there.
Hold on.
Okay.
You're working under the assumption that that guy even knows who Tyreek Hill is, even if he's wearing his football gear.
You're not letting me get out my point, and it'll become clear what I'm trying to say. Okay. I done forgot where I was at.
No, because people in the chat are not trying to get the broader spectrum of what you're saying, Color. They're being simple-minded. So that's why, you know,
There
when
is
you bring
no
up
reasonable person on a jury, okay, that would not think that at that moment you knew that Tyreek was no longer a flight risk. You know what I mean? Like, a jury's not going to accept that. A reasonable person would immediately know that Tyreek Hill is not a flight risk. And you could say he's a flight risk in the respect that if he wasn't Tyreek Hill but had the athletic ability of Tyreek Hill, then yeah, this guy's staying in cuffs. You know what I mean?
I was making a joke on that. My point here.
Well, yeah, but the thing is,
I know,
if you're working in this area for so long and you've been working this near the stadium, you don't think they have rosters of knowing who's the most employees of who's going in and out of the building?
You're getting ahead of me because that's part of the competency problem. But number two, okay, first of all, the cuffs should have immediately come off at that point. Number two piece of information that came into their head. This dude definitely ain't going to put his hands on me.
Right, because and it's not even about them knowing who football players are. They know the roster of employees that's coming in and out of the facility that you're protecting.
Listen. Again, we're working on assumptions, and I like where everybody's head's at. We're talking about simple deductions.
Logic, though.
Logic and simple deductions. So simple deductions of absolute reasoning, and the lightest.
I know what they were authorized to do at that point.
I'm just saying, like in the lightest amount of assumptions of people's, right? Even if this is a rookie, he's out of town, don't know shit about Shinola, who he is, what this is, what nothing is. Cops have no reason for acting that way in that scenario.
Correct. Right.
That's it. I don't give a fuck what it is.
When we're talking about the violent part of the aggression involved here, show me where. I don't care if Tyreek was being the biggest dick on the planet. Show me where Tyreek Hill aggressed on anybody.
That's right. There was no aggressiveness.
The burden of proof was on them to prove the aggression by Tyreek, by the citizens.
There's only 2 or 3 people on that entire scene that committed violence on anybody. And none of them were Tyreek Hill.
And don't tell me that it was Burbridge was the aggression from Tyreek Hill. Then you don't deserve to be a law enforcement officer. Sticks and stones, you can't handle verbiage? Really?
G says without witnesses,
they need to be a kindergarten teacher.
All his incidents, they would have him labeled him without combative, use mugshots to justify murder.
Also, real quick, I see the twin topic coming up in here again. The twin isn't a negative connotation. CB's giving clarification.
Oh, okay.
It's like, hey, what's up, twin?
I thought it was a new lingo for cops.
No. He was saying
term
twin.
Of endearment.
Yes, he was saying twin to Jonnu Smith or Calais Campbell. He was saying it to them. We're twins because we're family.
His head was turned towards the cop. That's why they confused me.
We're twins because we're family, is what he's saying.
But I'm saying his head was turned toward. His head was turned towards the cop when he said it. That's why it threw me off.
I got you. Yeah, I got you. I'm just saying, like, there was the confusion from her. So, simply put, right, I commend the absolute Mount Everest of high road that Tyreek Hill and his lawyer Julius are taking. It is the right way, and I feel like
you don't have that video, that CNN clip on tap, do you?
I do. I can text it to you on the Twitter side.
It'd be Twitter. Twitter would be easier right now.
I'll get it to you on the Twitter side so you can play the audio. But I
was quite impressed with it myself.
I commend them on taking the route they decided to do, because as upsetting and as embarrassing as it is too. That's the thing that people forget. You know, Tyreek Hill's a grown man. Tyreek Hill is an adult. And you can commit traffic violations without having your manhood assaulted in the meantime. And there's an embarrassment that goes with that. And obviously, it didn't embarrass him to the level that it could have. But if it did, and or he felt, had the liberties to take this to a really much more serious manner, which I feel like he has every right to. He's deciding to instead. Hopefully, it's going to open up a dialogue that can have a good outcome rather than one in which is distracting from the team. Number one, and number two, just unbecoming to Tyreek Hill's character. And I mean, listen, Tyreek Hill's had plenty of run-ins with the cops for different reasons, and I'm sure he's no different as growing up as most of us have dealt with the cops. Plus, knowing as African American man and knowing the inequities that happen in these types of scenarios where it's treated as such, he's gonna take a high road. And I gotta say, man, I hope it has a much positive, stronger impact than if he were to go the other direction.
Well, because there is a population, albeit small, of reasonable people that are on the side of the police that are saying, hey, we have to recognize that maybe Tyreek could have handled it different way, whatever, or should have. It don't matter whether should have, could have, or would have. Okay, but there are people.
Well, then the burden of proof for them is to explain what way.
I got you, Crypto.
I can't give a broad statement like that.
I got you. What I'm trying to say is there's reasonable people that are like, okay, the only mistake they're making is expecting that we should go over that first instead of what transpired afterwards. You see what I'm saying? Because it don't matter. Like, it just doesn't matter. So I'm just saying, there's people like that are like, look, all I need is a little bit of contrition, and then I'm willing to go ham on the cops. There are people like that out there. I'm already ready to go ham.
Yeah,
on
but
the
those.
Cops.
But see, the thing is, because
I'm
people
already
say
ready
that
to go ham on the cops. There's some
they have
people
to
that are
preface
almost there.
So listen,
they have to preface their statement by saying that people that do comply to the way they want to also get killed.
What I'm trying to say is the statement that Tyreek made on CNN is giving them what they're thirsty for, is what I'm saying. It was a great statement.
Yeah, I will send that to you here momentarily. I'm about to drop out. I just want to say, fuck, I lost.
But only if they're reasonable, Crypto. It's only going to hit the reasonable people, is what I'm saying.
Well, yeah, but I'm just saying, in order for me to acknowledge them to say that the both sides is an argument, they have to always preface and said, even those that so-called quote-unquote comply also end up dead. Right. Because we have numerous examples of people who comply based on their standard of compliance also end up dead. They have to always explicitly preference that with that ahead of what they're about to say.
You're totally right. That's why I'm glad that Tyreek can deliver the both sides argument to you instead of me, because Tyreek's the one involved here. You know what I mean?
So
the way he puts it allows people to say, you know what? He obviously in his head recognizes where he was at fault. There's no doubt in my mind.
But there's no denying who's the one at fault in the scenario. And
right. But it's for him. That's what I'm saying. It's for him.
You know what he's being? You know what he's being?
Not everybody else.
No, he's doing tongue-in-cheek being a politician.
No, he's not. He's being a truthful human. He's being a truthful human.
What I'm saying is Tyreek's the only one that has the authority to hold himself accountable.
That's right. And he's being a truthful person, saying
beyond the $309 ticket.
But here, which is the impasse, right? Is that, again, in a lawful stance, you don't have to act any sort of way. Other than, don't act in a hostile physical way, obviously.
I don't even think he did, to be honest with you. I don't even think he did act any certain way. He was a little... Look, man... He's
irritated. Get the fuck off me. Give me my ticket, bitch.
Exactly as I would expect somebody who is amped up for an NFL football
I don't give a fuck. It's acting how I would be if I'm running late and you're holding me up. Hurry the fuck up. I don't give a shit. Fuck amped football. Fuck everything. This guy, I don't have to do shit. Give me my ticket and fuck off. That's it. And if you
he
want to
didn't
like
even
the
say
way
it
I
that
handled
bad.
it,
He
I
didn't even
got
say
you.
it
But if
that
I
bad. He
wanted
just
to
said,
say
do
it,
what you got to do.
yeah, well, I don't care. Fucking pricks. I'm
That's
pissed.
all he said. Do what you got to do.
Again, and herein lies my problem, right? There's these people out here because their personal preference is to be in such a church choir fucking little choir boy manner to deal. That's their personal preference to deal with the cop. And you know what? That is good advice to deal with cops in most scenarios. But we are still human, and not being in the fucking mood to fucking put my good boy pants on and fucking kiss your balls right now. I don't have to. And if I feel like saying hurry the fuck up, hurry the fuck up, or take me to jail. But slinging me around and busting up on my civil liberties, I mean, first of all, I mean, you got to fight fucking back at something. You know what I'm saying? Like, fuck all that. Shit is pissing me off. I don't like it. And honestly, I'm surprised that Dolphin fans that witnessed it didn't jump out the cars and be like, what the fuck are you doing? Because I certainly myself ought to jump. I'm like, is that fucking Tyreek Hill on the goddamn ground? What the fuck y'all doing? This is some bullshit right here.
Well, that's almost about what was about to happen.
You fucking right.
As much video as we got before the body cam came out.
Yeah.
And it has
Fucking
nothing
pricks.
to do with tinted windows. The windows was down, cracked further enough for you to be able to visibly see inside. If you want
Fuck
to
that
go with the
window
BS of
and
somebody,
fuck that speeding
BS
ticket.
reaching for something, that's freaking nonsense.
that.
Once again, that cop deserves to be a kindergarten teacher.
I
Because
don't
if
wanna
he's
hear
that
none of that
paranoid,
shit.
he don't deserve to be freaking on the force.
I don't want to hear none of that shit. You can't be fucking out here swinging. Yeah, I'm big law man. I'm big law boss. Fuck you, ho. Bitch ass ho. That shit pissed me off, dude.
Then guess what? If you're going to use the logic of the tinted windows, then every fucking cargo van with no fucking side windows or back windows, they need to be stopped and frisked because I can't see in them from the rear or the side.
Yep, and I need
Because if you're going to use that as a logic, then every one of them, son of a bitches, need to be pulled over on a heartbeat. Because if you want to claim paranoia, I can't see in the rear or the side of that cargo van, you need to pull over. I don't give a shit about the front windshield or the side. I can't see what's in the back. You need to get out and get on the ground. If you're going to use the tinted window excuse, then every fucking cargo van in America needs to be pulled over every single second of the day. There you go. That BS tinted window logic.
Sorry, Crypto. I'm Officer Paranoid. That van that doesn't have windows in the back, I need to yank you out, put you on the ground, handcuff you with 6 other cops around me.
Yeah,
so
how do I know it's no illegal
door.
prostitution going on in the back in the name
That's
of
how do I know you're not
Carpenter
smuggling?
store?
How do I know you're not smuggling drugs or children in the back? I need to search your whole fucking thing. I mean,
yeah, how about pulling over every tractor trailer in America that don't have windows because I want to see what's fucking in the back of it.
Turn up, Crypto. I'm on this shit. I don't like it, goddammit.
Miss me with the tinted window argument.
When's the fucking march? That's what I need to know. When's the march? I'm fucking ready. Fucking piss me off.
That's right,
I don't like that
goddammit.
shit.
That tinted window argument is dead in my opinion. Because there's fucking a lot of vehicles out here that's not visible on site.
Yep, I promise you this. You pull over a limo with that tint on there, and you can't see who's in the back of that limo, and they got 12 motherfuckers in there. You know what I'm saying? Like, what are we talking about? What are we talking about? This is some bullshit.
Yeah, those using there's a slippery slope to a police state. They want to use the tinted window argument. Because there's a lot of freaking vehicles around there that don't have freaking side windows or windows.
I don't give a shit anyhow. I got tinted windows. You can't see where my hands are at if they're down below my waist. Unless you right up in there and looking. These are the risks of the motherfucking job,
even if you have a freaking transparent, a car made out of pure glass.
I ain't got no windows. I got no windows. I got none. They're all just holes in the car that you can see right in. Rain, fucking everything coming right through there. Don't matter. Could still do the same amount of damage as if I got tinted ass windows. Fuck you. And I'm not saying, look, I support the police. They got a job I don't want to do. For reasons that I get why they act the way they act sometimes. But you can't just be at a motherfucking sporting event providing security and traffic detail fucking hemming people up. What the fuck's your problem? There is illegal tent in Florida. Yes, there is an illegal tent. In which case they go get the little block of fucking tint that they have that they put to the window and they test it and shit like that. They got other ones that clip
Yeah,
onto the
but
window
guess what?
and test
Guess
it.
what? In order to do that, they would have had to have him keep his window up.
Yep. Look at that. Look at that. Tyreek would have had to.
He was trying to
Tyreek got
help.
a
Color.
third
You had
He
to
was
keep
trying
it
to
up
help
to test
right.
it.
He was trying to help their investigation.
That's right.
That's what I
Must
said.
be my window tint again. Must be my window tint again. Here you go. Listen, I'm looking at my sister's at my house right now. I'm looking at my sister's windows on her truck. They're way past the tint. Always that way. My brother-in-law does that to every fucking car he gets. Brandon book, he puts the darkest fucking tint he can buy on that shit.
Let's go. Oh no, Color. Here's another angle. Let's go to scientific method. How long does it take the car to heat up to above dangerous temperatures once the AC and car is off and you got your windows rolled up? How long will it take before imminent death is on the horizon? So if you tell me to raise my freaking thing on the car is off, then you're telling me to kill myself. You're telling me to commit suicide if you're not letting me have any circulation with my air conditioning on.
That's right.
There you go.
And you're entrapping me.
You're putting me in danger. You're putting my life in danger.
You're literally
by not
straight up
allowing me to cool myself with my air conditioner properly with the windows mostly up.
motherfucker. And again, to all these people who before the dash cam footage is citing every fucking thing on planet Earth that Tyreek Hill's ever done as to reasons why they believe he's a bad person. As those same people are, blindly taking their limited or zero interactions with police to put their 2 cents on it to how the scenario, how Tyreek Hill is wrong. And well, what did he do? Why did he deserve it? Blah, blah, blah. Like, y'all need to shut the hell up. You're ignorant as fuck. You sound dumb as shit. And I'm sorry that you ain't lived life or had to be in situations that you wish you weren't in to see it with your own fucking eyes. Because you got to understand, your walk of life ain't everybody's walk of life. And just as equal as, some of this shit goes south, it's head and shoulders above where this is an abuse thing happening. And I'm sorry that you haven't lived the experience to recognize it. Count yourself fucking fortunate and lucky. Because if you just willy-nilly give it all away, I can guarantee you and everyone gonna feel this fucking bullshit.
Yep. Hey, Cap, I've
I
got
think
the
they need to
video.
quit their jobs and become a shrimp boat captain.
I've got the CNN clip queued up. I'm gonna play the audio only. That's why I got myself on the main screen.
Buddy. Got you.
But this is Tyreek Hill with his lawyer, Jules, on CNN, addressing questions from them. And this is basically what what Cap and I were talking about. Tyreek's kind of full statement on, where we go from here, pretty much. So let me know if you can't hear it, but here's the audio.
And I saw that you said if you weren't Tyreek Hill, that you feared this could have ended a lot differently. What do you think could have happened?
Yeah, so the crazy part about it is I hate talking like this, man, but because I have a kid fan base. But the reality of it is, it's the truth. If I wasn't Tyreek Hill, worst case scenario, we would have had a different article, Tyreek Hill, got shot in front of Hard Rock Stadium, or that's worst case scenario, or Tyreek Hill, put in handcuffs and taken in and booked, but it's crazy that, me and my family had to go through this, so.
So I let it play out, but that was the wrong clip. Obviously, I hadn't heard that part of it yet, but it's still just as valid for us to hear. Let me keep grabbing that, trying to find the actual clip for the section that I'm referring to. That was actually him speaking on his comment about what if it wasn't Tyreek. But that's not the one I wanted you to actually hear. So give me a second to keep looking for that one. Shake, what's up, man? You don't happen to have that on tap, do you?
No, I'm driving home now.
Oh, okay, got you. I'll find it. It definitely it's here somewhere. I just gotta, you know how X can be with when you need something, it never shows up. Even though I just watched it. But give me a second. So Shake, man, how's things going, bro?
Good,
You
good.
ain't got pulled
I'm
over
gonna
or
be on
anything, right? Let us know if you get pulled over, bro.
I'm gonna be on with Larry K later on tonight. By the way.
Okay.
What's up, AB? No, let me. You know what's funny? I'm being honest. Living in I live living in Carroll City, North Miami, whatever. I've had more interactions with the police in the last 2 years I was living in Miami than I had in the 12 years I was living on the west coast of Florida.
Wow. I don't doubt it. I don't doubt it.
Yeah.
Okay, I think this is it here. Let me
Yeah, but Tyreek was basically saying what I mentioned earlier about if he wasn't Tyreek, what would have been the outcome? Likely outcome.
Yeah, this is the one here, Crypto. Let me give me a chance to share it here. Bloom, and then we'll go me alone so we don't get in trouble. And then I'm going to play the audio. Just let me know if you can't hear it.
Tyreek, just before you go, you just tweeted a moment ago. You said, "Let's make a change." What did you mean by that?
Right. So, I'm a good old country boy from South Georgia, man. Like I'm not a big believer in dividing people. You know, I don't believe in all that, man. I believe in bringing people together, because that's my purpose in life. I do football camps all across the world, man, trying to bring different people together, different kids, different parents, you know, because we in this together, baby. Like we on this earth together. We got to live together. So when I say let's make a change, let's do it together. So Miami PD, really all officers across the world, man, because one officer doesn't, you know what I'm saying, like make the whole group look bad. Like everybody has bad apples, you know what I'm saying? Every team has bad apples. It's my job to use my platform and my resources, so that way I'm able to align, you know, with, you know, these, you know, different stations. So that's what I mean when I say let's make a change. Like, because we done tried it all. You know what I'm saying? Like, we done protest. We even took a knee. You know, we done did walks. Like, so what's next? So right now, me and my wife, we right now brainstorming on how can we be a part of this change? You know, so it's important to us, you know, because we want to be able to change lives all the way across the world, not just Miami. You know, it's important.
I mean, that don't sound like somebody that wants to excuse himself for speeding. I mean,
no, it doesn't sound like he think he's above the law. So whatever that came from,
sounds like
he's figure out what these new narratives are coming from.
Sounds like some of that is also telepathic, if you will, or, you know, signaling, hey, I got work to do too. You know what I mean? That's what that sounded like to me.
And by the way, Crypto, I can tell you exactly what happened. Remember Sandra Blaine? This was exactly what happened with Sandra Blaine.
Yeah. And Tyreek alluded to that.
Is that the lady with the pot of water and all that?
No, that was the one that pulled over in Texas.
Oh, okay.
It was a traffic stop. Hers was actually the same type of stop. Yeah. Yeah. Sandra Blaine.
Yeah, and I don't disagree, Hooked Up Joe. That is the pertinent thing to do. It's just not required. And I don't think that, and I think that these guys doing what they did to Tyreek is exactly why you feel the need to do what you do when you get pulled over. And that's wrong. I mean, we shouldn't, like, I mean, I get why it's wise. You know what I mean? we can see why it's wise. What happened with Tyreek is an example of why it's wise to comply, as they say. But I mean, look, it's all about the law. And if we're expected to live under the rule of law, then the law is the only thing that should be invoked. Not police agency policy, not the feelings of a cop, not decorum, none of that. It should be governed by the law. And if there's a
But here's
law,
the thing.
as Crypto says, if there's a law that says you have exactly 0.5 seconds to comply to an officer's order to roll the window down, then let's make it a law. But it is not the law.
Yeah.
And if
Now,
we're all going
here's
to
the
agree
thing.
to live under the rule of law, then the rule of law is the only thing that should apply. Period.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing, Culler. If there's supposed to be a certain standard of compliance across the board, by definition, there should be a certain standard of how you react to citizens across the board, irregardless of compliance. Meaning you're the professional in the situation, you have to de-escalate. But everybody's not
And by the
adhering to
way,
that
Larry,
standard of response.
Larry, that was not directed personally. I didn't even see your decorum comment when I just used the word decorum. I'm sorry that came out that way, but I hadn't seen you use the word decorum before I said that. It wasn't directed solely at you, just so you know. Larry K, and I respect the hell out of Larry K. We're in disagreement on this, but you know, he's the type of person that can handle it, you know. I mean, he has his feelings and I have mine, you know what I mean? And mine ain't gonna change. Mine have been developed over 40 some years living in South Florida, you know, and having to interact with these people. So, you know.
Yeah, but by the way, did I mention I'm going to be on live with him in 2 hours?
Yeah, absolutely. Everybody make sure you're checking out Shake on Larry K. 2 hours. Lewis, man, how you doing, buddy?
Gentlemen.
Have I been, you know what? I'm glad you're here because I haven't really heard your explicit take, but am I being unreasonable at all, bro?
Nah, I've been in and out. I was doing that Twitter space and then I ended it. I came in here for a little bit, got busy with work, came back in here. But every time I've been in here, Culler, you've been cooking. And the simple fact is people have lost their damn mind in the world. Like at the end of the day, it just seems like we're working with feelings, right? When the video shows the first officer knock on the window, Tyreek Hill puts down his window completely, hands in license, registration, insurance card, I'm assuming.
AKA the investigative material.
Absolutely. At that point, it's the fucking cop's job to go back to his squad car, figure out whatever he wants to do, write a citation, write a warning, or whatever. Tyreek Hill don't have to keep his window down. Tyreek Hill does not have to put his hand out the window. Tyreek Hill does not have to be asked to get out of the car. That's bullshit. And if you believe that, I'm sorry, but you're an idiot. It is, I mean, like, I don't understand what world people are living in. The cops were wrong in this situation. They were basically profiling a man. That's what happened. And I don't want to use the other word that starts with R, so I won't. But they profiled Tyreek Hill. That's exactly what happened. And has it crossed anybody's effing mind that you're basically in the parking lot of where 65,000 people, mostly Dolphin fans, are out there drinking and tailgating. And at that point, everybody and their mama knew that Tyreek Hill was right out there getting harassed. Could you imagine if the people from that tailgate would have went in that situation, how bad that could have got?
Oh, I'm telling you, bro.
Oh, yeah.
Has it ever crossed anybody's mind that maybe Tyreek Hill had his window up because he didn't want to be seen? because he didn't want to cause a ruckus, because he didn't want to, make the scene even worse. No, you just got people
That's
that
an
are just
interesting aspect too, Lewis.
That's actually never even occurred to me, Lewis. And
Right. That's an
a
interesting aspect as well.
brilliant thought, man.
I mean, yeah, like maybe Tyreek Hill says, "Hey, let me try to de-escalate the situation." Because again, with the first video that we all received, it was from a fan in a car driving by saying,
Right.
"Oh my God, Tyreek Hill's getting arrested." That's because they already had Tyreek out of the car and people can see his face. So maybe while Tyreek had already handed over his license, registration, and insurance card, let me put my window up so people can't see who the hell's in the goddamn
Yeah, I mean, that's as valid a reason to put your window back up as it's 95 degrees outside.
Absolutely. Bro, like, I just don't understand, gentlemen. And it's like the people that are pushing back, listen, I see a lot of people that I respect, but I'm sorry, in this situation, you guys are wrong, bro. You're wrong. It is what it is.
I mean, it infuriates me, Lewis. It really does. Because I know that I'm just so sure that the attitude that they've decided to approach the average citizen in this country in law enforcement is what's causing these escalations, bro. It is. And if you want, if the recognizing the part about race is saying, hey, the outcome for certain people with certain skin color is even worse because they're not even surviving these escalations. At least, I've been treated that way. I keep saying it in that manner. And sometimes I feel like, even now more than ever, that I'm only alive because I'm white. There's no reason to like, I mean, if you got the goods, right? Do your thing. Treat people however you want to. But you didn't have the goods here. You had a speeding violation.
Well, Culler, I think for this is just a bigger issue, bro. And
I know.
I'm not.
It goes bigger. I know.
I'm not
every aspect.
I'm not trying to make this show or anything like that, or the conversation right about politics or anything like that. But I just want to say something, and it's probably going to ruffle feathers, and I get it, right? But we're in election time, and it's red versus blue. It's this versus that. It's this. And in just this situation right here, I've heard all kind of stuff. And I'll tell you one that really irks me. It's, well, Tyreek should have been more, nice or happy or whatever the case
That's
may
literally
be.
what we've been debating when you rolled
Yeah,
up.
pretty much that whole thing. Yeah,
You're right on time.
Yeah.
You know what pisses
The
me
whole
off when I
compliance
hear that?
argument.
You know what pisses me off when I hear that, gentlemen? Is why the fuck did our forefathers fight for this country? For freedom of fucking speech. As long as I'm not fucking threatening a cop, or I'm not like, hey, I am going to, if I go up to the police officer that knocks on my window and I'm like, stop hitting my shit because I'm going to get out of this car and I'm going to beat your ass. That is, I'm not allowed to do that.
Right.
But if I'm Tyreek Hill, I'm allowed to be like, hey, why are you banging on my stuff like that?
Right. Or if you break my window, I'm gonna sue your ass.
Absolutely. Like,
right. You are allowed to say that.
I know we live in America, the greatest country in the world, and it's the land of the opportunity, the land of the free, freedom of speech. You do realize that all that shit that they feed us, it's lies. We don't have, and you see it in situations
it's only
like
lies.
this.
They're saying him asking the question, Lewis, is the reason why the police should behave the way they behave.
This is why
Just by him asking the question. They don't realize that's what they're saying in the chat.
This is why I keep saying, Lewis, that I have to be doing this right now because I am sick and tired. What's causing what you're talking about, making it a lie, is people sticking their head in the dirt and saying just comply. Big Nick might have disagreed with me, but I believe wholeheartedly that the word liberty is completely antithetical to the word comply.
I would agree.
That's
I would
when you
agree.
bring up the founders. That's what they were. The Civil War, the freeing of the slaves, the liberation of the slaves. Where do you think the word liberate comes from?
Absolutely.
I am no longer compelled by you. For them, it was, I'm no longer compelled to to toil in your field.
That's a fact. That is an absolute fact.
That's called liberty. Liberty is the freedom to not be compelled. Nobody's going to tell me what I have to say as much as nobody's going to tell me what I can't say. Other than obviously regulatory situations when you talk about yelling fire in a crowded room. And from what I understand, what I've read recently, that's not even actually against the rule. Technically, that's constitutionally protected. But so you're just going to have to miss me with this, oh, he was being rude, or I didn't take do what you got to do as being rude. When somebody tells me do what you got to do, they're telling me that they recognize I have the license and authority to do what I'm about to do. So rather than waste their time by patronizing me or anything like that, they say just do what you got to do. That's not being rude, even if it was.
Let me ask you this, Culler. When they were kneeing him or whatever, or however people want to say it, nudging him to the ground, right? And he was saying, "I just had surgery on my knee," and the officer blatantly, clear as day, says, "Oh, did you have surgery in your ears?" Was he not being rude? Was the cop not being rude?
Exactly. You're now the second person within the last 20 minutes to point that out, because I pointed that out about when they had him on the ground and told him to stop crying.
Exactly. Was that rude?
They didn't need to say nothing to him at that point. From their perspective, they had the goods. What do you need to say another word to him for? But I guess it's okay for them to be rude.
Yeah, because they have a gun next to their next to their hip and a badge on their chest.
And on top of that, let's do the math, Luce. You know, this is Miami Dolphins football content station right here. This is the Fins Tailgate. What do we talk about a lot, Lewis? Numbers, right?
Absolutely.
Let's go. Let's do the numbers here on this situation. Okay. Or subjectively, arguably, whatever you want to call it, I'll concede that that some people, obviously one in particular in a uniform, considered what Tyreek said to be rude. Okay, fine. Let's concede that for a moment. Okay, just for a moment. So, you know, two other cops engaged in the situation, at least that I can remember off the top of my head. So you're talking about three particular officers that were involved in yanking him out of the car and putting him on the ground. Okay. And so I don't remember during that point if all of the officers said something rude. So we'll do that. We'll say the numbers are this. 2 out of 4 people were being rude. Okay. Tyreek and the one officer, at least, that told him to stop crying. Okay. So 2 people out of 4 were being rude. We've established that. Now, the other thing we've established is this: 3 people, if not 4, maybe 5, if you count what happened on the sidewalk. 3 people were being violent out of 4. And not one of those 3 people were Tyreek Hill. That's the numbers, folks. Because you can say Tyreek was being an asshole. You can say he was being rude. You can say whatever you want, but you cannot say he was being aggressive or violent. The only people that are guilty of that were wearing uniforms and guns and badges and carry a little license in their pocket that gives them the license to end somebody's life if certain criteria is followed. So there's the numbers. 3 or 4 people got violent, and not one of them was the person that they decided was such a threat that they had to yank him out of his vehicle and handcuff him. Who was he a threat to? Their ego? Their ego?
And absolutely. And think about it. You already, when you put them out of the car, you had him face down on the concrete. He was handcuffed. You picked him up. What was the point? Was he a threat when he was just standing up?
Right, right.
Was he a threat?
You're talking about now they've got him on the sidewalk? It's worse than that, Lou, because by then there can be no more doubt that at that point every single one of those officers knew who he was. Now they can play the game of, oh, you didn't really know and who he was and blah, 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 which is not excusable, okay? However, once he was standing on the sidewalk in cuffs with the other officer that had a hold of his arm, at that point, there's nobody on the planet that didn't know what was going on. So every one of those officers knew they had Tyreek Hill in custody. At that moment, and this will probably be the 4th time I've said it this way, but it's the best way to say it. At that moment, a flood of information came into those officers' head upon realizing this was Tyreek Hill. 2 pieces of information are included in that flood of information. One is that he's no longer a flight risk. And number 2, he's no longer a risk to put his hands on me. Because if you think Tyreek Hill is stupid enough to jeopardize his whole career, at that point, you are incompetent. Or worse, by judging somebody that way. And what gave you that judgment?
Listen.
So my point is, Lou, at the point he was on the sidewalk, the cuffs should have come off immediately. Because they knew at that point that he was no longer a risk or a threat.
1,000%.
Instead, they had to argue with him about the level of their authority, order him to the ground, and when that didn't happen quick enough, we saw what happened.
Well, again, this is the Finn's Tailgate. And this is what brought me to this channel originally, and this is what's going to keep me around this channel, because we talk about topics like this. And again, it's for the people that want to be naive to this situation. I'm going to ask it this way. If that was Blake Ferguson, right, or long snapper, or if that was Alex Ingold in that car, in that very same situation, is he getting put face down, or are they dragging him out of the car?
Depends on if he invokes his rights or not, but generally speaking, no.
No.
The chances go way down. Yes, you're right.
I'm talking about the same situation. I'm talking about just put the way Tyreek talked, supposedly, the way he didn't want to put the same situation, but you take Tyreek out of that car and you put Alex Ingold or Blake Ferguson in there. Are we watching those same videos? No.
I highly doubt it. Less than 1% chance.
I mean,
no.
It is what it is. Like, we have to start calling this kind of shit out, bro.
Now, Lou, you can use a historical reference here of an actual case. Has anybody ever seen footage of Dave Letterman on the ground for speeding?
1000%.
Right.
Dave Letterman is
Dave
the most
Letterman actually get
notorious celebrity ever for speeding. He owes the state of New York like millions for unpaid speeding tickets.
I would even say
widely
Jay
known.
Leno because he has this fascination with cars.
Right.
Jay
But I
Leno
mean, it's
get
widely known. It's widely known that Dave Letterman is the king of speeding tickets. Has there ever been a video of him even getting pulled over? Has there ever been a video of cops treating him this way?
not at all.
And don't tell me Dave Letterman stopped speeding once technology came out. You know what I mean? We should have seen video by now of Dave Letterman being treated this way. Pretty sure he owes Miami some money too. I doubt New York is the only place he's sped. So you got an example in case, Lewis, of a guy literally known to be the most notorious speeder in Hollywood.
Mm-hmm.
I can't believe what Esther's doing in that chat. I seen Esther earlier with that. Better, bro.
What was that?
Shit?
Like, honestly.
Yo, what shit? No, all you got to do is ask him what shit Tyreek was talking. Show it.
No,
I'd like to hear
gotta
it.
be better. Esther gotta be better, bro. That's ridiculous, Esther. For real. I know trolling aside, we troll a lot of shit, but Esther, you gotta stop, bro.
Hey, I've shown the video. If there's video of Tyreek talking shit, let me see it. Unless you consider do what you got to do. If you consider that talking shit, then I don't know what to tell you. I mean,
yeah, then these cops are definitely powder puff. If they're gonna let some freaking that statement,
that's being fickle. That's being well, technically he told us do what we got to do. That's kind of rude. Come on, man.
But Esther,
they don't deserve to have that job.
Esther, he put his window down. He handed him. When you get pulled over by the police in whatever situation, right? The first thing you do, hand over license, registration. What's it called? They're gonna tell you what the infraction or what they pulled you over for,
which they did not do. Well, they sort of did by saying you were hauling ass, but they didn't say, "Hey, we suspect you in these other crimes too, so keep your window down and." Don't go. You know what I mean? Like,
absolutely, right. They did not say that. But at that point, regardless of the fact, once I hand over license, registration,
they supposed to go back to the car.
Their job is to go back to their car, write the citation, write the warning, whatever the case may be. Right? Run your tag, whatever it is. You're not forced to have your window down. That's not a requirement. Like, show me in where do we got like a rule book where now I have to keep my windows up?
No. No Florida governor has signed that into law, Lewis. I can tell you that right now.
Like, what the fuck are we talking about, Esther? Like, seriously, bro. Like,
and they're holding him accountable for rolling the window back up. It's plain as day that any reasonable person would assume that the cop was finished interacting with him right there for the moment. Do you really think that Tyreek Hill? Let's say that the cop was okay with him rolling back up the window, and he went back to his motorcycle and wrote the tickets. Right? Let's just say that for a second. Then the cop finishes writing the tickets, takes Tyreek Hill's tickets, his driver's license, and all his paperwork, puts it in a little bundle in his hand, and walks back to the car. Is Tyreek Hill not going to roll the window down to accept his license back?
Exactly. How's he supposed to get his license back? Right, exactly. That's another good point, Culler. How's he gonna get his license without rolling this window back down?
They were being petty.
So eventually the window was coming back down anyways, by definition.
So for people that want to talk about Tyreek being rude, I think petty is kind of rude.
This is ridiculous for some of these people in the chat, though. I ain't gonna lie. Yeah, I
I'm
mean,
just so
this is
glad I had
They
the
the people in
opportunity
the
in life
chat
to
wants
pick
a
this
police
apart.
state. That's what they
Lewis,
want.
when I started this show, bro, before I started the show, I had to be honest with you, and it may sound like there smells like cat up in here, but I don't know, bro. But
Damn, leave it up
I'm
to
gonna be
Scummy,
honest with
man.
you, man. I was
Goddamn
fucking
Scummy.
nervous as shit before this show started, dude. I was trembling because I didn't want to do this, bro. Because I know I've been living this argument for my entire life. I know all sides of it, inside out and upside down. You know what I mean?
But you didn't do nothing wrong, Color. You've been highlighting the situation, and you're spot on.
But now that we're at almost the 5 hour mark, and you guys have been able to get off work and kind of join me and all that, it's like with one voice, it's like
I still got another 7 hours
I
left in my day,
feel like this is the most important thing I've ever been a part of in my life, and I'm grateful for being able to say all this to people because I've been bottling it up my whole freaking life, dude. It's ridiculous the way they treat people. And yes, it adversely and unproportionately affects black people. They are killed because of it. These little excusable mistakes, I guess we like
right, like
call
speeding.
them.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, a high proportion of blacks are end up dead because
they
of
were
incidents
upset
like
because
this.
he was being so reckless. Then they should have ripped him out the car from the beginning and taken him to jail. Why is he not still in custody then? Because again, you guys some of you keep missing the point, okay? That whatever he did to warrant them physically aggressing on him like that would also have been enough to keep him in custody. And his lawyer would have been bailing him out after he missed the football game.
Exactly.
They're telling on themselves when
Already,
they released
they're telling
him.
on themselves.
When they gave him 2 tickets for the original infraction and let him go, they told on themselves right there. Because that means everything they did to him was unreasonable.
Well, you see Esther's last comment, right? I'm just gonna read some of the bottom of it.
Sure.
Reckless driving is putting other people's lives in danger, and you're absolutely right, and I completely agree with that. But the problem I have though is for people like Esther, the moral police that are in the chat now, because when I guarantee you, when those 70,000 fans that were getting liquored, fucking up all goddamn day and all day afternoon, they got in their car they got right in their car and drove right
that's
out
an
the gate.
excellent point.
Exactly. Great point, Lord, to point out the hypocrisy. Exactly.
And that's reckless driving that is endangering other people. But
exactly.
That is actually, I didn't expect that one. That's a brilliant point too.
Yeah, of 70,000 drunks.
There's a corner store, a liquor store in every goddamn corner, right, where they sell liquor, and that's reckless driving when you're drinking it. But no, the moral police in this situation don't give a fuck about that though, right?
The way that officer was acting,
exactly.
I'd question his alcohol level.
Yeah, he was off his rockers.
I mean, anybody
no,
asking about
meds.
that?
Hey, real quick, you know what I find ironic though, that the cops were Cuban, right? Because you could hear the accent. And
yes,
what's funny is they left that country because they were tired. You know, they were tired of the police treating them that way. They were getting treated like that in Cuba by the police as well.
No, of course they were.
Right, and then come here and do the same thing that they hate and fled from.
That's what a police
which is
state
ironic.
That's what a police state is. Pete, I'm glad you wrote this. That way I can clearly address it once and for all. Reckless driving is an arrestable offense. You're absolutely right, Pete. You're absolutely right. So why the games? Why was he not pulled out of his car immediately upon takedown?
And took it into custody, yeah.
And taken into custody. Why was he not charged with that and taken to jail to spend the night in jail?
Because they know it wasn't reckless. They didn't rise to the level of harassment.
Because, right. But yet they knew because of that they owned him for the moment. And they wanted to make it clear to him that they owned him for the moment. I'm gonna call it what it is. The only reason for not uncuffing him once you realized who he was when he's standing there on the sidewalk and then forcing him to the ground. I heard the cop argue with him on the other video, okay, about authority. Okay. The only reason to have made him sit on the ground at that point is to make him submit to them and their authority, to teach him a lesson that they have that power. That's absolutely disgusting. And I don't blame anybody. And I ain't going to fucking fault Tyreek Hill's reaction with his words when they plopped him down on the ground and what he said, because I am nobody to tell somebody how they react to something so vile and disgusting. Whether he was wrong or right for saying it, he was certainly in the right.
And by the way, I remember I got into an accident not too long ago, and I got a ticket saying reckless driving.
Oh yeah, I've been pulled over 22 miles an hour over. That's skirting the line of major speed, what they call major speeding. You know, I mean, paid the ticket.
Yeah, you know, it's just crazy when people come out and say that, like, Tyreek don't have a right to be upset. Every time I've gotten pulled over by the police, I've been upset. Like, I've always been upset. Now, am I throwing punches or am I doing it? No. But what's
and Lou,
you can't control nobody's emotion. What are they talking about? You don't have a right to be upset.
And Lou, you know what? I'll even say this. I'll say not every time for me, but I'll tell you that every time I've been stopped and interacted, by the time the interaction was over, I was upset.
I'm upset. Absolutely. And you know what's funny, though? Again, it's the moral police, right? They'll be mad at Tyreek Hill for the way supposedly he acted, right? But we all watched them videos of people walking into McDonald's and complaining because they ordered a 6-piece chicken nugget and there was only 5 in the box. And when they're rude and disgusting and arguing with those people and making a scene in the McDonald's, no one gives a fuck. No one's talking about, oh, those people are upset for no reason. Right? For no reason. My coffee was cold. Or my coffee was too hot. Bitch, coffee is hot. You know it's going to be hot. No one complains about that. But asking someone to get out of their car with no probable cause, there's no smoke coming out of the car, there's no weapons being drawn. For a man to be asked off a traffic stop be asked to get out of his car, he shouldn't be mad about that. He shouldn't ask questions about why you want me to get out.
Yeah, what if he was driving in his underwear? Needed to throw some pants on. Shit, man.
Yeah, it could have been anything. The fact of the matter is, why the fuck is he getting drugged out the car for a traffic stop? Why is he being asked?
Well, hold on a second, Lewis. Because according to the video, he wasn't being pulled out of his car because of a traffic stop.
You're right.
He was being pulled out of his car because he didn't roll the window down all the way.
Man, fuck out of here, man. The fact of the matter is, and I'm just going to come out and blatantly say it, he got pulled out of the car because he's black. That's why he got pulled out of the car. Because y'all can stay in y'all's feelings or not, and y'all don't have to believe shit, whatever y'all don't want to.
Well, you know what, Lou? They're doing it to themselves because the longer that they invoke safety reasons, the more they have to explain why Tyreek in that situation is more of a safety threat than anybody the fuck else.
Again, if
And
that
they
was
can't
Blake,
explain that, Lou.
if that was Blake Ferguson, and Blake Ferguson would have asked why I bet you he wouldn't have had to keep up his window. I bet you Skylar Thompson wouldn't have had to keep up his motherfucking window.
I bet you Culler wouldn't have had to keep up his window.
So at the end of the day, bro, we could sugarcoat shit and we could play all these games and shit like that. Again, right is right, wrong is wrong.
Now watch. I'm sorry, Lou. I got to break in for some comic relief. Watch. Tomorrow, the PBSO is gonna pull me over and be like, "What? You ain't got to roll down your window?" I'll be like, "Yes, officer. Thank you for listening to the show." Shit. Can't trust any of them, man. They're probably listening to me right now. Oh, Culler don't think he has to roll his window down. All right. PBSO will be on that tomorrow. But they can't do nothing about the people selling fentanyl in my apartment complex, right?
How am I defending stupidity, Esther? I mean, listen to yourself, Esther. Listen to yourself.
Esther just believes in a police state, while he decry people coming over here making it a police state.
I mean, since who was it that said it, Lou, about it was Shake. Hey, you said it, Shake. And so I'm gonna repeat it. I thought that's what y'all were running from, bro. Just saying, man. Maybe I'm wrong for asking that question, but I thought that's what y'all were running from. Maybe I read history wrong. I don't know.
I mean, it is crazy, man. I Jesus Christ. Like, I don't get it. You know what? I think I've said enough up
I mean,
here.
I can say this. I know that's what we were running from when we floated over here.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Speaking of the old founders. And yes, I know we turned around and perpetrated it on somebody else. I get it. You know, and I work every day to help rectify that. And there was a big moment in our history where we, kind of have rectified it legally. But
you see, but this is what I don't want to allow to happen, Culler, right here. And it's what fucking Pete does. See, man, it just irks. It gets under my fucking skin. Hey, Pete, I want you to know something. If this would have been a black man that plays for the Buffalo Bills, I would be on this platform saying those officers were wrong. I don't give a fuck about defending Agreed. Or defending anybody on this goddamn team. It's bigger than the team, bro.
And besides that,
it's not a Dolphin issue right now.
Besides that, Pete, if you want to play football take in the middle of this issue, then hey, let's go there. Tua proved he don't need Tyreek on the field against the Jets last year, so miss me with that too. So the team would have come together for Tyreek. The team would have played for him and whooped the ever-loving dog shit out of Jacksonville. Are you kidding me? I almost wish the cops did go further. Yeah, take him to jail. That way that team can put up 70 points today in honor of Tyreek.
I mean, it's sad. Man, they're going to have to cancel me one day off this YouTube shit or whatever, or they're going to have to try. But what I'm seeing in this goddamn chat right here, this is why this country will never be better. People are showing you that they're just naive to what there's fucking video. I mean, Culler's been up here for almost 6 goddamn hours showing you video. You have evidence of the video. You can hear what's going on in the video, and you still have fucking people in the chat trying to defend the other side.
I'm just wondering what their threshold of rude is, because they're literally, unless you're Bro, there's no evidence of him being an asshole. The evidence actually shows that he was being, I would say, neutral in his tone. Why do people keep saying he? The more people say that he was being an asshole and stupid, those people are just telling me they literally didn't watch the video. That's all you're telling me. Or you flipped it on and just closed your eyes or something. I just don't look. I understand the Queen's English, right? Do what you got to do. Ain't the Queen's English. I get it. But it's not rude. Well, we went live at about the same time, Pete. I don't know if I can stomach it, but I'll have to go watch your show and see what you're seeing in the video, apparently, because we must have been watching two different videos.
Pete didn't watch a video over there. He watched all 22, so he can complain about the incompletions that Tua made and complain about the Dolphins winning. That's what Pete did on his channel.
Well, it sounds like it's been long. This show's been going on long enough that I might have reason to play it again for people who haven't apparently seen it. I mean, I don't want to. I mean, you know, I picked it apart. That's, you know, I've already done it once. It's locked in on recording now. You know what I mean?
Hey, Culler, pull up Jose Valdez's comment and highlight it because I want to echo those sentiments. Salute to you, sir, for having this kind of show.
I'm much too modest for that, bro.
Well, goddamn it, I'm not. And I co-sign what Jose Valdez is saying. These are the shows, again, this is what you get from TFTG right here. And this is why I will always be a part. Now, again, I love the Blitz pickup, and I am over there as well. That is my home. But this will always be a home to me, too. And these guys on this channel will always be brothers to me because of shit like this and conversations like this, goddammit. So salute to you, Culler.
Well, you know, man, you know, Rosita still keeps your bed made every day in your room. So we haven't done anything with your room, man. It'll always be here.
Absolutely, I'm not going nowhere. I'm never going to go nowhere.
We still got your Alyssa Milano Tiger Beat magazine portrait up on the wall.
Absolutely.
And all that.
Absolutely. No, but I think that needed to be said because, again, a lot of people, even you, Culler, you said you had trepidation about even doing this show. But no, there are people, and I agree with Jose, some people are getting exposed. So salute to you for having the balls and the courage to come out here and do a 6-hour stream about an issue that's bigger than football.
And look, I mean, I know I'm still, some of my opinion, I know I'm still sort of might be wrong about, and there's still people that have agreed with me today that have other opinions that I'm not willing to be convinced of yet. You know what I mean? But that goes both. But this idea that we're going to continue to fault the citizen in his vehicle, I mean, first of all, that's first and foremost to me. And then when we start to suss out and you know, you play out the different scenarios and reasonings and all that, it lands to what it lands to. And I'm not afraid to say that, bro, anymore. Like, that's what it is, bro. Like, to me, it wouldn't even matter if you're talking about one man wanting another man to submit to him. It's even worse when you're talking about those dynamics. And thirdly, there's no doubt in my mind that this sort of thing causes people to be ended. You know what I mean? And people of color. On the vast majority, or I shouldn't say the vast majority, but disproportionately. Because whatever the reason, and we know that I don't mean as far as what the reason is being pure racism, but whatever the reason, meaning why why they feel that way about a person of another color or another nationality or whatever. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. It's crazy to me that we're in 2024 and Shake might be on a different device. So let me know if you need me to pull you up, Shake. We're in 2024 and a person, I mean, come on, man. You know what? That brings it to also our society, like in the respect that how many of you all on the way home today stopped and got a burger at McDonald's or something of the like? And I know that's kind of a rhetorical question, but if one of you did, it'd be cool if you let me know, because I used to stop all the time if I got a hankering for a burger. It'd be like on the way home from work, wife ain't got to know about it, what I mean? Just grab a little double cheeseburger or something, you know what I mean? Come on, y'all know you do it. Oh, point being, whenever you do that, do you park and get out of your car and go inside? Because the last time I checked, I go inside because I like the menu order board, all that. And I don't like to sit in my car and burn gas and be all aggravated sitting there. You know what I mean? So I go in and I can testify to you that within the last 2-3 years, since they started doing that automated ordering and all that and phone ordering and all that, there ain't nobody in that place. That's why it's cool to go in now, because you can sit there and eat in peace and quiet.
I would say this to the.
You know why there ain't nobody in those places? Because they're all in the drive-through. Not one of them want to get out of their car, and neither do you. Our whole society is geared to the point where it's almost too dangerous to get out of your car. And that's why our society is geared to drive through everything. You don't have to get out of your car for nothing. Curbside pickup. You ain't got to get out of your car. The fuck makes anybody think that Tyreek should have to get out of his car in order for them to write him a speeding ticket?
I'll do you one even better. We have Uber Eats. People don't even want to get out of their own house to get McDonald's now.
Exactly. You know what? Maybe that's what Tyreek should have done. He should have rolled down the window and been like, "I'll Uber you or Uber me the ticket." You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. I'll keep my window up. You can Uber me the ticket. When the Uber gets here, I'll roll it down and grab the ticket. How about that?
No, what he should have did was grab one of them what are they called, crypto? The virtual reality like glasses or whatever.
Yeah, VR headset. Yeah.
Yeah. He should have just bought a VR headset and played the game from home. That's what he should have did.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Again, the guy that caused this whole thing caused it the moment he put his socks on in the morning. You know what I mean? That's when this started. The moment that officer put his socks on that morning.
No, it started at the HR department when they interviewed him 12 years ago.
I know you want to infinitely regress crypto. Like, it started when Eve ate the app.
Oh, you know what?
No, I ain't got to go back that far.
That does bring me up to one of the times, Culler, I did hop in and I was listening, and I heard your point where I guess somebody made the comment of, "Oh, well, cops have a hard job to do, blah, blah, blah. If you think you can do it better, go sign up or whatever." And you basically said, "No, I don't want that job. I want the hiring, the recruiter."
Yeah, the hiring manager position. That's what I want.
Right.
Absolutely. That's what I want.
Exactly.
That's what I want.
That's
too,
the
Culler.
one. Yeah.
I don't want to fucking go and be in the front. I want to be the ones hiring the people that go on the front line. That's what I want.
Exactly. It's crazy.
To those officer sympathizers and all this, woe the officers, and let's feel sorry for them. Well, ask them this question: Did was Emmett Till being rude when he was accused of winking at a white woman that eventually got him brutally murdered? Was that considered rude? I mean, what's the demonstration of rude here? I mean, and I say that air quotes. He was accused of winking at a white woman.
Right.
That was an accusation. There was no evidence of it. And even if he was doing a humanly reaction because he's attracted to somebody. You're not allowed to wink at somebody you're attracted to. That's not a crime. So even if it was true that he winked at a white woman, he had a right to do so. So what's your position, Esther? Was that being rude? Was Emmett Till rightfully brutally murdered because he winked at a white woman? You have to be on that position if you're going to argue on the side of the cops in this situation.
And now you're going to have
That's
a
your
bunch
position.
Yeah, and now you're going to have a bunch of YouTubers that are going to go out there and start purposely being rude to cops to test that line. I look forward to it. I hope they make some good videos.
No, don't worry, Crypto. Esther ain't in the chat no more.
Oh, okay,
I
because
mean,
I would like him to answer that question.
But Crypto, this is why I kept bringing up the 1.9 million people thing, because it's like they have to realize that there are so many different perspectives and the way people perceive things than just theirs, man.
Well, can I just want to, because I'm in the goddamn chat. I'm not gonna lie to you. And TJ, Pinder, whatever his name is, he writes off the field, Tyreek is a bum. This was not racism. Okay, I'm not even gonna say the second part, whether it's racism or not. What makes Tyreek Hill off the field a bum is what I want to know.
Right.
Like, why is he a bum off the field? Because obviously this guy TJ likes him on the field. That's why he said off the field. So I just want to know from TJ's perspective, because I'm willing to bet my fucking house TJ has never met Tyreek Hill or talked to him a day in TJ's fucking life. So I want to know how TJ knows off the field he's a bum.
I mean, wouldn't he be walking to the stadium if he was a bum? Sorry, I retract the question.
I just want to know, I just want to know what makes him a bum, though. Please, somebody answer what makes Tyreek Hill off the field a bum.
I mean, did he have a history of being violent towards police officers? I'm just trying to figure out where they thought this threat came from. It's like they got to make a freaking ordeal out of everything. You know what I mean? Like, it's like, let's break down, put 7 motorcycles all parked in line. Notice how perfect their freaking formation was with their parking job, with their motorcycles. Like, and we got to make a huge spectacle out of everything. Now it's all official business. Get out the traffic directors. You know what I mean? It's like, oh my God, dude. I can't stand it. I can't stand it, man. Aggravates the ever loving shit out of me, man.
It's just freaking ridiculous. Those guys are exposing themselves by the minute.
Well, now we got to clear everything up. Put the guy on the ground in cuffs. We'll clear everything up. Everybody look the other way here. And it's like fucking ordeal out of every fucking thing. When it would have taken 5 fucking minutes for him to write that goddamn ticket and give it back to Tyreek. Send him on his way. Who's being rude? I just want to know if that qualifies as rude behavior.
How many of those
see,
people in the chat
so
needs to
I
just
see,
admit to being?
so
Go ahead,
so
Lewis.
I so I see our resident Bills fan Sal in the chat saying, "How about beating your pregnant girlfriend? He should have been locked up in college." And I'm not here to debate that. I think that is a horrible act from Tyreek Hill, right? I want to be very clear on that. But Sal, I just want to ask you a question because I believe O.J. Simpson's name is in y'all stadium currently, right now.
Oh yeah,
Been
Ring
there
of
for
Honor,
years.
right?
Been there for years. Ring of Honor, right? Now O.J. Simpson killed those 2 white people. He would have killed.
He was innocent. Sorry, he was innocent. I'm sorry, Lewis. He's innocent.
Well, that's fine. In my opinion, I'll say that, Shake. In my opinion, he killed them 2 white people. He tried to get a hold of that dog. The dog was just faster than he was on that night.
Yeah.
The fact of the matter is, I doubt Sal has wrote a petition to his favorite football team
Right.
to take O.J. Simpson's name out of the Ring of Honor. And regardless of the fact if he's innocent or not, he was put up on charges of capital murder. That is a fact. He was in court for over a year on that. Where are y'all pulling down that sign?
Yeah, the more police not coming out on that.
Or is the more report saying take O.J. Simpson's name out of that stadium?
You know what else? They didn't rip him out of his vehicle either.
Well, it would have been AJ Collins, whatever his name was.
Oh, right. That's right.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they get selective on who they want to defend.
That is a very good point, Bio G. Regardless of the murder charges, right? Now, there is multiple police reports that O.J. Simpson used to put hands on females, correct? Did he not put his hands on Nicole Brown Simpson? Did he ever do that? So forget about the murder charges.
Yeah, I think weren't the police called to that house for domestic reasons a couple times?
Multiple times, Culler. So again, Sal, is that where's the moral police on that? Yeah, I know I'm clueless. You're right, Sal. If I'm clueless, let's play the rhyming game. If I'm clueless, you're a racist. How about that? I'll just come out and say it. I'm tired of playing with these fucking clowns. Bro, the nerve and the naive, it's sickening to know that we do have people walking this great earth of ours as dumb as these fucking idiots we have in this chat.
I can only hope that,
unbelievable.
Logic prevails in people's minds.
They're being exposed by the minute, Lou. By the minute.
I mean, at least if he was racing in from Homestead, at least some podunk cop out there could at least say, I didn't know who he was. You know what I mean? But it don't matter. Everybody should be respected. It's real simple. All these people talking about Tyreek being rude and not respecting their authority and whatever you want to say, they have an equal obligation for that. We're human beings, are we not? I didn't realize that putting a badge on and wearing a gun made you a superhuman. People that believe in superhumans, we have a name for those people. Which I don't think I'm allowed to say on YouTube before crypto flies off and says it.
I would just love to know, right? Because I think I know the answer of the 4 gentlemen or the 3 gentlemen I'm on the panel with. But for all the people in the chat taking that stance, how many of y'all would have got out of the car in that same situation? How many of y'all would have got out knowing that you didn't do nothing wrong? If that was you, take Tyreek out and insert yourself. If the cops are telling you at that point, right, you are getting pulled over for a traffic violation, how many of y'all are getting out of the car? Be honest. Don't be in here. Don't sit in here and lie to push your agenda or push a narrative. How many of y'all are getting out of the car?
That answer would be 0, of course.
The answer would be 0, Crypto. You and me both know that. But I just want to out the idiots that the liars we have in the chat. Tyreek Hill should have got out though, right?
It's insane. The double standard that's going on is unbelievable.
I can tell you this, Lou. I'm not getting out of that car without asking them why they need me to get out the car. And it better be more than just because I told you to get out the car. I mean, if you've got a real
Exactly, they're going to have to give that reason right then and there.
If you've got a real reason to suspect me in the commission of a crime or something, tell me what that is, and I'll gladly get out the car. But you're going to have to do that before I get out the car. And because I told you to is not a valid reason.
That's the part that they're missing. They're thinking every command that they bark is lawful.
This is why I gave the extreme
That's the disconnect
example,
that people
Crypto.
have.
What if they told me to run in the middle of the street? Am I supposed to obey that command? I know it sounds hyperbolic, but it's valid. Because I told you to is not a valid reason. Because I'm going to break your window if you don't is not a valid reason. That might be a consequence, but it's not a valid reason. And that's the part that until a person can accept that part of it, they're never going to understand it, Lou. You understand what I'm saying? Because that part has to be accepted before anything.
I agree.
Because I told you to is not a valid reason.
Nope. Not good enough.
At least it ain't good enough for me. So to answer your question about would I have gotten out of the car? I mean, There's levels these days that I'm willing to endure that I wouldn't have when I was younger. I would have got out the car when I was younger and less educated. But now without flipping my camera on so the whole world can see how you get me out of the car because I told you to is not a valid reason. And if the courts have ruled that it is and I'm wrong, then I guess that's going to happen one day because
Well, Culler, let me ask you this, or let me ask all you gentlemen.
Oh, Lewis, you broke up. Can anybody hear me?
I'm showing him on mute.
Okay, yeah, he went on mute.
Yeah,
he's probably had a phone call.
Lost his connect. Yeah, that's what it was. Yeah. That's why I threw him on mute because the phone automatically changes your mic.
Right. They could never square the circle.
We have to be able to say all the stuff we're saying without people just accusing of us of wanting to excuse Tyreek for speeding and all that shit.
Right. That's already been established as speeding, which means if that's what's been established, they should have went back to their car, wrote the citation, and sent him on his way. That didn't happen.
Or taking him to jail without even asking him to roll down his window. You know what I mean? Like, we've already got you for something we can take you to jail for. Get out your car. Oh, no, we're going to get you out of the car. That should have been done right away if that's what their intent was.
Yep.
And they had the goods on him. You know what I mean? That's what I keep trying to say. Anything that warrants their aggression would have still landed him in custody for that night. Like, in other words, if I do something where a cop has it, like if I, flash a weapon or if I do something that is dangerous towards the cop, right? And they have to escalate towards aggressing on me and pulling me out the vehicle and all that stuff. Well, now they've got me for something they can take me to jail for. And they're going to be excused and authorized to have used that aggression because of whatever I did. Right?
Oh, yeah.
They certainly wouldn't have released me later on. So they're telling on themselves. I don't know how nobody don't see that.
Yeah,
Like,
they've already admitted that they were wrong.
We didn't have the authority to do that. Otherwise, he'd still be in our custody. It makes me think that maybe we'll get video on it later. I don't know, but it makes me think that some supervisor showed up. Like typically happens on a lot of these videos I see where the supervisor shows up, orders his officers off and, begs the forgiveness of the citizen. For impeding their day unnecessarily. See, what people don't realize is it don't even matter about Tyreek getting ripped out of the vehicle and all that. They did enough just by impeding his progress, just by impeding his day unnecessarily. They did enough. He's a fucking citizen. What gives them the right when they have something on you, write the ticket and do it? What gives them the right to impede the rest of your freaking time? Well, you could say, well, if they're investigating something, if they're conducting an investigation, okay. Is his name not coming up on the computer or something? Is it like a problem with the internet connection or something? You don't have the right to detain somebody forever.
But they didn't want to find out because they were too busy trying to escalate the situation. Going back to their Chips motorcycle and freaking figuring out what's going on.
My point is, put the violence aside. They didn't even have the right to impede the rest of his day beyond writing him the ticket and the time it took to do that. Unless, of course, they're going to come out and say that they were investigating something else, which nobody has said yet. And they didn't, fortunately, they didn't end him. So there was no sprinkle some Coke on him, let's get out of here. There was none of that.
There was still daylight hours, Color. Give them enough time, they would have done it.
Well, I'm just wondering what the next shoe to drop is. Like, oh, we pulled him out the vehicle and had authorization to do all that because we were investigating something else about him besides just the speeding.
Well, then they will be telling themselves.
The investigation was over the moment he handed you his identification. You got what you needed. Well, yeah, Shelby, I got you. I'm wondering what are we going to make up to cover our ass in the next couple days for the media to digest? Oh, I thought I saw a shiny object sitting next to him. Sprinkle some Coke on him. Let's get out of here.
Actually, sprinkle some crack. Yeah.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
I know. I'm sorry.
He was hauling paraphernalia.
I was still thinking from the Caucasian state of mind.
I was thinking of that joke, man. He goes, that was so funny. He goes, he broke in this house and hung pictures of himself all over the place.
I know, right? Right. Man becomes multi-million-dollar wide receiver just to act like a bum. Just to run from the cops. Boy, he's well trained. Look how fast he is. He might be the first one that ever outruns the cops and the helicopter.
Well, Michael Dyer, that's
keep
what
him
they
in
do.
cuffs.
They told on themselves, giving them 2 tickets and letting them off for the so-called reckless one.
Right.
That would be totally exposing themselves.
Hey, Crypto, better keep this guy in cuffs. He can outrun the helicopter.
We're gonna let you off for jaywalking, but we're gonna give you a ticket for jaywalking, but let you off for first-degree murder.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Hey, keep this guy in cuffs. You ever seen him throw a defender to the ground? like, are we even functioning in reality here? You know, like, what did they think he was going to do once they knew it was Tyreek? Take the damn cuffs off and let him stand if he wants to stand. I don't understand how putting him on the ground is part of some investigation. I mean, they're just standing there all calm and cool, telling him that he needs to sit down. It's like, wait, what? This don't even jive. Like, y'all are just sitting here chill, arguing with each other about whether he should have to sit down or not. And then Mr. Asshole comes in and, once again, has to get violent, put his hands on somebody, and force him to the ground. For what? I'd like to see the police report. I'd like to know what their reason was for what was their investigation at that point that they couldn't uncuff him and let him stand there. I'm really anxious to see what they have to say about that. If you think he's a flight risk, then you are being racist because nobody's that dumb. Nobody's that dumb. If you think there's something about him that makes him that stupid, do tell, Mr. Officer, what is it? A college-educated football player. Well, why would he be dumb enough to run from you? Do tell, officer. I'm waiting. And we know what the answer is. We know they can't answer that. Even if they're legit not being racist, then that means they can't answer it at all because there's no logical answer to explain it. And they certainly wouldn't admit to it being racism, so obviously they can't answer that. What is it about Tyreek Hill that made you think he was stupid enough to run from you? That ultimately ends up being my final question of the day and probably the show, because I'm running almost on 6 hours now, Shake. Unless you'd like to continue, but for YouTube purposes, we may want to make that a separate show at the 6 hour mark. You know what I mean? If I still got you. Well, we lost Shake too. Back to the monologue, ladies and gentlemen. But I appreciate you all listening to my dumb guy on the internet opinion about this whole thing. Lots of people are probably disappointed in my opinion, but I'm sorry. That just is the way I feel. And I've been convinced of everything I've said over a long period of time and a lot of education. You know, so I can only deliver it to you what I know and what I feel. So, that being said, I appreciate it. I'm dragging out the outro in case Shake ends up jumping it back in for a second. But everybody hit the like button. If you like this whole discussion and you do, hit the dislike button if you don't, but let us know you're engaging. Hit the comment section. That way, even if you're going to say the same things you've already said that I don't agree with, at least you can put them down for everybody to see in black and white. You know what I mean? And, I'll try to address them, but I've addressed as much as I can here today with my voice. But keep the discussion going down in the comment section because it's important. You could say for engagement for YouTube and all that, but the engagement is important because it's an important discussion that needs to keep happening, and it needs to continue as long as we can let it continue, and as long as we can stay out of our feelings about other side issues that are just as valid in some cases, but they're side issues from the real issue. And a lot of times that issue just boils down to attitude from the respect of what kind of angle is a person taking on somebody. That's what I mean by attitude. Not like I have an attitude, more like what's the attitude that law enforcement takes towards the citizens. That attitude needs to change. They keep saying that they're trying to change it, and there's been some changes, and some people are more, receptive to change than others. But it's one of those things, just like flying an airplane or following a military order or checking you at the jailhouse to make sure you're not bringing in any weapons. There is no tolerance for a mistake. None. And plenty of people do their jobs every day in those high pressure jobs and don't miss things. And they don't miss details. And the details when it comes to law enforcement, this day and age, when you're dealing with a population nationwide of 400 million people, the details matter. And I'm sorry, but it is the law enforcement that needs to dot their I's and cross their T's now. We can only be expected to do so much as a group that's so large with so many different personalities and walks of life and everything else, that when you're the one with the gun and the badge and the authority, it is incumbent upon you to watch your P's and Q's, not the other way around. I'm sorry to say it that way, but when you don't watch those P's and Q's, we don't either. It's that simple. So if you don't like us not watching our P's and Q's, you need to start watching yours and keep your hands out of my rights and out of Tyreek's rights and everybody else's rights. And some of the other black folk that have to live in fear that something like this might end their life one day. It ain't no wonder it's a real feeling. Why should anybody be made to feel that way? Because if you're willing to do that to the likes of me, when you're talking about the attitude, and people like me that look like me are willing to stick their head in the dirt and tell everybody to comply, how do you think that's going to affect people that don't have as large a voice? How do you think that's going to affect people that aren't favored in society? Our Constitution was written to protect the rights of the minority, not to give power to the government, not to give power to these police, and not to create a police state. It was created to protect the rights of the minority. We're a democracy, a form of democracy, which means the majority has the say, but they don't have the right or the license to stomp on the minority's rights. That's what the Constitution was written for. That Bill of Rights is to protect you and I, the people without all the money. And thank God now, black folk that are treated a certain way differently. It was written to protect the people who lost the vote, so that the people who won the vote cannot be tyrants and cannot be dictators and cannot act the way this cop did. The people that won the vote do not have the right to do that to the people who lost the vote. That is the great experiment that is America. That is our Constitution and its purpose. You may not like it. I'd venture to say half of America can't stand the Constitution anymore because they don't understand it. Well, I'm here to tell you what it was written for, and it was written to protect people like Tyreek, people like that kid that has no voice, that 20-year-old black kid that's rolling home from high school football practice that ends up getting treated this way.
From a tyrannical government.
Yep. That's what it was written for. And if y'all want to throw it away and keep, shitting on it every chance we get and talk about how it needs to change and it needs to whatever else, just remember what you're giving up. And you are one of the ones sticking your head in the dirt and letting these cops do this to people. I'm all, hey, Thomas Jefferson said we have the power to vote out our own Constitution. That's how important and how dangerous that can be. Well, we just witnessed what happens in a society that doesn't have constitutional protections. Because Tyreek is going to get paid on this. You bet that. There ain't no doubt in my mind. And when this is litigated in court, sure, there's going to be plenty of, yeah, Tyreek shouldn't have done this or that. But it's almost better that it happened to somebody of Tyreek's stature because now there's no way we're avoiding court on this one. And we're all going to find out just what the judicial branch has to say about the way they treat us in the streets. And what they can and can't say to us when it comes to verbal insults and abuse. You might tell me, quit being a snowflake. Hey, go fuck yourself. You're not going to talk to me that way. Or I'm going to tell you to go fuck yourself, just like I just did. I'm a fucking man. Shake's a fucking man. There's women out there. What if this was your mother? See, my mother lives a very secluded sort of life. She's a nurse. She spends a lot of time at work, and she kind of just goes there and home and there and home, and it's about a 40-minute drive each way. She's tired when she rolls home at night. You know what I mean? She's a little older, a little more old-fashioned. Doesn't understand how fast-paced the cops are these days. What if this happens to your mother? Because I just was confused and didn't understand the 50 orders coming at me, vomiting out of this guy's mouth. Picture if that's your mother or your grandmother. Let's take it off of other things. Had anybody occurred to think what happens if this was your grandmother? Now, my grandma, you might say, well, grandma wouldn't be speeding like that. Speeding is just what caused the interaction to happen. Like why the interaction existed. It could be anything. And it has been anything. Why didn't he run? They were only going to write him a ticket for registration. Why did he run? Oh, I don't know. What do you think, Shake? What could be a possible reason somebody wants to run, man? I don't know. Equal protection under the law.
Yep.
There is no ifs, ands, or buts. And we need to adhere to that, just like the security guard at the jailhouse who ain't going to let you through that metal detector without emptying your pockets. Equal protection under the law. I've even been to the courthouse where I've seen officers with badges be forced to walk through that thing. They put their badge in the little cup and their gun with the freaking officer, and they walk through it. No ifs, ands, or buts. Yet we can't adhere to the same policy when it comes to our law enforcement officers' interaction with your average citizen. I get what they have to deal with every day. So start a different task force and don't make the patrol officers have to deal with whatever yahoo they're scared of every day. I'm sorry. I know it's complex, but we're better than this. Andy Griffith had a town of probably 200-300 people, Shake?
Uh-huh.
The dude was the only sheriff, and he had one deputy. Didn't have to treat anybody like that.
Yeah, that boy only had one bullet too.
Yeah, oh yeah. He wasn't even in the gun.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I understand dynamics are different. When you talk about scale, okay, fine. We've scaled it up. But there's no reason to treat anybody any different. Andy Griffith didn't see himself as some superior human being to the rest of the people in the town. And if you think that's Pollyannish or old-fashioned, I don't care. Our Constitution is 240 some odd years old, and it still applies. Get out of my car, or I'm gonna get you out of your car. Really? Okay, here. Take my window if you want it that bad. Do what you got to do. That's exactly what I would have said. So I would have been just as rude as Tyreek. Do what you got to do. That's exactly what I would have said. Is there some other reason you're impeding my time? Can you please, now that I've given you my credentials, can you please do what you got to do? Write me my ticket and let me go. I don't know. Well, now that you want to go so quick, does that mean you're hiding something from police? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's what it is. Because you're so important to my daily life that I'm like, oh no, I'm trembling in fear until this cop releases me. I better not act like I want to leave quicker, or he might think I don't want to leave. Oh, fuck, these people think they are. They just can't understand that you're a citizen and you're not. I mean, again, if you suspect somebody in the commission of a crime, you've got to tell them that. You're not just going to walk up onto somebody and expect you have that authority. Even a cop that is commandeering a vehicle has to show his badge and tell you, I'm commandeering your vehicle. Can't just pull out the gun, and if you don't let him have your vehicle, he just shoots you. We know they have reason and authorization to do certain things. We get that. But let's have a little common sense. Can we please? Just a little common sense and maybe a little grace for a guy that we pay millions of dollars to amp himself up to that point. He might not react to certain commands the way no other people would at that moment in time. Can we have some kind of grace for that? Just a little. And that's what I think I'm going to end the show by asking for that. Just a little grace. Miami-Dade police, can we just have a little grace? Just a smidge? Like the grace that the other officer was trying to show Calais Campbell before the other one countermanded his order? Can we have a little grace like that guy showed before he was rolled over like everybody else and had to submit? Just a little grace. That's all I'll ask for. Thank you, Shake, for hanging with me, bro.
Oh, no problem, man.
In here, man. And I think Cap's going at 9:15. Back to football talk. He'll probably touch on this too, but from what I understand, he's got Ghost of Adam Gase coming in.
Oh yeah.
Is he sure that there's actually going to be somebody to see? Like it's a ghost, you know what I mean? Like,
well,
how are we going to actually see him?
So in other words, he's going to have Mike McDaniels because the play calling was kind of like the Ghost of Adam Gase.
We'll get back to football. I know I put Dolphins Bills in the title. We're going to kick the Bills' ass. Is that good enough for Dolphins Bills content?
I think I know what it was, Culler. They got a new locker room, right?
Uh-huh.
And so as they were cleaning up the old locker room, Mike McDaniels found Adam Gase's playbook and he just started using it Sunday.
Oh, that must be what happened. Well, you remember, I think it was probably too late by then, but remember that Adam Gase was the guy that designed the offense for Tim Tebow in Denver.
Mm-hmm.
And I know Mike McDaniel served in Denver for a minute early in his career. I don't know if it was that early or if that coincides or not. But he might have got a hold of his play. It might have helped him create it.
Yeah, I agree. Piss on the Bills.
Hey, ball boy, come over here and help me write these plays up. I love it. Anyway,
All I know
everybody.
is one thing Tebow has that a lot of these quarterbacks don't have is a playoff win.
I know, right? While throwing a duck. He's the first person to ever win a playoff game in the same game that he threw a duck.
Oh man, see, look, I know, I'm a diehard. Hold on, I'm gonna put on camera real quick. I'm a diehard Florida Gator, and I did not want for Tim Tebow and Urban Meyer to get their first win against us. God damn it!
Oh, I know, right? And then to follow that up in Jacksonville, beating Tua the first time we faced them. You know what I mean? And I'm only bringing that up now because we beat them, so that monkey's off our back. You know what I mean? I can talk about it now.
Yeah. Yeah.
But anyway, I'm not going to get into much details yet. But
and
I do
Trensner, whatever team you root for sucks too.
I do expect the Dolphins to win Thursday night. I'll say that to start with, but we're going to ramp up the pregame content. Tomorrow's Wednesday. That's
I could agree with that, Trensner.
That's game eve. Yeah, true. That's true. That is a game day eve tomorrow. So we'll probably definitely be on talking about pregame stuff. I'm going to do a show Thursday, likely in the morning or something like I did today around noon, so we can have a game day pregame talk, and then I'll be heading down to Hard Rock tomorrow or Thursday evening, of course, to witness the game live. Capitan will have the coverage. I think we are preempting Tonk's show this week, TMI, and
oh yeah, I'm gonna be we're gonna be doing a semi what's that semi casting. I'm gonna be producing Tonk 7 while you guys are calling the games, or well,
right on. So yeah, make sure you hit your notification bell and stay tuned for that. Make sure you're hitting the like button. If you're on Twitter or Twitch, head over and give us subscribe to us on YouTube. That way you can join the chat over here. Appreciate everybody that's still listening, and everybody in chat that's kept it alive all day. We've gone 6 hours, 9 minutes, which was probably too long, but we had for show purposes, but we had to get it all out. And I think I'm at the point where I feel like I'm beating a dead horse, and I don't want it to become a dead horse. So it's a good time to move on for a second, let more information come out, and get back to talking football. Hopefully, Tyreek gets a police escort to the game Thursday night. That would be nice. It'd be really cool if one of the other agencies took a stand,
or he let him carpool with Tua. There we go.
Right. But I'm thinking what if they one of the other agencies took a stand against all of them and provided him a police escort to the game?
Mm-hmm.
What if Palm Beach County sheriffs came rolling down and be like, Tyreek, we'll get you to the game, man. That'd be hilarious as shit.
Mm-hmm. God damn.
Not gonna lie, that would be some good first-rate comedy right there, man. Which is probably what's needed right now. Anyway.
All right, before you go, remember, in an hour on Larry K's Fanatic Fury channel, please make sure you come check me out with Larry K, Lucci, and Greg. So yeah,
at 7:45 or 7:30?
It's
7 o'clock.
Oh, my bad. 15 minutes. My bad.
Yeah, I was going to say that's 15 minutes.
I'm looking at the time, 6:10. I thought it was 6:10, but
yeah, that's 15 minutes. You should pop you should pop the link in his channel to his channel in the chat real quick, since we're riding so close to it. Larry came in and disagreed a little bit and said his thing, and I look forward to being able to hear him, verbalize and be able to not be taken out of context and all that stuff, and really, hear what he, deeply what it, because sometimes it's hard what you write in chat. It gets a little, comes off a little different sometimes. You know what I mean? So,
and he's a prosecutor, so he's a state's attorney,
yeah,
so he
and
has to do this kind of stuff.
and he's not a stubborn asshole, so it's not like he doesn't
Mhm.
understand where we're coming from either. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
He's a reasonable guy, so
Larry K, hold on. Before we do, hold on, real quick.
I know for a fact that he will take everybody's opinion into consideration.
Oh man.
Yeah,
Before we
get that
go,
link in there.
I want to just do this real quick.
Tresner says he's a prostituter. You had to throw the lawyer joke. You have to insult a lawyer every chance you get.
Mm-hmm.
Larry probably understands that.
And what does sperm and lawyers have in common?
Do tell.
Out of a million, one has a chance of being a human being.
Nice. Very nice. Very nice. I like that one. And that's the thing about Larry. He'll tell you a lawyer joke.
Mm-hmm.
He'll tell you one and laugh. He'll probably tell you the worst one.
By the way, that's the link to the channel, Larry K's channel.
Right on. And that's going to start in exactly now 15 minutes.
15 minutes.
So once again, everybody, I know everybody has differing opinions. I know there's a bunch of people that probably didn't expect me to have the one that I have. So I if it offends you, I'm not going to apologize, but I would at least say that I'm sympathetic. And if I didn't say enough, let me know. Tell me, hit me up on Twitter at ColorCom. And if you think that I didn't say enough, like you love everything I said, but you think I missed something or didn't quite touch on it the right way, then give me your opinion, man. I'm not afraid to hear it. Just don't, I don't need assholes. I got enough of them in my life. If you're just going to troll me, don't bother. But, let me know if there wasn't enough said, if there was something else I needed to add or perspective I needed to see it from. That's what we're doing this for, so we all can get better at this. That's the point Tyreek was trying to make in his interview with CNN. He's going to say what he has to say about the racial aspect of it. I don't know how anybody thinks they have the right to take that away from feeling that way, because he's the one that went through that situation. He knows exactly what the air was like on the ground. So it is what it is. Even if he later says, you know what, I disagree with myself from a month ago, that's fine too. But he's dealing with a lot of emotion right now because what happened to him yesterday evoked a lot of emotion. And so nobody has the right to try to control how he reacts to that and the things he says. Let him have his say. He's the one that had his rights violated, not the cops. Let him have his say. And maybe you'll get a contrition about the speeding if you're lucky. I mean,
so listen, I'll end with one more joke. You hear about the little girl that little kid was riding her bicycle, and the horse cop, the guy that's riding a horse, whatever, he stops the little girl and says, "That's a beautiful bike. Where'd you get it?" She goes, "Oh, I got it for Christmas." Well, tell Santa next time she gives you a bike, you need a helmet. I'm gonna give you a ticket for it. He goes, "While I'm at it, I'm gonna tell him to tell God that dicks go on the bottom of the horse, not the top."
oh wow. That's ruthless, man. Oh shit. No, Green Rat, I know you came here towards the end. Just let me know what you think in the comments section, man. That's what it's for. Yeah, Lo-Fi, that's exactly what Tyreek did. He got pulled over for speeding. He all but admitted fault and handed him his license and registration. Everything that happened after that, you know, that's what we're talking about. You know, he did what you suggest. And you may not have known that, and that's fair. And you know, not all of us are, you know, on it all day. You know, but for those that have watched the video that keep saying that, it's starting to get into lying territory. You know what I mean? Like the guy gave him his driver's license and shit. He did exactly what Lo-Fi says they do. Lo-Fi says when I get a speeding ticket, I just say admit my fault and comply with license and registration. And I'm just letting Lo-Fi know that's precisely what Tyreek did. Everything that we're talking about happened after he did that. So what do you suggest he do then? What would you have done after that?
All right, Culler. I'm
right.
out of here. I do.
Take it easy, Shake. I'll see you over there. Everybody have a great evening. And again, thank you for joining me and giving me, you know, support on this. Those that, you know, understand that it's a tough subject to talk about because everybody has real strong, passionate opinions about it. And that's just what's going to happen. So once again, I thank all of you. I love all of you, even the ones that are in disagreement. You know, we're all human beings, and as long as we start treating each other as such, then a lot of this stuff's just gonna be, you know, this stuff will resolve itself. We just have to start realizing and living as if each of us are a human being that has a certain standard to be treated. You know, so everybody have a great evening. This ain't going anywhere. We'll talk about it more one day. But in the meantime, fins up. Let's get back to football. We got the Bills coming in, and y'all have a great night.